Chapter 51, Restless, Nosebleed. Chapter 51, Restless, Nosebleed. What should they do? How about we make a set of undergarments from it? It'll definitely be great. Bai Xiangxiu felt the fabric and couldn't help but think that it had some elasticity. It'd do well as tighter shorts and lingerie. Still, this roll of cloth was meant for making clothes, so she decided to use the leftovers for her idea. Were undergarments still considered proper clothes? Still, these servant girls seemed to understand a bit more than her. Bao Qin clapped her hands and said, "Then we'll make inner robes. It'll be comfortable to wear at night and cooling during the summer." Xiao Shi was still muddle-headed. "Then what do we tell the prince?" Bao Qin grinned. "It's not like the prince won't see. This servant will have Yi Mama drop the prince a word so he won't blame Madame Xiu." She was a clever girl. When she went out to tell Yi Mama, the latter muffled her laughter. "I know what to say. You all just make the clothes. Try to finish it by tonight so she can put it on." "Yes. Thank you to Yi Mama for going to the trouble." Bao Qin returned to discuss the pattern and make with the rest of them. They were quite conflicted originally. What kind of inner clothes could they make with this fabric? But it was obvious that Madame Xiu had long since made up her mind. When she voiced her ideas, they were both unique and unconventional. Bao Qin and the rest assumed it was her way of attracting the prince, so they didn't point out the obvious. Instead, they took out scissors and got to work. Bai Xiangxiu's needlework was truly subpar, but after watching them work, she had some insights as well. She too began to sew her own version of modern shorts. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Yi Mama had spoken exceptionally ambiguous words to the prince so he wouldn't blame Bai Xiangxiu. Long Hung didn't know what that lacy satin was used for, so his ears burned as soon as he heard Yi Mama's words. With a light cough, he said, "You all can do as you like. There's no need to explain to this prince." He'd originally intended to give her something that could be made into resplendent robes, but never imagined he gave her something for undergarments instead. No wonder the fabric was so comfortable. It shouldn't be bad if she wore it next to her skin. Her skin was akin to that of a freshly peeled egg. The more he thought about it, the hotter he felt inside. Yi Mama insisted on teasing him further as she laughed. But Madame Xiu's already said that she'll have the prince be the first one to see her in these clothes. Those servants of hers have set their hearts on choosing out a make and pattern. When Long Hung thought of her alluring body, then of her dressed in clothing made from lacy satin, he suddenly felt his nostrils heat up. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly waved his hand. "This prince knows now, you can leave." Yi Mama could tell that the prince wouldn't blame the mistress and left with delight. How would she know that the moment she left, Long Hang would get caught in a predicament? When he removed his hand from his nose, he discovered his palm was covered in fresh blood. "Ah, Your Highness, why is your nose bleeding?" Shu'er jumped in fright, but only heard the prince coldly rebuff him. "Quiet, bring over some cold water. Don't tell anyone else. Other people got nosebleeds because they were ill." He deeply understood that his wasn't due to sickness, but that woman. Perhaps other men wouldn't endure to this extent, but he'd been self-disciplined since youth and rarely boasted of his exploits. After undergoing training in the army, he was even less inclined to act brazenly. Even as a man, he wouldn't be affected by outside restrictions regarding these matters. Moreover, he'd harbored 100% vigilance towards others even since returning from the battlefield, especially towards women. It was perfectly normal to die on the battlefield, but seeing his fellow brothers assassinated in his own corps was a heart-chilling, depressing feeling that wouldn't fade away completely with time. As a result, he found it very difficult to trust people, especially females. Strictly speaking, he could find other women in his estate since she wasn't his only one. But getting close to them only made him irritated, much less doing the deed with them. Shu'er couldn't bear to look anymore, but realized what was going on once his master had washed away the blood. He coughed lightly and said, "Your Highness, third madam sent soup over again today. Should I have someone warm it up and bring it here? You think this prince needs to nourish his body? Dump it." If he nourished himself any further, there'd be big problems. In order to get rid of the excess impulse, Long Hong decided to travel to the outskirts of the town and drill his soldiers. The emperor showed compassion for his many years of fighting and hadn't given him many tasks upon his return to the capital. As a result, he was always very idle. Drilling soldiers was probably the only big task he could undertake, so he rode to the military barracks. Once he arrived, the barracks were doomed. At first, they were touched to see the prince practicing swordsmanship, and jogging by their sides until he was pouring with sweat. But all of them were new recruits. How could they bear his superhuman exercises that pushed one to the limits? Only a few days had passed before many of them passed out from exhaustion. As a result, the person in charge of the military barracks quietly found Long Hong and smiled. "Your Highness, these few days the soldiers have united their hearts to practice diligently. But many of them are from peasant families and have weak bodies. Right now they need to recover before they can continue to practice. Why don't you return to the estate and rest a bit? Is he here to take these new recruits' lives?" Since they were already training while living at the barracks, and they didn't need to deploy troops at the moment, why was the prince going all out? Long Hong was preparing to return, but his voice turned cold hearing these words. "Their physical strength is too low, just give them a day's worth of break. Continue as usual the day after." Yes, the person in charge narrowly avoided vomiting blood. He joined everyone else in running around these past few days and was nearly on his last breath. Only then did a satisfied Long Hong leave the barracks. Unexpectedly, the first thing he saw was someone sent by the Lin family. Apparently, Minister Lin had invited him over. He gave a cold smile. Did this mean the man finally couldn't wait any longer? Long Hong didn't say much, but rode to the agreed meeting place at the capital's Huayang Tavern, a gathering place for elegant guests and the literati. He took broad strides upstairs, his suit of armor turning the owner's face pale white. The owner personally led him to Minister Lin's spot before immediately calling for someone to prepare the dishes. Even though this young man was handsome and attractive, he was too imposing. It was obvious he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Minister Lin stood up at his arrival, his scholarly, refined air revealing his cultured upbringing and social standing. He extended a hand and said, "Worthy son-in-law hasn't been attending court these few days, have things been very busy at the barracks?" "There were just some unimportant matters at most. I don't know for what reason Minister Lin has invited me here for." Long Hong wasn't politely, but asked outright as soon as he sat down. Minister Lin's face turned stiff at the unfamiliar address. Anyone could tell the difference between worthy son-in-law versus Minister Lin. But in truth, their Lin family did harbor a guilty conscience with regards to Prince Li. Thus, Minister Lin smiled and said, "There's no need to be anxious, worthy son-in-law. There are some household affairs I'd like to discuss with you. I don't know whether you could dismiss your men?" He glanced at Shuer standing behind Long Hong, indicating that he'd only talk with the servant gone. Long Hong waved a hand and Shuer retreated as per established custom. "Please speak, Minister Lin." Long Hong poured himself a cup of tea. Because his official position was higher than that of Minister Lin, he had no need to leave the other man any face. Minister Lin could be called an old fox who had drifted along for years in court. Thus, he said, "Worthy son-in-law, Qianzi has been spoiled rotten by my wife and I since childhood. A few days ago, she went to the temple to pray for blessings for her mother, but on the way back, she listened to her servant's idea and went on the wrong path. Now she's lost all contact with the estate." He paused to check Long Heng's expression, his heart turning cold when he saw that it remained unchanged. So he already knows. Though we've sent servants out to search, there hasn't been a hint of a clue. But worthy son-in-law has the military tally to prove his authority and can transfer troops as needed. May I ask you to step forward to find and bring her back? Minister Lin was already being exceedingly polite. That daughter of his had snuck away for too long. If she didn't come back, who knows what sort of rumors would fly about her in the capital city. By then her namesake and reputation would be completely ruined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Eloped, Ruined Reputation. Chapter 52, Eloped, Ruined Reputation. Of course Long Hong understood his thoughts. If he hadn't known why that Miss Lin had ran away from her marriage, he'd probably smile at most, but he had heard the words she said that day. Someone who mistrusted their future husband just because of a few words other people had said was a person who chilled his heart. Even if she was his future wife, he still found it extremely irritating. Thankfully, there was a woman at home who believed in him unconditionally. Even if he was furious, there was no need to argue, take it out on an ignorant little girl. It was a pity she couldn't give him a few days' worth of rest. She hadn't even come back even after running off. Or perhaps, she couldn't return? Since Minister Lin has spoke up, then this prince shall send people to investigate. However, it isn't wise to publicize such a matter, so inquiries will have to be made in secret. Your thoughts? Long Hong picked up his tea and observed the table full of savory dishes. It was no big deal to eat at the barracks with the other soldiers, but these days he'd been constantly thinking of the flavor of Madame Xiu's vegetable dishes. This time, he couldn't go back empty-handed. After all, he was still concerned about her body, wasn't he? Of course, there was the person herself as well. Long Hong couldn't sit still when he thought of her, so he stood up as soon as he heard Minister Lin agreeing to his words. Does Minister Lin have any other matters at hand? Minister Lin's expression turned unpleasant. Wasn't this single matter already enough?
It seemed like military men were military men, even their speech was careless and casual. His heart felt uncomfortable at the thought of his own sweet-tempered daughter marrying such a man.
There's nothing else.
Then this prince will take his leave. But after he went down the stairs, he recalled that table of dishes. Although the prince's estate treated each of his women well, she was always suffering grievances because she was in charge of the household accounts.
She never dared enjoy an iota more of extra treatment compared to everyone else.
When she was missing things, or had less of something, she took it out of her own expenses.
She was probably even afraid to be wasteful when eating.
Thinking up to here, he was in less of a hurry to return, and had the shopkeeper prepare a few dishes to go so he could bring them home. Bai Shangxiu had just about gotten better aside from a little internal inflammation. The corner of her lips had cracked, while a few pimples had emerged on her face.
She touched her pretty cheeks.
Although these things didn't affect her beauty, they were still a depressing sight.
She couldn't help but sigh. Did this prince feel that, deep down, it wasn't good to kill people with beatings either? So he wanted to kill her with sweetness instead?
His tonics had fed the patient until she had an excess of heat.
This was simply too damaging.
She touched her pimples as her mood plummeted once again.
Excess internal heat was most likely to depress a person.
Even more depressing was the fact that the male lead was set to return soon.
Wouldn't that mean they had to continue what happened that other day?
She felt completely unwell at the thought. Unexpectedly, all he did was send someone over with a table's worth of dishes before going off to busy himself.
He didn't even show his face. Something was a bit off about this situation.
She couldn't help but probe around and assumed he'd gone to some other concubine's bed when he couldn't bear it anymore. Instead, everyone avoided her questions or gave her vague answers.
This was strange.
Usually, everyone would race to answer a question if she asked, but why were they all evading her now? Their gazes even held expressions of pity, so a clueless Bai Shangxiu could only blink and do her own thing. Still, she wasn't completely without ideas. At night, she took out one of the cactus thorns and stuck it on Yamama's sleeve until she heard the reason. As it turned out, only a few old female servants knew the cause.
Even Xiao sure wasn't clear. Yimama and the other old female servants gathered together with a bit of wine to chat before they started enumerating Miss Lin's wrongs.
Huora narrated their words off on the side while Bai Shangxiu brushed her hair and listened. In truth, Huora didn't really understand matters of human relationships, so he could only recite the words verbatim like one of those online reading softwares. There was no inflection or feeling in his speech, but Bai Shangxiu was excited to hear his words. She almost pulled out her hair as she was lost in eavesdropping. As it turned out, these old female servants heard from the old madam's side that the prince was perfectly fine on his way back until he caught wind of Miss Lin getting into trouble outside. Thus, he went to look for her. Bai Shangxiu was close to tears, moved to the point that she was ready to offer incense to the female lead. She assumed the other had finally made her move to steal away the male lead, though she was at least 2 months late.
Everything would work out as long as he left.
It was much better than having the male lead molest her here. Furthermore, as long as the female lead got together with the guy, she could hug the old madam's leg while waiting quietly for next year to roll around. She could tell that old madam welcomed those obedient, docile types. But as soon as you created trouble, you'd be punished. It was pretty easy to indulge a boss like this. In fact, she was a bit like her old manager in the modern world. When there was nothing else to do, she could cook a few dishes to show her filial respect, then do everything as the old madam liked. She'd become her capable subordinate that way so that they'd find it painful to pluck her off when the time came.
That's what she'd do.
By exercising patience and restraint, she'd wait and place all her hopes on the cactus square. After combing her hair, she lay on the bed and suddenly realized something. Since the male lead had delayed his search of the female lead for 2 months compared to the novel, that meant he hadn't disturbed her before then.
If that was the case, had the second supporting male and the female lead already do this and that? They shouldn't have. After all, the female lead needed to preserve her purity for the male lead. Otherwise, the male lead would feel like she betrayed him no matter how generous he was. Who knows, his love might even take a sadomasochistic turn. After pondering for a while longer, she realized that wasn't right either. The second supporting male was nothing like Song Jiaoyue. If Song Jiaoyue was a modest young lord, then he was a beast in human form. He was from the Jianghu, after all, and naturally did as he pleased. Very rarely did he leave women he fancied with their virginity intact. Moreover, he had high martial arts skills. If he wanted to steal or ruin something, the fragile female lead wouldn't be able to resist at all. So then,
She began to worry for the female lead. If that girl didn't treat herself properly, or felt that there was no use in cherishing herself, then both girls would both be doomed together. Bai Shangxiu could tell that the male lead's motives towards her had to be impure as well. No, they were extremely impure. Just recalling that night was enough to make her hot and flustered. She covered herself up and wanted to have a restful sleep, but stayed up for half the night. The male lead she was afraid of wasn't asleep either. Right now, he was standing on a tall mountain, looking in the direction of the capital with a vexed heart. Originally, he thought he could go back to the capital and see a soft and fragrant beauty, but he was intercepted by the latest news. That Miss Lin had actually been placed under house arrest. It seemed like that other man was immensely fond of her. All the men he sent had been immediately discovered and even killed on the spot. After the corpses were discovered, he brought people with him to investigate, only to find that his opponents had switched dens and left the place deserted.
Burn it! That Miss Lin was certainly formidable.
She didn't understand martial arts and knew little of the world, but dared to run helter-skelter on her own. Then she ended up in a thieves' den. Taking her out of there this time would probably be difficult. He could save her, but when the task ate up the time he could spend with Madame Bai, he felt a bit resentful. Because of his enmity, he wanted the other to have a hard time. Thus, the next day news spread across the capital's streets and alleys that Miss Lin had eloped with another man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 53, Rumor Mongering, Mistress Looks for Trouble. Chapter 53, Rumor Mongering, Mistress Looks for Trouble.
At this moment, Miss Lin, who was using fine garments to disguise herself as a village girl, was crying inside a cave.
A fine-looking man was standing in front of her with crossed arms as he snickered coldly. "Isn't your fiancé quite the capable one, He really had the guts to do it.
That land was worth at least thousands taels.
Don't blame him, it's all my fault.
Let me go and I will definitely beg His Highness to change his mind and not force you."
When had Lin Qianzi ever suffered such circumstances?
She'd initially thought it would be interesting to travel with a man she'd encountered in the Jianghu. However, as time went by, she was homesick and wanted to go back. But he had forbidden her from doing exactly that.
Force? I gave up that den willingly. I didn't want to go head-to-head with the Imperial Army.
But I have 1,000 ways to make his life miserable.
Do you believe me?
That man walked towards Lin, lifted her chin up and forcefully kissed her on her lips. She tastes so sweet, but what a pity she's always defending that man.
Don't hurt him, he's only trying to bring me back.
Lin Qianzi sobbed and tried to move away, but the man didn't listen at all. He kept his seal on her small mouth, preventing her from speaking further.
Women succumb easily to domineering men, and this man was handsome in his tyranny.
Although his appearance is not as attractive as the prince's, she felt that he treated her reasonably well.
But men in the Jianghu had their own ways of doing things.
Although she was not yet accustomed to some of their mannerisms, she was too captivated by him to leave.
"You, stop it." Despite using all her might, Lin Qianzi couldn't push him away. "You want me to stop and have your fiancé treat you like how I do? Qianer, is your heart made of steel? You know very well how I treated you. Give it to me, right now."
That was just how he was. He would do whatever his mind was set on without much consideration.
However, Lin Qianzi couldn't allow him to do so.
She may not have known of matters between men and women, but she knew very well that she couldn't condone going through that which was reserved for married couples in a place like this. She began struggling fiercely to free herself, shouting, "No, Luo Yunxiang, let go of me.
Don't force me."
Luo Yunjing chuckled by her ear. "Xianer, we are just a single step away from doing it.
What part of your body and your butt have I not tasted?"
He lifted her up by the butt and positioned her on a boulder, ready to strip off his own clothing. Sounds of a disturbance came in with the wind.
The man tched in irritation as his attention was diverted.
He swept their clothes about in dissatisfaction and leapt out of the cave with the lady in his hands. Longhung dashed in shortly after the two left. He picked up Miss Lin's outerwear from the floor of the cave and sneered coldly.
"So they've done it already,
Very good, this Jianghu man really doesn't think much of me." Even though he'd had moments of not wanting to marry Miss Lin, he might have married her still if the two families had put up a strong objection, but she hadn't created any trouble. However, looking at the current situation, it appeared that she had lost her chastity and was thus undesirable. Despite this, he still had to find her since he'd made a promise to Minister Lin.
The least that could be done was prevent any damage to Minister Lin's reputation.
Long's sympathy for the woman had long since been blown into the wind. Instead of holding his warm, soft woman at home, he was out here suffering in the cold. It had also not been easy to apprehend the crafty bandit leader, Luo Yunzhang. Long Hung had to make use of his hidden forces in the Jianghu to track these two down. Long Hung tracked them to their hideout in a small town by himself that night. The place was exceedingly run down, a favorite gathering spot for criminals. The entire town was a sordid mess, with everything ready to be bought and sold. Prostitutes and song girls came and went, lustful sounds and cries coming from all corners. It was quite difficult for a well-brought-up noble lady like Miss Lin to stay in such a place, but perhaps she was unable to leave even though she wanted to. He slipped past the guards in front and saw a dim light in the rear court and a few guards around the outside. These guards looked rather serious as they stood watch. Unlike the others, they weren't gossiping or causing trouble in a drunken stupor.
Long Heng's suspicions grew.
He stealthily avoided the eyes of the guards to climb onto the roof. He was strong in martial arts and knew some of the Jianghu styles. After all, there were teachers for everything in the army.
He'd also learnt this spying technique in the army. Long Hung gently removed one of the roof tiles.
It was especially important to pick up all the knacks needed for this trick.
If not, he'd alarm these below.
The timing was also crucial, and one needed to take each step cautiously in order to leave the people below none the wiser. Long Hung had never thought that the little tricks he picked up on a whim would be put to this use. He smiled wryly. As he removed the tiles carefully, the scene revealed was one that was only supposed to occur during his wedding night. His fiancée, Lin Xianzi, was beneath a slender man on the bed. She was unable to move and her clothes were unkempt. Her eyes were half closed and she was also biting her lips, looking very seductive. Although Miss Lin was born with a good appearance, her looks didn't compare to those of Madame Bai. Her facial features were greatly lacking. For example, her nostrils were especially big looking from his perspective. Snorting derisively, he watched the scene happening in a rather cold-blooded fashion. She looked as though she was putting up a resistance, but it was a weak one without the slightest strength behind her motions.
The man didn't actually go through with things and let her off after taking a slight bit of advantage of her.
However, he continued to speak, "Noble ladies like you have such good skin, so very fine and tender.
Please don't do this, I won't be able to hold my head high when I return."
Lin Xianzi covered her face in shame while sobbing, looking very hurt now.
"Why are you crying for?
If I were to do something, it wouldn't be just this much.
You might even be carrying a baby by now.
If not for your young age, and that forcing things when you're unwilling would harm your body, I would feel heartache even if you didn't feel pain.
Stop telling me you want to go back home before I change my mind. I could claim you now and prevent you from ever returning home."
With that, he pinched Lin Xianzi's cheeks and made them turn rosy. Luo Yunzhang was gradually becoming aroused and his hands started to wander. He wasn't in a rush to take her since he could have any woman he wanted in the Jianghu. She, however, was quite special.
"You can't do this, we are not a couple yet, how could you, Why can't I?
Everyone is spreading rumors that you've gone and eloped with some man in the Jianghu.
Your reputation is in tatters. Why not live up to that reputation and follow me? I won't treat you badly."
"What?
How?"
Lin Xianzi was shell-shocked, her eyes going wide. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 54, Knock her out and carry her away. Chapter 54, Knock her out and carry her away.
Indeed, Miss Lin had been raised carefully in a sheltered environment, so even if she was aware of the scheming that was par for the course in the rear courts, Madame Lin kept her tightly shielded from the actual scene. Hence, she didn't realize that sneaking out to play for a few days would cause such widespread, ugly rumors.
What, eloping with someone?
She'd already tried her very best to protect her chastity. No matter how much Luo Yunzhang had demanded it of her, she'd refused to agree and even threatened him with her own life to dismiss the ulterior motives he possessed. Although she'd been constantly being groped for the past couple of days, they'd always stopped short of that final step. "If my reputation is really tainted this way, I might as well die instead." Just when she had forsaken hope, the man on top of her suddenly rose up alertly to check the surroundings. He chuckled, "I didn't expect that he'd dare to come alone." He flicked his finger and sent something flying into the ceiling. Before Miss Lin even grasped what had happened, the item punched through the ceiling, followed by a tall handsome man who had leaped down from the rafters. He had barely landed on the ground before launching himself at the two on the bed. Miss Lin was so frightened that she immediately pulled her clothes tightly around herself and attempted to hide. However, the bed was only so big, so where could she go? She could only cower in one of the corners while watching the two men duel. Who would have thought that the person who'd come in fact Princely himself? She was very flustered at the moment. She'd never imagined that the prince would personally come and save her. Yet, as he stood there, hints of a cold supercilious smile played about Long Heng's lips. The contempt and disgust that was evident in his eyes didn't sit well with Luo Yunjing's pride. He spoke coldly, "I didn't expect Prince Li to come personally, but this woman now belongs to me. Trying to take her back will be entirely up to your skills. But if you think it's going to be that easy, then I'll have to remind you that this isn't your princely estate, but my territory." However, Long Hong didn't hesitate in the slightest. He'd spent years walking the line of life and death on the battlefield. How could he hesitate due to someone from the Jianghu? He reached for a short blade. "And what of it? I will certainly take her away today, and if you're man enough, try and stop me." Luo Yunjiang was no stranger to the rascally nature that came from being part of the Jianghu. He wasn't affected by Long Hang's threats and fired back, "You might be able to take her body back, but her heart remains here." "Ah, the only reason she snuck out was to escape her marriage to you. Don't tell me you don't know about that." Long Hong was extremely irritated by the blow to his pride. However, his face remained impassive as he said, "Enough with the nonsense." He hadn't even finished his sentence before striking out. Curled up on the bed, Miss Lin overheard Luo Yunjing's comment about herself and felt utter disgust. Her chastity was absolutely intact, and when had she fallen for this Jianghu ruffian? She would never be moved, yet. She didn't want him to get hurt. Prince Li was widely renowned to be ruthless. She'd heard many stories about his rampages and massacres. The story of how he bathed his city in blood was enough to make one tremble with fear. Now that Prince Li had his eyes on Luo Yunjiang, the latter was doomed to an unfortunate fate. The battle between the two had already reached a frenzied degree, and Luo Yunjing's arm had already sustained injury. Miss Lin screamed upon seeing the blood and cried, "Please stop fighting, don't fight anymore." Why would these two men listen to her when the fight had already escalated to this point? Luo Yunjiang had even forgotten to call in his own men for backup, and had just grabbed a sword to attack Long Hong. The fight was getting so violent that most of the furniture was caught in the crossfire, turning into nothing more than splinters and shreds of cloth. "Ah!" Lin Xianzi was so frightened by the destruction of the bedhead that she shrieked and jumped off of the bed. However, her sudden movements resulted the two men slowing down the pace of their fight, as they grew wary of delivering any blows they couldn't pull back from. Luo Yunjiang saw an opening and managed to knock away one of the twin swords Long Hong was wielding. However, Long Hong wasn't disadvantaged quite yet, and punished him with a heavy kick. Long Hong raised the blade in his hand and was about to charge forward when... "Luo Yunjiang, Your Highness! Please stop, don't hurt him." Miss Lin threw herself forward, shielding Luo Yunjiang from the attack. Long Hong was baffled. Even though he had no regards for Miss Lin, he had made her father a promise, a father who'd personally pled with him to bring her back. He would be unable to face her father if anything happened to her. Therefore, he hesitated for a split second, which caused him to slow down. The result of his hesitation quickly manifested itself as Luo Yunjing darted past Lin Xianzi and lunged forward with his blade. Long Hong had finally reacted and pushed aside Lin Xianzi. She had truly become a hindrance. However, it was too late to dodge Luo Yunjing's attack, and the blade bit into Long Heng's thigh. Sounds of a disturbance stirring outside broke the duo's concentration. Long Hong realized that things were about to take a turn for the worse, so he leapt over to Miss Lin and scooped her up. Little did he know that his push had caused her to hit her head on the table, leaving a big lump bleeding on her forehead. She'd been born with extraordinary good looks, but was now almost disfigured with this injury, retaining no trace of her former beauty. Long Hong clamped her firmly beneath his armpit and bounded through the ceiling with a powerful spring. "Let's see how you can hide from us with that injury while you haul a person along." Luo Yunjiang had actually been startled by Lin Xianzi's actions just now. He hadn't expected her to leap in at the crucial moment to take a blade for him. It was because of this that Prince Li hadn't slashed him, and he'd retained his life. "That woman was always trying to escape, but she's actually fallen for me." He stroked his chin and decided that he would definitely pursue her relentlessly in the future. Even if he was unable to catch up with them this time, it didn't matter as she would never be able to truly escape from him, just like a monk would never be quit of a temple. However, even if he was unable to catch up to them, he wanted Long Hong to bleed. It would actually be optimal if he had lost that leg. However, he didn't expect that Long Hong had reinforcements waiting for him. Luo Yunjing's men somehow lost the duo halfway through their pursuit, and never found enough traces to track them again. When he found out, Luo Yunjiang was so furious that he smashed everything in his sight, but there was nothing he could do. Nonetheless, other than an immediate fit of anger, he wasn't too bothered by it. He knew one very important detail, where Minister Lin's manor was located. Long Hong was welcomed into a secret chamber thanks to a person in the Jianghu. He threw Miss Lin onto the bed so that people could tend to his wounds and ordered, "Escort Miss Lin back, and tell them that she was injured by the bandits." "Understood, but since your highness has lost a lot of blood, please stay here to rest and receive treatment." The one kneeling down sincerely advised him, since the prince seemed ready to rush through the night to get back to his manor.
It's all right, I can rest anywhere. This injury is nothing.
Long Hong waved his hand. He'd finally accomplished his mission and could finally return to the manor to see her. Just when he was thinking about her, Lin Qianzi awoke and pulled her clothes tightly around her in panic, observing her surroundings like an injured, little white bunny. When she saw Long Hong sitting upright to the side, she was secretly relieved. She'd rather hoped that it would be him coming to her rescue.
She just hadn't wanted Luo Yunjing to be hurt. Are you hurt?
She trembled a little as she asked.
It's all thanks to you.
Long Hong replied coldly and signaled his subordinate, who got up and immediately walked over to Miss Lin.
Miss Lin, this way please. What are you doing? Where are you taking me to?
Lin Qianzi leaned closer to Long Hong, but he actually stood up without looking back and walked away.
Rest assured, I won't send you back to the thieves' lair. However, Miss Lin seemed to be in shock. She pushed that servant away and exclaimed, No, don't touch me, I'm not moving and I'm not going anywhere. Long Heng's subordinate was unable to get closer as she flailed. He could only furrow his brow, turning to the prince, Your Highness, what should we do? She's obviously not cooperating, so how do I take her back? Should I use force against her or should I try to coax her? Being his servant is just so difficult.
Long Hong's words were curt, knock her out and carry her back.
For real? Knock her out? This is your fiancée we're talking about.
Being a servant is seriously difficult.
There was nothing for it.
The servant formed a hand blade and chopped at the hiding Miss Lin's head. He had to resign himself to carting her back home like a sack of flour. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 55, Impressive Assets. Chapter 55, Impressive Assets.
Long Hong was impatient enough to want to charge straight home, but somehow he ended up in front of Winter Garden instead of his own quarters. Only when he was already standing within Winter Garden did he realize he was full of injuries.
He hadn't even changed his blood-stained trousers, so wouldn't he scare everyone to death if he walked in like this?
After some hesitation, he finally turned around, but unexpectedly bumped into Bai Shangxiu and the rest coming back after they'd taken care of various duties.
As she walked, she was giving instructions to her servants. Our prince's household has always been simple and unadorned. We don't ask for luxury, so pick the materials and avoid the expensive ones. Also, blood, someone hurry, help. Bai Shangxiu couldn't be blamed for her shock. Anyone who suddenly saw a blood-soaked prince would react the same way.
Her reaction could actually be considered fairly good, since two of the servant girls behind her were scared into shrieks and tears. Long Hong had in gloomy spirits before, but hearing her cry for help for his sake relaxed his heart.
He waved a hand and said, There's no need to trouble yourselves. It's just a light wound, summoning a doctor is sufficient. Immediately, Bai Shangxiu ordered, Grab a doctor, quick. Was this still a light injury if there was so much blood? It looked like his leg was hurt, but he was still somehow standing without a flicker in his expression. You don't need to be alarmed.
This just happened to be the closest place when I came in, so just clean up a room for this prince to rest a bit.
He started to walk inside by himself. How would Bai Shangxiu and the rest of the women bother to think of any of the undertones?
A servant really went to put a room in order while others went to find the doctor. However, Long Hong only walked 2 steps before he stopped. He didn't understand why he hadn't felt any pain previously, but both his legs had now turned numb and unresponsive after stepping inside Winter Garden. Taking note of this detail, Bai Shangxiu walked over when she saw that no one else dared to approach.
Do you need this concubine to support you? Long Heng's lips pursed.
She'd been rather scary just now when she was shouting orders, but why did she suddenly turn soft and weak now? Still, it was a rare thing to see her conscious instead of frightened into a faint, so he relaxed.
But it'd look too weak if a big man like him was supported by a frail woman.
So he simply stated, It's no problem. Perhaps he didn't feel the need to be strong when she was around, but his feet betrayed him, causing his next step to be a stagger. Fortunately, a tiny pair of hands was already there to hold his arm. A sweet and mellow form, as cherished as jade, suddenly drew close to him and made him stiffen. Strange, he had clearly felt nothing when he saw Lin Qianzi's half-exposed state earlier, but her hands had only brushed his clothes before he felt out of sorts. It wasn't clear whether the sudden surge of blood restored movement to his leg, or whether he just turned too numb to know anything. In any case, her support helped him into the house, where he sat lightly on her bed.
He reeked of blood. How will she sleep on it in the future?
But besides this bed, there were no others in Winter Garden. The room next door was suitable for living, but was definitely unsuitable for treating injuries. The rest of the rooms were reserved for servants, so a master like him naturally couldn't go there. As he fretted, Yimama helped make the bed, asking as she worked.
Why is the injury so serious? And why did you end up in Winter Garden?
Her rapid-fire questions allowed Bai Xiangxiu to realize that Winter Garden should be the courtyard closest to the edge of the complex.
How could it be the closest one for him?
This courtyard was located furthest from the entrance.
Long Hong didn't lie on this point.
Naturally, it's because I jumped in straight from the backyard.
An injury like this can't be reported to the front courtyard in case it alarms old madam. Don't tell her yet, not until I've changed my clothes and put on some medicine. It won't be too late then. He secretly peeked at Bai Xiangxiu.
Seeing how calm she seemed, he continued.
Sit down. You can all set your minds at rest, it's not a big deal. How could Bai Xiangxiu sit still?
Meanwhile, Yimama said, these clothes have to be changed. We'll have someone go to the prince's quarters to bring back some clean clothes.
I'll call for someone. It seemed like Bai Xiangxiu really was anxious.
Instead of using her status as mistress to call for someone, she was going herself. Moreover, she'd forgotten to refer to herself as this concubine. For some reason, the more anxious she was, the more comforted Long Hung felt in his heart. His injury already felt a lot better even before the doctor had arrived. Still, he'd lost a lot of blood, and his complexion was almost ghostly. When the doctor finally came to give him medicine and write a prescription, he was having trouble holding on to consciousness. Shu'er helped him change his clothes before Long Hong fell into a stupor on the bed. Yimama glanced at Bai Xiangxiu, who was wringing her handkerchief as she sat by the bed. It couldn't be helped that a young girl like her would be afraid. More likely than not, she'd have long since been scared witless. Still, she had to ask and make sure. Madam Shou, we still can't hide something like this from old madam.
How about? Don't go over there yet, wait until the prince wakes.
Otherwise, old madam will be too frightened when she comes over and sees him like this. How about this, let's have the kitchens prepare some soup to nourish the prince's energy and help him recover from blood loss. Bai Xiangxiu was already alarmed to point of heart palpitations by the face of the man on the bed, to say nothing of old madam.
Wouldn't she be frightened breathless by the sight of a frantic old madam?
Right now, old madam was her thigh of shelter, so she absolutely couldn't suffer any mishaps. Yimama didn't expect this mistress to be so thorough in her thoughts, but nodded her head in agreement. The kitchens had no inkling of what had happened, only receiving the news that Madame Xiu wanted to nourish her body. Because they'd been fortifying her body for a while on the prince's orders, they weren't stingy with the materials they tossed into the soup. Not long later, a covered bowl of soup, one for nourishing energy and recovering blood, was carried over for consumption.
Yimama and Bai Xiangxiu took turns feeding Long Hung.
Strangely enough, he had no reaction when Yimama fed him, but suddenly opened his eyes when it was Bai Xiangxiu's turn. Long Hung had spent a long time on the battlefields and held a naturally wary heart. But he never expected to catch a whiff of an elusive fragrance before even opening his eyes.
It had obviously come from that woman.
When he tasted the soup which was gently fed into his mouth, his heart warmed. His open eyes still held a hint of killer intent, but also a trace of imperceptible gentleness. It was a pity that Bai Xiangxiu was so startled by his open eyes that she nearly tossed the entire bowl of soup to the side. He was still a man, after all was said and done. Having him wake up while reclining in her arms was still a bit embarrassing, so she quickly handed the bowl to Yimama before lying him down flat. But when she did, she felt something uncomfortable by her chest. When she looked down, she realized that the tip of his nose was poking into her bosom. Finally, she couldn't hold on to this position anymore and hastily withdrew her hands to back away.
Unfortunately, this caused the unprepared Prince Li to crash into the pillows.
Fortunately, his head wasn't injured. Moreover, her position just then had been rather seductive, so he didn't mind her disrespect. Though the impact was somewhat painful, he was still lost in thinking of what to do. Perhaps the soup was to blame, perhaps Long Hang's youthful male blood had started boiling in excitement. In any case, his obviously red face was far less pale than before. Seeing his improved complexion, Bai Xiangxiu tried to avoid an awkward situation by saying, "Go tell old madam."
Just say it was a light injury without mentioning anything else. Long Hung set his worries at rest upon witnessing her considerate thinking.
After he compared her actions with Lin Xianzi's, he deeply felt that despite the old madam's illustrious name, her eyes had been covered when arranging that wife for him. Why had she taken a fancy to that girl? A so-called wealthy young miss wasn't even as docile or sensible as a girl from a poor, humble family. Moreover, he mused as he unconsciously rubbed his nose. Just then he'd realized that this woman had some impressive assets to her. 1. https:///cbu01.alicking.com/amg/205/938/28398/282777434.310 If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 56, Grievances. Chapter 56, Grievances. Of all the things for Bai Xiangxiu to notice accidentally, it was Long Hong rubbing his nose.
Her hand holding the tea shook, causing her to spill half the tea.
Fortunately, it wasn't hot enough to burn her.
However, her heart was another matter, as it was afire with anxiety, wondering whether the male lead was thinking about her. Actually, there was nothing bad about that. The male lead was both handsome and powerful, as well as capable. She hadn't read the novel for nothing, nor did the male lead's halo exist for naught.
He had many aspects that attracted people.
But in the end, no matter how many good points he possessed, he was still the chief culprit of her death. As a girl with exceptional memory, she clearly recalled the other servant girl who'd been beaten to death, and felt awful all over. All of her thoughts, proper or improper, scattered in the wake of that one memory. On the other hand, Xiao had a brilliant idea as she ran to blow on her mistress's hand with a distressed air. "Madam Xiao, your skin is so tender, burning it must hurt.
Hurry and blow on it."
"What are you blowing for?" "Go get some red pearl." Long Hung didn't want to speak up, but he had to when it looked like this servant girl would keep blowing without stopping. Xiao was about to fetch the item when Bai Xiangxiu stopped her.
"Don't go.
I wasn't burned, so there's no need to waste it.
Go out and have a look, old madam should be on her way. Wouldn't any worried mother come running over to see this wounded victim here?" Xiao nodded and left.
Someone had to receive the old madam when she arrived. Once she was gone, Long Hung said, "Though you're in charge of the household, don't be so tight-fisted with yourself.
If there's anything you need, just bring it up with me. How would I let you lose out on anything? Many thanks to your highness."
She seemed overwhelmed by an unexpected favor, but kept to established etiquette. This time, Long Hung felt rather depressed over how she always kept her distance from him.
Couldn't she tell his feelings for her?
Thus, the prince began to self-reflect and realized it really was hard for the other party to tell. The closest they'd been together was when they'd met each other with full sincerity, but before they could do the deed, she'd ended up bleeding instead. Later on, his nervousness had kept their meetings brief and their partings long.
Would they ever be on intimate terms if this was the style of their interaction?
As his thoughts reached this point, he sunk into low spirits. At that moment, the old madam entered the room, tears welling up in her eyes as she laid eyes on her precious son.
Her voice was choked as she spoke. "You child, you're not that young anymore. Why are you still stirring up trouble everywhere? Where did you get hurt? Let mother have a look." As she spoke, the old female servants helped her to the bedside while Bai Xiangxiu quickly brought over a seat.
The old madam sat down and spread her hands, but she was too scared to know where to put them. Bai Xiangxiu spoke up from the side, "The prince's wound is on his leg. The doctor has already applied medicine and said that it's just a flesh wound. It was a good thing that it hadn't reached the bone, so he has just lost a lot of blood. But he will be fine after spending some time recovering." Hearing this, old madam immediately went to look at her son's legs beneath the covers, but was stopped by Long Hang's outstretched arm. "Mother, I get major and minor injuries all the time. One more is of no consequence. Those major and minor injuries come from the battlefield. This is the capital. How did you become so hurt? You couldn't even make it back to your own courtyard and didn't call for anyone either. Are you going to tell me or not?" The old madam was truly anxious as her voice grew in volume. By the end, she was almost shouting, disregarding anyone who cared to listen. Long Hung didn't grow angry, but waved his hand to dismiss people who had no business being there. The old female servants and young maids all understood and slowly retreated outside with a bow. Bai Xiangxiu was planning to leave as well, but Long Hung said, "Madam Bai, pour some tea." So he wasn't letting her leave? That's right, now that everyone else had gone, there wouldn't be anyone to serve them if she left too. Thus, she poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the little table by the old madam's side. Then, she blinked. "Do I leave now?" The old madam didn't care about that, but asked, "Is it something that others shouldn't know? Perhaps, that girl from the Lin family?" Her son had left this time to look for her, but came back with a body full of injuries. If this wasn't related to her, then what? Long Hung didn't conceal anything, revealing the entire story from beginning to end. Although he found the girl disagreeable, he didn't reveal how she'd been pressed beneath the body of that man from the Jianghu, or how her clothes had been nearly stripped bare. But the old madam still smote the table hard once she heard him speak.
The shockwaves were almost enough to send the teacups falling.
Bai Xiangxiu was worried that she'd burn her hand and quietly picked up the teacup, waiting until her temper settled before she put the teacup back.
Long Hong remained calm as he drank his tea without batting an eyelid.
She's done too much.
Not just too much, but something completely out of bounds from the novel.
But truthfully speaking, that number 2 supporting male was quite formidable, though his martial arts skills were slightly inferior to Long Heng's.
Still, what's the female lead doing? Can't she figure things out?
She actually went to help the person who kidnapped her, resulting in the male lead's injury.
How could the male lead like her after something like this? Admittedly, that really was like the female lead. A little white flower who couldn't keep her priorities straight. But didn't all the men fall for her because of that? When had that changed?
It might have been because of the male lead. Who knows how he'd found out about the circumstances behind the female lead fleeing that day? Maybe he'd changed then. In other words, when something like this happened before the male lead developed feelings for her, it was just like adding frost on top of snow. If things kept going like this, the story would completely change.
Could she still be a proper prophet then?
Bai Xiangxiu wrung her handkerchief as she stood on the side.
Once the story escaped from her grasp, what could she do? Keep hugging onto someone's thigh, or find a way to leave?
No, there was no place to go once she left the prince's estate.
Even surviving would become a Herculean task.
Moreover, she still had a chance to return as long as she pricked herself on the cactus on the same day she came. If she left this place, it'd be harder than before to get in again. Though the story had shifted, the male and female leads were still the same. She'd keep hugging a thigh and avoid courting disaster or becoming the target of jealousy.
What can possibly happen after that? Suicide? She didn't believe it.
After making her decision, she kept listening but inadvertently caught Long Hong glancing at her. Their gazes met in midair, but both of them averted their eyes before sparks could happen. The old madam had rapidly become indignant as she spoke. A woman like this who offends public decency can't marry into our family.
I'll go reject this marriage proposal right now. I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Minister Lin and Madam Lin naturally understand the state of their daughter's public standing. If we bring up canceling the marriage now, it'll completely destroy Miss Lin's reputation.
So they'll definitely oppose or delay the idea.
Long Heng's analysis was sober and practical, but when he looked up, it was to catch Madame Bai's surprised, disbelieving gaze.
She didn't seem to think he'd reject the marriage proposal.
That's right, this woman was entirely kind-hearted. No one in the estate had a dissenting opinion when it came to that particular tidbit. When a servant's house was destroyed in the floods, she'd even given her money in secret. If any of the servants had troubles, she made sure to help them. She really was a compassionate, uncontentious person who never offended anyone. But he'd incurred injuries for the sake of bringing that other woman back.
Shouldn't she worry about him before worrying about other people?
Thus, Long Hong was currently feeling jealous on behalf of a group of pitiful and clueless people. 1. Euphemism for being naked with each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 57, Teasing, a Practical Joke. Chapter 57, Teasing, a Practical Joke.
Bai Xiangxiu was unaware of the thoughts running through his head, otherwise her jaw would have bounced off the floor.
How was she kind?
It was true that she'd helped those servants, but that was just for appearance's sake, to improve relations between superiors and subordinates. As a modern-day girl, even if she didn't quite know these things, her parents would remind her. Whether it was friends or through WeChat, both taught you how to be a person that others wouldn't find annoying. Add that to her naturally placid disposition, it was rare that she displeased anyone. Because of that, the impression of her as a good Samaritan was only strengthened. Actually, she'd never considered herself as a particularly good person. Of course, she wasn't a villain either. The old madam doted on her son, but now his future wife had hurt him to this extent without even stepping through the door. Who knew what could happen once she did make that first step through the door? That girl would become her son's harbinger of bad luck. She shouldn't have arranged this marriage for him. But now that she had, the fact remained that it wasn't easy to reject this marriage anymore, just like her son had said. Leaving aside the emperor's trust in Minister Lin, there'd be trouble enough just dealing with Lady Lin. This matter has wronged you greatly, the old madam thought of that shameless daughter-in-law, before glancing at the well-mannered girl beside her. This girl had recently helped her with many things. Most importantly, she was neither conceited nor rash, but had a good temper. She was intimate towards the servants and never thought of putting on airs just because she held a bit of power. She treated everyone the same way, but didn't keep any money for herself in secret as a reward for her hard work. A girl like this was truly rare. It was obvious that her son had come here because he trusted her. How could it be as simple as because her place was close by? Though he truly was too attentive to a mere concubine, it was better than concentrating his attentions on that Miss Lin. He'd only left for a few days before coming back covered in blood. If he had to wed that star of ill fortune, it would be better to have someone by his side who could take care of him. Originally, the old madam had wanted her son to move somewhere else to rest, but when she spotted him sneaking glances at the girl demurely sitting on one side, she shook her head and spoke up.
It's not convenient for you to stay here. Why don't we get someone to lift you back?
Afterwards, she paused to study his expression. Seeing that he hadn't even budged an eyebrow, she added, but every place here can be considered your home. It's not easy to move you with those wounds, so recuperate here for 2 days first. The old madam pursed her lips. It's so hard to try to get the slightest reaction out of him. Time had changed her cute and docile son into someone who acted one way and thought another. It's just a pity for the person who'll have to wait on a patient like you. How would Bai Shangxiu dare voice a single complaint? Even if she did, she could only keep it buried deep in her heart. On the surface, she feigned a magnanimous air.
It's no problem at all, it's my duty to wait on the prince. Why aren't you getting your female lead to do it? Oh, that's right. Right now the male and female lead were at odds with each other.
Actually, the novel wrote that they often disagreed, though not to the point where the male lead wanted to reject the marriage.
He was always the pursuing party.
No matter how much trouble his little wife caused, he still accepted everything without question.
Hopefully, the story wouldn't change to the point where she couldn't predict things.
Once it changed to that degree, she wouldn't know how to deal with anything. The old madam spoke with Long Hung some more before sensing how low his energy actually was. She took her leave reluctantly, urging Bai Shangxiu many times to take good care of him before she finally departed. Bai Shangxiu's mouth responded that she'd definitely complete the task, but her heart was furiously thinking of ways to get as far away from the job as possible. If she couldn't do that, then she'd just show her face for a pass instead. She assumed that the servants could take care of everything, so why would a mistress and concubine like herself need to show off her skills? But that guy just wouldn't let her rest. Even when it came to meals, she had to serve him. Besides going to the lavatory, which Shure took care of, she had to be on the scene constantly. Whenever she left, there'd always be an old female servant or two urging her back to take care of the prince's this or that. She could only sit meekly next to the prince on the bed as he laid back, reading books. Tea and drinks were always at hand, so there really was nothing else to do. In the end, she picked up the embroidery she was learning and started to sew. Because life in ancient times was truly boring, there were boundless areas to explore in the field of needlework. Meanwhile, Long Hung wasn't reading at all on the bed, but rather just holding a book as a cover for admiring a beauty. She looked rather beautiful as she quietly sat there, much like a picturesque painting. But wait, why did she suddenly stiffen and cry out? Why are you so careless? Come here, let me have a look. Long Hung furrowed his brows as he called out to her, regardless of whether she wanted to come or not. In the past, Bai Shangxiu had spent her days with plants. Though she had contact with men, none of them were as young as Long Hong or possessed his uncommonly heroic bearing. Most importantly, his aura was too strong. She only hesitated briefly before her heart and body dutifully shuffled over. Still standing at a distance, she stretched out her finger, a drop of blood welling up from the tip. She hastily turned her head to the side, like she was trying to avoid a set of gallows in front of her. Long Hong didn't have any ulterior motives, only the honest intention to check the depth of her injury. But after he saw her acting shy enough to want to burrow into the ground, he unexpectedly grabbed onto her finger. It was obvious how her body stiffened, so as a mischievous joke, he stuck her finger into his mouth. The soft and delicate sensation he held carefully in his hand versus the slightly gory and sweet taste in his mouth caused Long Hang's face to heat up, but he calmed down as soon as he saw that she looked even more nervous than he felt. He kept on teasing her. Until that face, and that hand, and even the skin on that skin turned pink. Even then, he didn't let go. There was no one else in the room, giving him ample time to do as he liked. However, his leg was still injured, or else he wouldn't have just stopped at that. P.R. Prince, you, let go of this concubine first. What was the male lead doing? Were his hormones suddenly acting up violently? Not only was he holding her finger in his mouth, but he was also teasing her like playing with a cat. As a very proper girl who'd never acted foolishly, she almost couldn't take it. What should she do now? What to do since her legs were turning weak? This body of hers, wasn't it too oversensitive? Or was this just very stimulating? She didn't understand anything at all, she just had overwhelming urge to flee. But Long Heng's hand maintained its grip on her finger, neither firm nor loose. A tiny strength like hers wasn't enough to escape him. She felt like crying but had no tears, but heard the voice of a savior from outside.
Your Highness, Senior Madam is here.
She's asking whether she can come in to look after your injury. The Senior Madam was the mistress of Spring Garden. Bai Xiangxiu didn't have a good impression of her in the beginning, but she was quickly beginning to revise her opinion of this woman.
She certainly had an exquisite sense of timing.
Bai Xiangxiu was this close to kneeling on the ground in thanks. A glance down at the bed revealed that the male lead Long Heng's eyes were flashing with reluctance. His grip had slackened as well, allowing her to finally rest her hand free with a red face. No, this concubine will go receive Senior Madam. Long Heng found her flustered, fleeing state very amusing. The corners of his lips slowly drew upwards.
Who would have thought that teasing women would be something as fun like this?
Or rather, teasing her was something as fun as this.
AAS for other women.
He looked at his leg and decided it was better if other women didn't touch it.
Aside from this woman, all others were either annoyances or threats. See now, another hindrance has arrived.
Actually, he could have said he didn't want to see her, but his anxiety had kept him from speaking up in time. Meanwhile, the nervous Madame Bai had rushed out to receive the guest. In this situation, there was no choice but to meet the other woman.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 58, Scapegoat, Task. Chapter 58, Scapegoat, Task.
The Senior Madam hadn't expected Madame Bai to personally receive her, much less that she'd have an opportunity to see the prince.
Typically, he didn't like to see the rest of them. Sometimes even the gifts they sent would be tossed out as well.
Recently, she'd angered the prince because of Madame Bai, so she expected that Madame Bai would either cause her difficulty this time, or that the prince would chase her away. Still, she was the daughter of a merchant and skilled in schemes, so she smiled and said, I don't dare have fourth madam come out and personally receive me.
The prince is our highest priority. How is his injury doing?
Much better. Senior Madam, please come in. Bai Xiangxiu treated her as a savior as she hastened to welcome her inside. Unexpectedly, the male lead reverted to his persona from the novel as soon as the Senior Madam entered the room. His expression was impassive as he simply raised an eyebrow at the Senior Madam paying her respects.
It's just a minor issue, so what are you doing peeking here and poking there? Go back and stay in your courtyard, don't run about all the time. Right, this is the male lead's normal personality.
Utterly unfeeling towards his concubines, he neither listened nor asked about them. In the end though, he'd set them free. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for being so cold-blooded. It had been old Madam who'd brought these women home, so he naturally had to make some sacrifices for the sake of loving the female lead. Thus, he'd chosen to sacrifice these women.
Actually, they could still marry again after being sent away.
It was just that they couldn't bear to leave the prince's estate, that's all. The Senior Madam immediately felt her face burn with humiliation. She cautiously replied, Your Highness, this concubine only heard that the fourth madam hasn't been sleeping well these past days, so I wanted to see her.
I didn't run about.
I never knew you two had such good sisterly relations. As he spoke, he glanced towards Madame Bai, whose face was full of surprise. She too didn't seem aware of when her relations with the Senior Madam had grown so warm.
Long Heng inwardly shook his head. This Madame Bai really was too simple. If she tried to scheme against these women, she'd probably be devoured until there was nothing left.
For better or worse, he was her man, so he should protect her a bit.
Your Highness, little fourth sister is a very likable person. Who in this estate doesn't have a good relationship with her?
Praising the currently powerful Madame Bai was also a way to leave a good impression with the prince. As it turned out, Long Heng's mood really did improve after hearing her praise. He liked hearing others compliment Madame Bai, and even felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Even he wasn't sure what was up with that.
But he was still vexed by this woman acting as a hindrance, so he curtly said, I know. If you really want to help her, then take care of Lu Dejia's matters.
When he finished, he looked at Madame Bai. She'd been assisting the old madam with household duties, so she had had a certain amount of authority.
How would she feel if it was snatched out of her hands?
This was a good way to sound her out, but he discovered that the expression of the person in question didn't even flicker. Instead, she seemed to think that it was great news for someone else to help out, so there was no need to fight for anything at all.
He really was trying to pick a quarrel when there was none.
He shouldn't have tried to sound Madame Bai out when her heart had long been pure enough to make him set aside all his worries. The Senior Madam was naturally happy to suddenly receive an errand.
She'd been a thoroughly idle person ever since she'd arrived to this estate.
It was obvious that a new estate needed people to manage all sorts of affairs, but old Madame was firm and staunch in her cautiousness and didn't call on any of the new concubines to help out. In the end, she finally decided to cultivate an assistant, but it wasn't the senior madam. Hearing the prince's instructions, she agreed to take care of Lu Daijia's matters without bothering to see whether Madame Bai was willing or not.
Lu Daijia's matter was neither simple nor complicated.
He used to be a former subordinate of Long Heng's father. He'd continued following Long Hong throughout the years, so when the family properties were split up into this prince's estate, he came along too. Because he'd gotten used to being raised in the prince's estate during the past couple of years, he'd grown boastful. Add to that the fact that his sons managed various things in the estate, he'd become further unbridled and unscrupulous to boot.
He'd receive his monthly stipend even if he didn't do anything.
When he did, he would buy alcohol instead of giving it to his wife and children.
Moreover, the older he grew, the more muddle-headed he became.
A man who was over 50 years old still went to dinner parties with sing-song girls and even brought back a girl from the brothel to be his concubine.
Lu Daijia's wife used to be the old madam's servant girl.
When she saw that he was growing old and disreputable, she'd brought along her servant girl to report to the old madam. The old madam felt that it was inconvenient for her to manage this affair, so she'd handed it off to Bai Shangxiu. Bai Shangxiu found it difficult as well, so she'd been furrowing her brows that morning when she fed Long Hong porridge. Long Hong had pried the details from her after some questioning, and promptly passed the difficult task on to the senior madam to handle. The senior madam didn't care about the difficulty of the task she'd received. She was still young, around 16 to 17 years old. How could she compare to Bai Shangxiu, who'd read countless books in the modern world and was capable of keeping her composure? Thus, after she received this errand, the news spread around the estate till everyone knew about it. Some people were jealous, while others found it odd. Still others poured themselves a cup of tea and waited to watch the show. Bai Shangxiu was one of those waiting for the show to start. She was currently drinking tea and wondering how the senior madam would handle the matter. This Lu Daijia wasn't easy to deal with. Every time he opened his mouth, it was to talk about Long Heng's father. When forced to a corner, he'd start cursing randomly, so an impatient person or someone not used to those situations would find it difficult to handle him. If you did decide to rebut his words, the people outside might say the prince's household couldn't tolerate their old subordinates or something similar. Then they'd be accused of not showing benevolence towards former subordinates. However, it was impossible to coax Madame Lu to intervene either. Moreover, if she went to stir up trouble with the old madam would definitely be unhappy. So, Bai Shangxiu turned her attention to the man lying on the bed with his black hair draped all over.
Is he helping me?
Actually, he was well worth a second look like this. His coldly handsome face seemed extremely serious and respectable with his hair done up, but when it was loose, he was rather bewitching. This was especially true when he lifted his head time and time again to reveal the sliver of warmth within those fathomless eyes.
Ah! Had she been staring at him for a long time?
Her face quietly flushed before she bent her head and continued with her embroidery, but it was too late. Long Hong had long discovered her secretly spying on him. His heart felt anxious as well, so it was only after she lowered her head that he asked, "If it was you, how would you deal with Lu Daijia's matter?" Technically, he shouldn't ask too much about internal household affairs, but he was very curious about her views.
"I haven't thought it through yet."
Bai Shangxiu spoke truthfully, though her words were so unenthused that it turned her face a bit red. Long Hong laughed, the sound akin to the ice disappearing and the snow melting away. Even Bai Shangxiu, who never thought she was the love-struck type, felt dazzled. Fortunately, she wasn't poking her needle downwards when he smiled, or else she'd definitely have stabbed her own finger instead. Long Heng's heart warmed at the sight of her coy self that he actually threw back the covers to get off the bed, hoping to walk to her side. If he could touch her blushing face, he was sure that vivid skin would be a very comfortable sensation. But as soon as he stood up, his brows wrinkled. Bai Shangxiu also rose to her feet in a rush and shouted for sure. The prince couldn't get off the bed during his recuperation other than to relieve himself or something similar. Still, he needed Shure to help him with that as well. After calling for Shure, she hurriedly withdrew. Her own rooms had an inner chamber that was used for washing her face, rinsing her mouth, and for convenience's sake at night. It was only separated by a folding screen though, so she had to hide away in a side room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 59, Trouble, Hacking at Someone. Chapter 59, Trouble, Hacking at Someone.
When Shure came in, he saw that his prince's face was black. Before he even opened his mouth to ask if the prince needed to use the toilet, he was met with a terrifying glare. It frightened him out of his wits, and he hastily fell to his knees.
"Get out! Feeling slightly dejected, Long Han laid back on the bed.
He didn't know where to begin with this woman. Her thoughts never seemed to be on the same page as him. He'd obviously wanted to be intimate with her, but little did he expect her to react quickly enough to find an excuse to run away. But wait, that couldn't be right. She shouldn't be making excuses. No matter how one looked at it, he was her man. Who would be scared of getting intimate with their man? Therefore, what a silly girl. Long Han shook his head helplessly and leaned back into his sheets. Why couldn't she be like the other women and try to please him a little? It wasn't as if he was difficult to approach. However, when he looked down at his leg again, what good was there in pleasing him when he was currently still injured? Although he wasn't the type to strive for perfection, he still would not wish for his first time to be brought to a premature end because of his injuries. After waiting for 2 days, his leg finally healed enough for him to get out of bed and walk around. While there was still some lingering pain, it didn't act as much of a hindrance. However, he had gotten used to living at Bai Shangshou's place and did not feel like moving. The 2 days he had stayed here had given him the idea to move her to a larger abode. This place was very small to begin with, even before she started planting flowers and plants that took up quite some space. Although the air here was really fresh, it never quite stately enough for a grown man like him. Before he could find a chance to bring it up with Bai Shangxiu, who was doing her best to imitate a silent sculpture, an old servant rushed in to speak with her.
Oh no, mistress.
Boss Lu has barged into the inner residence and claims that he wants to murder First Madam.
Ah? Murder? What on earth has happened?
She unconsciously took a glance at the male lead. He was the one who had ordered First Madam to take care of the issue. Now that something had gone wrong, what would happen?
Speak properly, what actually happened?
Long Hong took a seat, his expression akin to one awaiting a good show as the corner of his mouth lifted. This issue was already difficult to handle from the start, and luckily, it had been passed on to someone else. Let's see how she handles this, when the person has even barged to the inner residence. Sitting close to him, it was impossible for Bai Shangxiu to not see the corners of his lips betray his amusement. She could not help but shiver.
No wonder he's the male lead. He's all dark and evil inside.
As a matter of fact, while the author had mentioned in the novel that the male lead had a dominant temperament, in truth he did not behave in this way with everything and everyone. He was actually sly and calculating, and was used to setting up others.
Therefore, had the unlucky First Madam been set up by him?
However, when the old servant finished recounting the incident, Bai Shangxiu felt that instead of him setting up the First Madam had been the one who'd set herself up. After receiving the errand, she had brazenly sought out Boss Lu and reprimanded him to his face. After all, she was the master and should act accordingly.
Boss Lu was utterly unrepentant, but there was nothing he could do.
Feeling wronged, he hit the bottle as soon as he got home, culminating in a gigantic fight with Mrs. Lu, going so far as to hit her. Never had he thought that with the relentless verbal and physical abuse, Mrs. Lu was far too emotionally hurt, and went to seek the First Madam, knowing well that the old madam couldn't care less. First Madam, on the other hand, decided to meddle in their affairs and actually ordered someone to sell off Boss Lu's concubine.
Mrs. Lu was satisfied with the results, but this completely enraged Boss Lu.
He did not dare seek out First Madam and went instead to confront his wife. The confrontation did not start or end well, since Mrs. Lu was beaten black and blue with a few punches and kicks. Not even their son could pull him off.
The beating was not enough to vent Boss Lu's anger, and he ran out immediately after to find his concubine.
The abuse had thrown Mrs. Lu into emotional despair, and in the middle of the night, she drank rat poison and passed away immediately. When Boss Lu arrived home, he was still full of pent-up anger and resentment. He had thought of questioning Mrs. Lu as to the whereabouts of his concubine so he could pay the ransom and bring her back, but when he gave the body a shove, rigor mortis had already set in. It was at this moment that he began to panic. When his sons, who had rushed home after hearing the news, berated him for what he'd done, he pushed the blame for the incident onto the First Madam, who had handled the case. As a mere concubine, even if she was the master, she had gone too far with her meddling. She had been the reason why someone had drunk poison to take their own life. Boss Lu had a brutish demeanor, but had always assumed an air of authority as a former soldier of the household. Now that his family was ruined and his wife was dead, he had to take it out on someone, and the first person that came to mind was the domineering First Madam, who always put on airs in front of him. She was just a young lady, but with a few casual words she'd managed to ruin his family.
This incident certainly could not be let down without some justification.
Thus, with his family ruined, Boss Lu had completely lost any semblance of self-control.
He barged into the inner residence wielding a knife.
The inner residence originally has a rule forbidding individuals to enter while carrying knives, however the guards had no idea that Boss Lu had come to make trouble. They just thought he'd come to look for his son and let him in without further ado. Who would have thought that the moment he came in, he would start waving his knife, threatening to chop First Madam into pieces? At the moment, he was restrained just outside the First Madam's summer garden. Subsequently, someone had been sent to report the incident to the prince and mistress Bai, who was currently in charge. Bai Shangxiu furrowed her brow. This is certainly a difficult task to handle.
As someone from the modern period, Boss Lu was undoubtedly someone she looked down on.
He was already a man in his 50s, and yet he had struck his wife who had been with him for half of his life.
What a scumbag! However, that First Madam had overreached on her authority too. You're just a concubine. Why can't you see where your place is?
The old madam and the prince were the actual masters of this household. She was allowed to handle the incident as she wished, but she would always only be an instrument of their will, acting on their behalf. To forcefully sell off another person's concubine, even the old madam would have thought twice about such an action.
This concubine will go and take a look.
Since the incident had already happened, as the proxy in charge, she had no choice but to step forward.
However, Long Hong was uneasy about letting her go.
Boss Lu had barged into a residence with a knife in his hands.
Even though he was restrained now, what would happen if he got agitated and frightened her?
He silently cursed. He shouldn't have hurt his leg for the sake of that Ling Xianzi. Now he couldn't even stay by her side now to protect her.
He glanced at Sure, go and accompany Fourth Madam.
If that Boss Lu stirs up trouble again, cripple him immediately.
Yes, Your Highness.
Sure had practiced a few years of martial arts, and while he was far from a master, he was more than enough to deal with someone like Boss Lu. Moreover, he was very well aware that Fourth Madam was the prince's darling, so he didn't dare treat this matter lightly. Bai Shangxiu then brought along Xiao Shi, Yi Mama, and Shure to the First Madam's summer garden. She arrived to find the main doors still tightly shut, and Boss Lu restrained on the ground. From the stream of curses that fell from his mouth, he was apparently refusing to concede. This was the first time Bai Shangxiu heard someone from the olden period cursing, or even using unpleasant words. Words like whore, bitch, and cow were being tossed out without regard, one after the other. Shure's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Fourth Madam frowning.
Quickly running over to Boss Lu, Shure gave his but a hard kick and fiercely exclaimed, "What vulgarities are you spewing here? Fourth Madam has arrived. If you say anything bad, be careful of your head."
The only person in this household who had the authority to sentence a beheading was the prince, and everyone knew that the gorgeous mistress Bai was the darling of the prince. No one would dare to offend her. Boss Lu finally stopped cursing, but still resentfully exclaimed, "It doesn't matter who is here, they still have to talk reason. Because of that bitch inside, my wife is dead and my sons are leaving.
My family is now gone.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 60, Decisive, Establish Prestige and Lecturing Others. Chapter 60, Decisive, Establish Prestige and Lecturing Others. Oi, scumbag, isn't the breakup of your family a result of your own actions? Would your wife feel the need to die if you hadn't brought back a concubine when you're almost 50? Isn't that also why you've been estranged from your sons?
However, Bai Shangxiu wisely didn't let those words spill out, simply saying, "Boss Lu, I already know about your family matters."
But what does this behavior of running into the estate screaming about murder mean? Shouldn't you be making funeral arrangements at home?
Someone moved an embroidered stool over for Bai Shangxiu, and she gracefully took a seat. This was the first time the family had seen this aspect of Madame Xiu, and the same thought occurred them. How is this person mortal? She's clearly a fairy.
No wonder the prince is so fond of her, eh? What man wouldn't like this kind of woman that has beauty and brains?
As for the senior madam, they started to shake their heads. She had already opened her mouth to speak. She had clearly been frightened speechless moments ago. Now that someone had arrived who would be on her side, she summoned her courage to shriek, "This barbarian, he killed his own wife by infuriating her and now raises a knife to hack at me, an unrelated person." The senior madam felt extremely wronged. Why had she met such an unreasonable person when she was in charge of doing something for the first time? "Sister, please don't speak anymore." Saying such words at that moment, did she want the fraying situation to disintegrate further? As expected, Boss Lu began to furiously struggle, and his speech grew more uncouth towards the First Madam. "If it wasn't for you, the bitch urging her on, would she have the gall to do all this? Why don't you have the prince sell you off too and see how that feels?" So it turned out that the concubine's matter was still foremost on his mind. Bai Shangxiu spoke gently, "Enough, the prince's complex isn't the kind of place for you to scream and make a scene. If you continue to make a scene, you may well be punished with the truncheons." As she gazed at Boss Lu, Bai Shangxiu gestured to the side. "Don't press him down like that, allow him to lift his head." Once Boss Lu felt his shoulders loosen, he immediately lifted his head. He had never seen this fourth madam of the prince before, but this one glimpse convinced him that his life had been wasted. A man should marry someone like this beautiful young woman in front of him to have truly lived life.
What a pity. But something was amiss.
There were many rumors that the fourth madam had a soft temperament.
Then, why did that deep gaze cause panic to rise from deep within? It was making his heart pound so.
He hurriedly dropped his eyes, and didn't even dare to look directly at her.
Please preside over this, fourth madam.
He had followed Long Hong for many years, so he knew whom he could offend, and those whom he couldn't offend.
The fourth madam, based off countenance alone, was someone he couldn't offend. What can I preside over for you? Your family needs to be buried, yet you're here making a scene. AI, sighed by Xiang.
She hadn't been the kind of person who could put on an act, but she had learned well in the few months since she'd arrived. Skills like those were best learned under pressure.
Everything was all caused by the woman inside. You must avenge my wife. Pooh. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but chuckle.
Although she didn't like the first madam, she disliked scum like this even more.
Regardless, he did have a certain point.
If the first madam hadn't supported Mrs. Lu with such happy conviction, Mrs. Lu definitely wouldn't have dared sell off that concubine so easily. It was one of the old madam's servants on one side, and an old servant of yesteryear on the other. Thus, it was understandable that the first madam had chosen to help Boss Lu's wife.
Yet regrettably, they never imagined that Boss Lu was such an unreasonable troublemaker. Boss Lu, was senior madam carrying a knife to hack at your wife, or forcing her to consume poison? If it wasn't the matter of you taking a concubine, how would she have ever committed suicide to leave the world?
Men should shoulder their share of responsibility, but you dump the entire responsibility on the senior madam.
Aren't your cheeks burning with humiliation?
Her words were so shrewd and to the point that even Long Hong, who'd come by out of worry, felt like an extraneous fixture. He had always felt that she had too soft a personality, so he'd be unable to sit still and had sent for a litter. He stopped a ways away when he saw that she more or less had the situation under control. He felt that it would actually be bad for a man to appear and interfere in the matters of the rear court, so he took a seat in a nearby pavilion to watch the proceedings. He'd be able to make a timely move if anything cropped up. Only Shure understood what was happening as he glanced over. He quickly shifted his glance elsewhere, deathly afraid that the prince would take him to task for loss of face. However, he discovered that the prince was still glaring at him, and Shure's legs and stomach began to tremble.
Long Hong retracted his admonishing gaze from Shure.
He felt that Neibai looked to be beautifully sharp at the moment, but still carrying a touch of tranquility amidst her cool-headedness. Even if she looked formidable, he still felt that she was merely bluffing. Being able to act to this extent was a result of her excellent upbringing. Alright, sometimes men were so sure of themselves that they rather run into a wall than turn around.
Long Hong was unfortunately this kind of person. Regrettably, he himself would never admit that.
He watched quietly, wanting to wait until she dealt with matters before leaving.
As he continued to listen in, Boss Lu remained unconvinced. Madam Xiao, you must speak reasonably.
A man taking a concubine is as natural as the heaven's law and earth's principles.
It's not proper for a married woman to oversee too much.
It's not like I starved her, and I kept her in comfort with maids and old servants.
Why couldn't she accept another woman?
Bai Xiangxiu felt that it was completely impossible to get through to this man. However, he also represented the way of thinking for all the men in this world. As their pockets grew, so did their desire to support several more women. If they didn't, their friends would say that they were henpecked.
Oh? Did you ever imagine what kind of experience it was for her? Ultimately discarded after spending a lifetime with you?
Nobody can prevent you from seeking out a concubine, yet you cannot despise your own wife like that. She bore and raised children for you, and helped operate the family business for you. All she wanted was only for the two of you to love each other and keep each other company for the rest of your lives.
But you keep company with another girl and degrade her to a housekeeper. Which woman would accept this calmly and without anger?
The senior madam does have some fault in this matter, but you are also to blame.
She kept going, not giving Boss Lu a chance to speak. Now you've stormed into the inner residence of the prince's estate without authority and challenged the prince's authority.
It will be difficult to pacify public anger if you are not punished. From henceforth, you no longer need to live within the prince's estate.
Instead, look for a location outside to properly live out the rest of your life. Senior madam was also in the wrong. I will punish her and return your concubine.
You can spend your days well with her from now on.
Bai Xiangxiu waved her arm, signifying that people could drag Boss Lu away. Boss Lu never imagined there'd be a day that he would be driven away.
He was stunned for a moment, before indignantly bursting out.
You women are too heartless. Which hole were you still stooping in when I followed the old master to the north and west to conquer the lands?
Wanting to kick me out at such a time, I've never seen such ungrateful people like you. Bai Xiangxiu nearly laughed in her anger. However, she kept her composure and didn't show fear.
Ha, what do you mean by being ungrateful? Are you implicating the prince?
Since you're speaking like this, then let us settle all the accounts. She rose to her feet and took a few steps forward. You are an old guard of the household.
I wonder if you still remember what kind of punishment is due for a crime of breaking into the inner residence, and wielding a weapon to boot.
Sure, give Boss Lu a recount. Sure spoke at once. Unless the prince or the old madam permits otherwise, those privately carrying a lethal weapon and storming the inner residence will be beaten to death, thrown into the mass grave, and will not be honored with a burial.
And what punishment fits the crime of insulting the master of the inner residence?
Bai Xiangxiu was well aware of these rules for fear of accidental violation and her inevitable death as a result. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Punishment, Supporting Male Visits a Patient. Chapter 61, Punishment, Supporting Male Visits a Patient. Removal of the tongue and 50 canings. In order to lighten his own punishment, Shuer did his best to help Bai Xiangxiu find her ground with a booming voice. It made him seem quite imposing. Without mentioning anything else, but these two alone are enough to leave you without a whole body.
So are we really lacking in gratitude?
Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Boss Lu. She wanted to be fierce and did her best to weave killing intent into her gaze, but she forgot that she was a sweet and coquettish beauty. A single look from her nearly caused Long Han to lose his soul as his entire body turned feverish. What now? He really wanted the beauty to stare at him like that again. Those overly seductive eyes were tender and full of charm. It was enough to make a person's heart skip a few beats. How could Boss Lu believe that such a delicate, pretty young girl was capable of killing anyone? Besides, she was only a concubine. Even if she'd slept with the master before, she still wouldn't be the true mistress of the house.
He couldn't accept this outcome.
He'd always felt that the prince wouldn't treat him too heartlessly because he was an old friend of the prince's father. Thus, he threw off his own steward so he could rush forward to explain. He really hadn't planned on doing anything to her. She was the prince's woman, after all.
He couldn't be too excessive.
That's what he thought, but when he suddenly rushed forward, a certain prince spying on the situation took things in a completely different manner. Even if this was his father's old subordinate, Boss Lu was displaying too much gall. He even dared to touch her. Long Han wasn't an impulsive man, but when he did get worked up, someone was going to end up bleeding. He didn't have an appropriate projectile close at hand, so he slammed his palm down on the stone table, shattering it into pieces. Quick as a flash, he snatched one of the pieces and hurled it at Boss Lu. Fortunately, he held back his strength, or else Boss Lu would have died on the spot. Even so, the piece of stone crushed his leg, causing him to collapse on the ground howling like a beastly demon. The sudden violence and immediate stench of blood was all too much. Even his bones were poking out of his leg, as though the lacerated skin bled freely. As a normal city dweller of the modern world, Bai Xiangxiu really wasn't used to seeing so much blood. It was very clear that she was frightened, as panic was written all over her face. Long Heng's heart gave a start at the sight of her panicked expression. He immediately berated himself for being so impulsive. She was famous for her timidity, so this had probably scared her badly. His heart shook before he pushed off the stone table and fled the scene. His heart was still beating uncontrollably even when he landed on the ground. He wasn't even afraid of 1,000,000 armed forces from the enemy, but why did he fear her mournful gaze? Still, she shouldn't have discovered that it was him who did it, right? It'd be best if she didn't. In the future he'd have to make sure no one spread news of this. If she got wind of it, she might just go and assume he was a brutal, vicious man. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangxiu was rather grateful to the person who'd saved her. Although Boss Lu had been beaten to a pitiful state, he looked as if he was about to rush up and kill her just then. If not for the person who made a move, she might have been throttled to death. But when she looked over, all she saw were two stewards standing in a pavilion, caught in a dilemma. They seemed like they wanted to leave, but were reluctant to go and only stood there stiffly. When they noticed her looking over, they bowed in greeting. As they viewed things, Madame Xiu was looking at their master. They were just the ornamentation. But why was her gaze resting on them? There was even a small but grateful smile. Wasn't she thanking the wrong person? She should thank the prince, they thought as they turned to look at him. Only to see an empty spot. Where did their prince go? When did he disappear without a trace? A perfectly living person had vanished beneath their very eyes.
Didn't that send cold sweat creeping down their backs?
Bai Xiangxiu couldn't tell that they were trembling and out of sorts, so she said, "Take this person away. Throw him out of the estate after his wounds are tended to." This was already the greatest extent of her leniency.
Boss Lu was in so much pain that he was about to faint.
He had no idea what was happening, but was carried out just like that, leaving behind a trail of blood. Bai Xiangxiu had finally figured out what her problem was. Ever since she saw that servant girl being beaten to death, she'd acquired the tendency to feel sick at the sight of blood. No wonder she always felt lightheaded and dizzy when her period came. It was the exact same situation now. As she swayed in place, Xiao anxiously rushed forward to support her.
"Madam Xiao, hold on. Your servant will call a doctor over right away."
She must have been frightened again, Xiao thought.
Did they need to find a doctor just for her feeling faint?
No need, just take me around the flower gardens for a stroll.
We'll go back when I'm feeling better.
Bai Xiangxiu extended her hand, and Xiao supported her shaky steps to the gardens to sit down. The weather had turned very cold by now, but she just sat on the icy stone bench as it seemed to help her calm down.
Feeling distressed, Xiao said, "How can this be any good? You'll catch a chill. It's no trouble.
Come closer, Xiao, let me lean on you." She really was extremely dizzy and could only lean on Xiao to recover.
"What's happened to you?"
A warm voice filled with a hint of another feeling rose up from nearby, startling Bai Xiangxiu into immediately sitting up. Even if it was a secret love, it was still her first one and someone she dearly wished for in the past. Although there was no hope anymore, she had once wanted to marry him. Thus, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't feel ill at ease at this new intrusion. The other man seemed even more uneasy, but he was also worried. Originally, he had come to call on the injured Long Hong, only to hear that he was recuperating at Madame Xiu's. That single sentence had been enough to leave his heart flustered and restless, so he was unable to enter the winter garden. He was planning to walk around until his heart calmed down. But he'd run into her instead. He felt very uncomfortable at the sight of her ashen face. His heart spasmed with a twinge of pain, so he couldn't help but come over for a closer look. When he saw her lift her face, he felt that she'd gotten much skinnier and looked even more pitiful than before. Those red-rimmed eyes especially looked like they could shed tears at any moment.
Song Jiaoyue's brows furrowed minutely and asked, "What happened?"
Nothing. Bai Xiangxiu really thought it wasn't a big deal and not worth mentioning. Madame Xiu suffered a fright. Xiao didn't treat Song Jiaoyue as an outsider since he was their master's good friend and often showed up at the estate. His temper was good too, and he was easy to talk to, so there were no taboos about him.
How was she frightened?
Song Jiaoyue subconsciously assumed that Long Heng's violent temper must have startled her again.
He couldn't help but feel distressed for her sake.
I wasn't. Bai Xiangxiu thought it wasn't good to talk about the estate's affairs, but the servant girl by her side couldn't hold back her belly of discontent. It was just a servant that nearly knocked Madame Xiu over. Then the stewards broke his leg, and blood was everywhere. She glanced at Bai Xiangxiu before shutting her mouth. Actually, Xiao was feeling bad for her mistress as well, but she couldn't figure out a way to help Bai Xiangxiu.
Bai Xiangxiu felt like she was about to drown in Song Jiaoyue's penetrating gaze.
She quickly stood up and said, "Let's go." She couldn't go back now, her head was too dizzy. Her body wavered and fell backwards. Xiao's hands went out to catch her, but couldn't reach her. Just when both of them were about to fall, Song Jiaoyue hastily reached out to support them. He was a martial arts practitioner and moved quickly, so he caught both women against his body. But the person he was holding was Bai Xiangxiu, who herself was holding on to Xiao. A sweet and treasured body as delicate as jade filled his embrace, the very person he'd been thinking of these past few nights.
Song Jiaoyue only felt his heart constrict as his entire body stiffened.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 62, Clever, Jiaoyue hides his feelings. Chapter 62, Clever, Jiaoyue hides his feelings.
The fragrance emanating from Bai Xiangxiu's body differed from that of other women. It was fresh and pure like pine and bamboo or cypress, a scent one could only find high in the mountains. The perfume from Rouge was so light as to be almost non-existent.
Just where did one raise a girl like this, so sweet and soft to the point she didn't even seem to have any bones?
He subconsciously tightened his grip, worried that she'd fall. By the side, the page boy by his side found the situation amiss.
Where was this? The prince's estate. He could tell that his master's expression looked fascinated and affected. If anything happened, wouldn't it offend that strict and rigorous prince? So he hastened to say, "Big sister servant, why aren't you getting up yet? Sir, you haven't been hurt, right?" Song Jiayue laughed bitterly as he let go.
Still, his heart ached, a dull pain that never seemed to subside. If possible, he really wanted to hold her for the rest of his life.
Xiaoshi really was frightened and jumped up like a hare. Madame Xiao, are you all right? Did this servant hurt or crash into you? I'm all right. Has Sir Song been injured?
When Bai Shangxiu saw Xiaoshi get up, she hastened to follow and dutifully backed away, a marked difference from her behavior before of wanting to get close to him. At this point, Song Jiayue seemed to understand why he'd felt a trace of unease when they'd first met. It was because she had been secretly staring at him. He actually felt unused to her lack of attention now, but at the same time, he began to respect this woman. She could put down her feelings just as she'd taken them up and adapt to the circumstances. What a great difference when compared to him. Song Jiayue felt that he was a man who could only pick someone up and never let them go. I'm fine, but you have to take good care of yourself. His reply was polite but stilted, and he didn't dare look at her face anymore. Bai Shangxiu immediately changed the subject.
Why did Sir Song come by? Song Jiayue also replied instantly. Naturally, to inquire after the prince's injury. Is he better now?
Already much better, please come this way. Bai Shangxiu was slightly ill at ease. She kept getting the feeling that Sir Song's gaze was scorching hot.
But that had to be a misconception. After all, didn't he feel nothing? He had no heart.
Since he was heartless, she shouldn't think too much either, or else it'd turn everything into a mess. She led the way forward like a mistress of the household, while Song Jiayue watched her from behind. Her figure was slender and pretty, her long hair dutifully piled up on her head to expose a spotlessly white nape. This Madame Xiao's beauty certainly had no equal. No one would be able to ignore her when they faced her. Even Long Hong, his ice-cold friend, was no exception. He only hoped that the other could love her a bit more tenderly. Soon enough, they arrived at Winter Garden. The doors to the courtyard were wide open, since more people had come to visit since the prince was resting here. Bai Shangxiu walked in first and found the prince still sitting properly on his bed, reading a book. She had no idea he'd gone out earlier, and made a pretense of asking, Your Highness, Sir Song has arrived to call on you.
I don't know if he should come in, or you should go out?
It was obvious that an injured patient shouldn't go out, but she had no idea that his recent headstrong actions had worsened his injury to the point where he couldn't walk.
Let him come in, you can go rest. After taking care of matters, she hadn't come back quickly but had run into Song Jiayue instead?
He didn't know why, but his heart constricted again. He was uncomfortable.
Soon afterwards, someone led Song Jiayue inside. Song Jiayue had long recovered to his usual self and smiled as soon as he entered.
Just where did you get all these injuries? Although he'd walked in carelessly, his eyes were still darting around to all corners of the room.
This used to be her sleeping quarters, no?
But why were there so many flowers and plants in here, to the point that it seemed a little strange? Still, they smelled very nice, as if he'd entered a garden in the full bloom of spring again. His mood instantly improved as he sat by Long Hang's side to look at his friend. The upturned corners of his lips proved that their owner was feeling happy.
Long Hung only said a few words, it's just a minor injury. Look at you, you've come visiting this prince's estate ever since it was built. How did you lose your way into Summer Garden? Summer Garden? Shoot, he must be overthinking things. He hastily smiled and said, How could I not know where Summer Garden is? You're rampantly underestimating my memory.
I heard that you were treating your wounds elsewhere, so I took a detour. On my way, I happened to meet. He paused as he saw Long Hang's pupils violently contract.
Song Jiayue inwardly clenched his fists.
Indeed, the other valued her, so he continued. Madame Xiao seemed like she was about to faint, so I supported her for a bit before we both went this way. It was better to reveal how he'd held her without trying to hide it, rather than have someone else use it as a pretext for gossip in the future. After all, they couldn't be sure that no one else had seen them at that moment.
Faint?
Long Hung grew worried, though not a trace of it appeared on his face. As a man, he naturally refused to be anyone's laughingstock, but his heart was filled with anxiety.
Precisely. Let's not talk about that. Were your injuries caused by that person from the Lin family?
Song Jiayue intentionally changed the topic and saw Long Hang's expression completely change. Honestly speaking, that Miss Lin was really impressive if she could cause his friend's face to change like this.
This was an unpleasant topic as well. It was obvious Long Hung didn't want to talk about the details. After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Jiayue stood up. He wasn't the type that normally enjoyed the things in this room, but found his attention drawn to a certain plant. That plant was covered in nothing but thorns. The young lady he'd met by the seaside had taken away something just like this, right? What is this? Anyone would be curious about such a thing, right?
Or, no, it's a cactus. Long Hung had asked about it too, but Madame Bai had actually given the plant a name.
He coughed lightly. Did he lose some dignity naming it like that to his friend? Cactus? Is it a flower? Or a plant?
He reached out to touch it, but Bai Shangxiu had long heard their conversation from next door.
Don't touch it. Otherwise he'd be pricked and bleed. Song Jiaoyue's fingers stopped very close to the plant, his heart thumping. Was she worried for his sake? But wasn't she afraid of Long Hung getting angry if she was so obvious?
When he turned back, he saw that Long Hung didn't look like anything out of the ordinary. It looked like he trusted her very much. Or perhaps, he knew she'd be like this because she was kind-hearted. That's right, she'd always been a kind-hearted girl.
Song Jiaoyue withdrew his hand. Many thanks for pointing it out. But I'm not sure what the uses of this cactus are.
So the young lady from the seaside really had been her. Back then, she'd given her all to obtain this thing, as if she liked it very much. Cacti have strong survival skills. Originally, they grew in the desert and could be used to treat sunburn. Moreover, once she started talking about plants, she couldn't stop. For a second there, Bai Shangxiu had almost forgotten about her status. Thankfully, she didn't say too much and soon shut her mouth, a little embarrassed.
Song Jiaoyue was very happy.
Although they were separated by a curtain, this was the first time he'd spoken so many words with her. His heart was filled with delight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 63, The Lin Family's Gifts of Gratitude. Chapter 63, The Lin Family's Gifts of Gratitude.
Long Hung inwardly felt more and more uncomfortable, to the point where he was vexed enough to sit up. This poor male lead had never liked a woman in his life, so he had no idea he was being eaten up with jealousy at that very moment.
But Song Jiaoyue was a perceptive type who at least knew more about women's matters than Long Hang.
He was sensitive enough to stop asking questions and return with a smile.
Still annoyed, Long Hung said, Madam Bai, don't raise this thing anymore.
Since Sir Song likes it, just give it to him. Bai Xiangxiu gave a start. This was her mainstay and pillar, something she definitely couldn't give away. Song Jiaoyue didn't want to snatch her favorite either, so waved his hand to say, no need, how could I take away the madam's beloved? Long Hung regretted his words after he said them.
How couldn't he know how Madame Bai cared for that cactus?
When others drew near it, she'd carefully guard it against them. If he forced her to give it to someone else, she'd definitely have a falling out with him. But since he already spoke up, he couldn't take back his words, so he said, then have her be in charge of finding another one for you.
Bai Shangxiu released a breath.
At least she didn't have to give away her precious darling.
But where was she supposed to find another cactus? In the midst of her thoughts, Warrior said, I like him. Give him one of my branches instead. Bai Shangxiu was really afraid that this prince would make her hunt for another cactus.
More importantly, she wasn't sure where she could find a second. Warrior's suggestion was perfect, so she said, actually, there's another way. Xiao Shi, bring over a pot with some dirt in it. It was easy to raise a cactus, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Shi did as Bai Shangxiu instructed. These days, she acted as second fiddle to her mistress in planting flowers and had already learned all sorts of skills. She'd even gotten used to watering them and stuff all the time. After putting in the soil, she brought Warrior into her mistress's room as ordered. Bai Xiangxiu tested the scissors before feeling a little reluctant to cut. It'd be fine if this was an ordinary cactus, but Warrior could speak and even cry for help.
Will it hurt?
She asked in a small voice. Unfortunately, she had no idea that those two men were skilled in martial arts and had sensitive ears. They heard every one of her words.
Long Hang's lips twitched involuntarily. She was actually asking a plant if it hurt.
Really, this Madame Bai, she left a person speechless. Song Jiaoyue actually burst out into laughter, but covered it up with a cough. Then he turned to talk to Long Hung about nonsensical topics. Long Hung went along with him, though he was still worried about that young girl in his heart. Just then, he said that she'd fainted.
Was it because she'd been frightened badly?
But it was hard to speak about that while his friend was still here. Bai Xiangxiu's heart ached as she cut away the bud that had sprouted from Warrior. Although he said it hurt, he seemed very happy, because this was an important link for cacti to reproduce. Expelling a breath, Bai Xiangxiu planted the soft shoot and gave it some water. After she checked to make sure everything was alright, she had Xiao Shi carry it out. It suddenly felt like she'd raised a pet and given it away, even though this one couldn't talk yet.
Song Jiaoyue was still very happy to receive this plant full of thorns. He repeatedly expressed his thanks before planning to leave.
Sir Song, this cactus differs from other plants. It only needs to be watered every 2 to 3 days, so don't pamper it too much.
Don't water it to death. Song Jiayue agreed to each and every point. He wanted to ask if she had any other tips, but Long Hung said, "Sure, what are you dawdling outside for? Go and send Sir Song off." "Yes, Your Highness." Sure answered before escorting the person out. But Long Hung then said, "What are you all loitering for? Go call for a doctor." Bao Qin couldn't help but asked, "Your Highness, but your leg?" "The prince's leg is fine. Didn't you hear that your mistress fainted? What are you waiting for?" These servants were really too unperceptive. Bao Qin was aggrieved. Their mistress had walked back here just fine and even planted a plant for someone else. Where did the fainting part fit in? "No need, this concubine is much better now." Bai Xiangxiu walked over. It was only a little faintness, so she really was much better now. "Go back and lie down. There are naturally others here to wait on me." He had a guilty conscience. If his own impulsiveness hadn't resulted in him breaking Boss Lu's leg, she wouldn't have been frightened. "Then many thanks to the prince for your solicitude." When Bai Xiangxiu finished, she really did go straight off to rest. She wasn't feeling very well right now. She didn't rest for long before the doctor came to ask after her symptoms. When she heard it was only dizziness, he decided that she was blood deficient, so she got a prescription for some medicine. These wealthy young misses in ancient times were practically fed on medicine growing up. She had gotten to feeling unwell all over as soon as she heard the word medicine. But the prince was sitting next door, so she couldn't simply refuse. There was no helping it, she'd have to drink. She only drank medicine for 2 days before the prince's injury was just about recovered. She could finally ask not to drink such bitter brews. Still, he remained at her place. It was really depressing. The Lin family finally made their move today by sending over nutritious items. Looking at the things spread out on the table, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but feel they were a bit late. After all, their rescuer's injuries were just about healed when these items came over. "Oomph, you can have them all." Long Hung didn't spare them a glance as he paced about the room. Though his steps looked somewhat awkward, it was hard to see any abnormalities without closer scrutiny. This fellow is still quite staunch, He deserves to be called a man of the military. But how was she to eat this pile of nutritious supplements? Long Hong walked 2 circles before he spoke to the servant who delivered the gifts. "Go back and tell the Lin family that this prince thanks them for remembering how he got his injury." This wasn't so good, was it? After all, they were the prince's in-laws. But seeing that the prince's gaze held no signs of joking, he could only retreat and do as he was told. The Lin family servant's expression naturally turned dark upon receiving the message. He went back to report to Minister Lin and Madame Lin. Minister Lin threw down his cup and said, he actually has faced to mention his injury without seeing how he delivered the person. The wound on her head's yet to recover. She's still his future wife-to-be, couldn't he shield her better? Madame Lin was angered to the point of tears. My poor daughter was tossed into the backyard battered and exhausted, her body full of injuries. As her mother, I almost died from heartache at the sight. That girl actually insisted on saying not a word, only that he should be thanked for bringing her back. Do you bring people back like this? It was obvious he'd just abandoned her there. Such a cold-hearted icicle. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have betrothed her to him. Don't cry. We've already decided on this man. When I have time tomorrow, I'll talk with him on how to conduct himself as a husband. Minister Lin was furious. If not for his daughter constantly pleading for him to thank the man, why would he bother being angry over something as trifling as sending gifts? Lord, you have to thoroughly lecture that boy. Don't have him look down on our daughter in the future. Lady Lin said as she fanned the flames from the side. But Minister Lin only said, you shouldn't blindly indulge our daughter either. You have to discipline her where it's needed. She was wrong this time as well. Perhaps their daughter had good foresight to flee from her marriage after seeing how she couldn't entrust herself to Long Hong for the rest of her life. But the marriage had already been set. And moreover, they were the ones climbing up the social ladder with this match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Borrowing Someone, Strategically Asking Old Madam for Help. Chapter 64, Borrowing Someone, Strategically Asking Old Madam for Help. The capital was rather lively in recent days, what with various rumors regarding the Lin family and the princely manor flying all around. After all, while Miss Lin had been found following her disappearance,
Prince Li had been injured in the process.
This naturally fueled the speculations surrounding the incident.
Moreover, both of them were rare specimens in terms of looks within the capital, and this marriage had been highly anticipated. But now, it had truly become rather hard to say. Some were even betting that Prince Li would take the initiative to reject this marriage. He was someone who'd never tolerated even the slightest thing, even a bit of sand in his eyes. Miss Lin's disappearance had been a great blow to his pride. However, this matter had nothing to do with Long Hong, who was in the midst of enjoying himself with a conflicted by Xiang.
Their current situation was very much like a cowering white rabbit faced against a fully recovered big gray wolf. The white rabbit tried to hide every day, but there seemed to be a transparent rope around its throat, dragging it back whenever it tried to escape. The big gray wolf wanted to eat this piping hot dish up at any second, but it was a little hesitant because it had never done this sort of thing before. Time passed and the impasse continued, before Long Hong could finally go to court. He was a little embarrassed to continue the teasing any further, and moved back to his own courtyard. Actually, he had finally formulated his own plans. Now that he'd seen the true form of that Miss Lin, he would not let this marriage happen no matter what. It was just that while this matter had been proposed by Madame Lin, it had also gained the approval of both the Emperor and the Empress. As such, terminating the marriage was not something that could be done casually. First, he needed the Emperor's consent. Long Hong was not someone who was all bronze and no brain.
Otherwise, the armies of the kingdom would not be left in his hands. It was just that he hadn't thought that as soon as he entered the palace, the Emperor would ask both him and Minister Lin to remain behind. Bai Xiangxiu had already prepared food for Long Hong to eat at noon, and had, much to her sorrow, prepared to give her body to Long Hong that night.
She wasn't a fool. Big Grey Wolf Long's eyes were growing more and more fiery by the day. He'd definitely think of a way to eat her up sooner or later. It was probably due to his leg injuries that she'd managed to stay intact up to now. Now that this person had gone to court today, the time of her ravishing was not far away. Eating his lunch here, then drinking a little bit of wine at dinner. And then she'd be tragically ravaged afterwards.
As she thought of this, Bai Xiangxiu's face turned red and her heartbeat sped up. While she had already made her decision, thinking of that foreign feeling which had stimulated her body that night, and remembering the feeling of that man's presence, her hot body couldn't help but become a flustered mess that wouldn't easily settle. This isn't good. She'd probably been possessed by the devil. Otherwise, why would she have such thoughts? She held her face, rather amazed at this body's reaction. She was even tempted to rush over and prick herself on the cactus to calm herself down. However, Warrior piped up from beside her, "Mistress, your face is very red. Have you been sunburned? Can one be sunburned within a room?" Bai Xiangxiu was rendered a little speechless. She rushed to wash her face before waiting a little awkwardly by the side. Even she herself didn't know what she was waiting for. She was just feeling especially nervous. When she felt like she should go wash her face once more, Yimama rushed in from outside, her expression awry. "Mistress Xiu, not good." With this classic phrase finally being used on herself, Bai Xiangxiu smiled slightly.
"I'm fine, actually." Her response left Yimama shocked before she immediately realized that her mistress was joking.
Sometimes, she felt as though she couldn't keep up with the pace of this mistress of hers. Sometimes when she joked, there wasn't a single person who smiled in response.
What is it?"
Seeing Yimama in a daze, Bai Xiangxiu felt that she was unable to properly communicate with them. At this point, since she wanted to live here properly for a few months, she figured she might as well build up good relationships with them rather than coexist like strangers. However, it was easier said than done, since she couldn't find any common topics of interest when she tried to grow closer to them. What she found to be funny left them dazed in incomprehension, while what they found to be funny left her the same.
Alright, the gap of time could not be bridged so easily.
She would have to learn slowly.
Hearing her mistress finally return to normal, Yimama then said, "It's the prince."
I don't know why, but he was in a very great temper following his return. The page boy was kicked out the courtyard, and is now spitting out blood. Now, he's wrecking everything over at the martial courtyard. It looks like he is quite enraged. While she had always thought that Long Hong was a little tyrannical and slightly chauvinistic, he seldom vented his mood on other people.
Why was he suddenly injuring others? What had happened to make him so unhappy?
Even though he hadn't left the manor this past couple of days due to recovering from his wounds, he had also always maintained a peaceful attitude. This old servant also doesn't know why, but no one dares to approach him right now. The old madam's headaches are acting up again from her stress.
She asked this old servant to ask you to take a look. Thinking of the scenes of just then, old servant Yi couldn't help but inwardly tremble.
As women who usually stayed deep within the inner residence, how would they have seen such scenes before? She knew that the prince was powerful, but even having married and served a man for half her life, she had never seen anything like this. Shattering the stone that served as a mounting block with a single stomp, with the poor pageboy on the receiving end of a similar stomp, it would only be because the prince had shown mercy if the pageboy hadn't died instantly. Seeing that no one else dared to approach, the old madam had actually asked her to get Mistress Xiao to come. What would such a fragile beauty be able to do there? What if she got injured? However, the old madam had always been clever and intelligent. She should have some thoughts of her own since she'd asked Yimama to ask this of her.
Me, go? What for?
Bai Xiangxiu frowned.
I'm also scared.
Old servant Yi hesitated for a moment. This is the old madam's decision. She could only go since the old madam had given her instructions.
That man wouldn't hit women in his rage, would he?
Still, she was so scared.
Yimama walked her to the martial courtyard.
Her legs were already trembling, although that was more because of the distance she had just walked.
The martial courtyard had a heavy door at its entrance, which was currently shut tight.
The screams of the wind gusts came through the door. They wanted to get closer for a look, but concealed weapons hammered through the door as soon as they walked in front of it. Before she even had a chance to see what had come through the door, Bai Xiangxiu already felt pain lance through her forehead.
A low cry rang out as she could only bemoan how unlucky she was.
Hey now, 3 people are standing there at the same time, but I'm the only one injured. Xiao Shi was the first to react.
How are you? It's Red. What are you doing here?
Long Hong walked over, panting slightly, as his previous anger dissipated like smoke with her single cry. He himself didn't know why that was so, and he was even more unaware of the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting at her voice. However, his face quickly morphed into a frown as he found out that she was injured. He strode over to take a look at her. However, with her head lowered, he couldn't see clearly at all. In his hurry, he used his fingers to raise her chin.
Pa!
Bai Xiangxiu's face was lifted to look up at him. She felt immense pressure because of their height difference. Most importantly, from that angle, the cold contours of his face were truly attractive. As her heart beat rapidly, she lightly placed a hand on the area of her wound. Her brows furrowed slightly because of the pain. A pang of pain pricked Long Heng's heart as he brusquely released his grip, saying, "Don't come in here in the future without notifying me before.
At least send someone to report your arrival first." Off to the side, Yimama was dumbstruck. Was this their princely?
If she recalled correctly, he was the one who'd said before that women should not easily approach the martial courtyard. Even the old madam seldom came here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 65, The Little White Bunny Will Be Eaten Sooner or Later. Chapter 65, The Little White Bunny Will Be Eaten Sooner or Later.
The Long family was a family of generals, and had long since formed the habit of having women in charge of internal affairs and men left in charge of external matters. The women were not to ask about the matters of the men, while the men were also not to ask too much about internal affairs. These were rules that had been passed down for several generations. Therefore, despite her headache, the old madam was unable to stop her son.
Thus, she'd unhesitatingly pushed Bai Xiangxiu to the fore.
Firstly, she was a concubine. Even if she went against the rules, she would at most only be punished by the family's laws. Secondly, she had been rather close to the prince recently, so perhaps this matter would just blow over without repercussions.
Having followed the old madam for so many years, how would Yimama not understand her intentions?
It was just that she hadn't thought that the prince would actually just treat the family's laws like air, even asking her to report her arrival beforehand next time.
Does that mean Mistress Xiao can come again? Yimama felt that this was no longer just a matter of being close.
However, she swallowed any such words. A concubine who was valued so highly by her husband would surpass the main wife sooner or later. If this matter spread, whether or not she had intentions of marrying in, that lady of the Lin family would also have to think of a way to deal with this gentle-looking mistress.
Yimama was not a heartless person.
She had long since developed some feelings for Bai Xiangxiu after their long association. She wasn't a generous or scheming mistress, but it was just that her looks were so charming that anyone who saw her came to like her. When they saw how pure and cute she was, they felt that she was much better than those women who had many schemes. It was just that in this place, without the protection of the prince, she would be eaten by others sooner or later. Things looked all right now, as long as the matter of her being doted upon didn't spread.
However, would it truly not spread? Yimama nodded as she looked at her mistress.
The prince actually no longer had that vicious attitude from earlier, as though the one who'd just been rampaging had not been him.
Was there anything that prompted your visit here?
Long Hong didn't know why, but he'd actually forgotten about his belly full of fire just now after seeing her, as if nothing had ever happened.
No, I just want to ask, have you eaten?
Bai Shangxiu didn't rub her head, but just kept her head down due to her pain. Long Hong couldn't see her injuries when her head was in that position, so he was slightly worried. He knew his own strength very well, simply throwing a stone was enough to kill someone. But there were others nearby, so he shifted from foot to foot before saying, "Have someone tidy up the place." The servants had retreated to more than 100 meters away from Fear, so it was only Yimama and Xiao Shi who were close enough to hear his orders. Xiao Shi turned to leave first, feeling like it wasn't good to ask the old servant to run around at her age. She had also seen that her mistress's injury was not too serious, and would be fine after applying some ointment. However, she had Long Hang's cold voice sound right as she turned around, "Get more people over here."
You go too.
He was naturally referring to Yimama, who stood stunned for a moment before turning to leave. She couldn't help but bow her head in the face of Prince Li's intense stare. How would Bai Shangxiu realize that she had been betrayed within a single breath of time? She only felt a little panic by the presence of the man in front of her.
He was just too strong.
Especially seeing the great mess that was the aftermath of his rage, she felt that even beating people to death with staves was a little mild.
Kicking people to death with a single kick was what was truly powerful. Moreover, the prince's leg had only just recovered.
She could only suspect that boards of iron had been added to his legs at his birth. Her forehead throbbed with indignation at being ignored. With a start, she realized that her mind had drifted away in front of a man that could claim her life at any moment.
Furrowing her brows slightly, she unconsciously shrank back.
However, he was grasping her lower chin firmly. The warmth of his hand was punctuated with the slight dew of sweat, proof he had indeed engaged in some vigorous activities before standing before her.
Long Hong was relieved after he took a glance.
It seemed like it was only a superficial injury. Still, her skin was really nice. The more he looked, the more enraptured he felt. He was also enchanted by the fragrance that wreathed around her. It had already been very hard for him to bear it when he'd hid in her room those past few days. However, her shrinking back, whether consciously or not, made him feel like she was scared of him. While it was only right that a wife should respect and fear her husband, in the end, they should be together. Having thought things through, he felt that this woman was his. He gently pulled her over and leaned over with his lips, whether she was willing or not. Bai Shangxiu's heart nearly skipped a beat as this man tyrannically held her waist with one hand, whilst holding her chin with the other. She had originally thought that this would definitely be a tragedy with uncomfortably forceful kisses. However, she was wrong. That scary Prince Li only lightly pecked her on her forehead before raising his head, his expression still enraptured.
"Let's return and apply some ointment before having lunch."
Bai Shangxiu was stunned for a moment.
Such a development actually seems a little wrong, But where exactly was it wrong?
Only when Long Hong was leading her in the front did she notice the reddened tips of his ears.
Could it be that this man was being shy? It wasn't like that, right? It couldn't be, right? It wasn't possible, right?
However, the truth was laid out before her very eyes, and the contents of the novel rushed back into her head to fill in the situation.
Long Hong was indeed a very domineering person, a man who had all the ability of a male lead. However, he was a virgin, having handed that out only after having met the female lead. His coldness and silence, along with his fierce, brutal personality, seemed to have dissipated along with the wind at this moment. She even almost forgot that she would end up dying at his hands. This was because his reaction was really very cute.
As a modern-day female, such men who grew shy so easily were few and far in between.
The male lead wasn't bad, wasn't he? It was just that it was a pity that he was the female leads.
Whatever the female lead did wrong, even if he blamed her for it at the beginning, he would still forgive her in the end. While the two had been temporarily separated because of her, it was hard to say that they would not be together in the future. There was still plenty of time ahead of them. Her mind drifting a little, Bai Shangxiu followed behind him, only feeling that the image of his back was broad and safe, one of a real man's.
Bang! Collision.
A certain someone who was once again injured felt like her nose had broke, as she lowered her head and shed some more tears of pain. It wasn't that she wanted to cry, it was purely a natural reaction of this body. However, when he turned back, Long Hong found his jade-like woman was now crouched on the ground after colliding with his back. Furrowing his brows, he extended his hand to her.
"Are you all right?
Where does it hurt?" After pulling her up, he retracted his hand because she might be frightened. However, a single tear landed on his hand. Long Hong heart ached at that tear, as he lifted her chin once more with a frown.
Even walking isn't safe for you. You really cause me so much worry."
Her nose was red with lightly furrowed brows.
Beauties in this state were just so enchanting.
He had never been dazed by a woman like this before. He was supposed to really hate beautiful women like this.
However, he couldn't resist kissing the tip of her nose. Actually, it was more like he wanted to kiss her lips.
It was just that he was afraid of scaring this little rabbit if he did this outside. What if she hid herself in a corner and trembled in fear if he scared her too much?
What would he do then?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66, Demanding a Person, Strategically Asking Old Madam. Chapter 66, Demanding a Person, Strategically Asking Old Madam.
The tip of her nose felt damp and hot as a sweet and gentle sensation touched it. Bai Xiangxiu felt that this kiss was even more ambiguous than one placed on her lips. Her face immediately turned red as she stopped moving. She lifted her head to look at him, but her body started swaying slightly.
Actually, you couldn't blame her.
This body was just like that, seemingly hypersensitive to such things. Who told her to be a beauty, and a supporting female at that?
Supporting females didn't have high emotional IQ, so her reaction was considered normal.
But Long Hong was ignorant of these facts and assumed that he'd scared her again.
Still, she was so cute that he couldn't resist lightly pinching her face. I'll stay over at your place tonight.
Bai Xiangxiu felt like lightning had struck her.
Although she'd already up her mind, how could any girl take it when that was brought up so bluntly?
After all, she was still a young maiden who'd never experienced this before. No matter how calm or composed she was, she couldn't stand still anymore. She covered her face with her hands, running off blushing crimson. This wasn't her fault.
What kind of man wooed a woman while looking at her with such a direct gaze? It felt like he was giving orders as an army commander.
Bai Xiangxiu had never encountered such an intense situation. This was harder to deal with than someone embracing her outright.
Didn't you go with the flow with such things? Wasn't it extremely awkward to be so straightforward? Prince, just what are you doing? It was hard for her to face such things, all right?
After she had run halfway to Winter Garden, Bai Xiangxiu felt like she'd done something wrong. Perhaps her running away had offended the male lead. She rubbed her palm along the dried leaves of the trees, wondering if she should go back and apologize. But her heart couldn't help but feel abnormally speechless towards a man who courted her so seriously like that. If she went back, she wouldn't be able to bypass the obstacle in her heart.
But if she didn't go back, would she be beaten to death? It shouldn't be that serious, right?
Leaving aside her own troubles, the prince over there was currently entangled in troubles of his own, enough to turn the space between his eyebrows into vertical creases.
Shouldn't she be delighted and shyly nodding her head when he brought up something like this? Why did she run away? Did she feel wronged? But he hadn't done anything outrageous, had he? No, that wasn't right.
He'd kissed her twice just now.
Did she think he was the frivolous, philandering type? That's true, she was still a girl after all. It'd be normal if she thought she was being taken advantage of. What kind of girl would act like that Miss Lin, who'd still had the face to stand in front of him after being played around with? He'd take care of her tonight, so tomorrow they could be as intimate as they liked. As his thoughts reached that point, he started to give chase. He still had to eat lunch. As it turned out, he hadn't gone far before he came across a girl tugging off tree leaves. The corners of Long Hang's lips rose up as he said, "Let's go." So she hadn't ran far after all. But she should really take more care, tearing leaves like that without precautions could hurt her hands. Bai Xiangxiu was very sullen the entire way back. She simply followed that familiar form into Winter Garden. Long Hung, however, was in great spirits. He was going to eat meat tonight. In order to maintain his stamina, he even ate a lot at dinner. He devoured 3 whole bowls of rice before he went, especially to clean out his mouth so he wouldn't gross out his girl. He should leave a good impression since it was the first time. Otherwise, what if she found his embrace repugnant in the future? After eating his meal, Long Hong went out to practice some boxing and warm up his body. When he came back, it was to see Bai Xiangxiu sitting by the window spacing out. She didn't even react when Xiao Shi called her. When she withdrew her gaze and happened to see him coming in, her face instantly turned bright red. She hastily ducked her head, looking very shy. Long Hong felt heat rise up just looking at her. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he tugged off his shirt and said, "Prepare the water, this prince wants to take a bath." Everyone in the room gave a start at these words. It wasn't even dark yet, but the prince wanted to do that? Long Hong hadn't thought about that, but when he spotted everyone's strange expressions in the room, he immediately understood. He came close to turning crimson himself.
Thankfully, men were rather more thick-skinned.
Get going already! He yelled. The scene cleared instantly.
Bai Xiangxiu wanted to leave as well, but Long Hung said, "You don't need to busy yourself.
Go rest in the room."
The meaning behind these words were clear: you go in the room and wait, I'll find you after my bath. Bai Xiangxiu nearly fled again, but suddenly discovered that the man was blocking the door.
He was probably doing it on purpose, right?
Bai Xiangxiu wrestled with her handkerchief and shot him a glare when he turned around. But it just so happened that Long Hung caught her look when he turned back. He didn't think she was glaring at him, but that she was trying to seduce him. It almost sent his soul flying straight out his body. He thought he'd get to eat his meat today, but right after his bath, Shure entered and said, "Prince, someone's come from the Song estate."
Someone from the Song estate?
Long Hung said, "Have him wait outside." Once again, he felt that Winter Garden was too small.
There wasn't even a place to receive guests. He was always over here, but what if another outsider male rushed in and ran into her? She was so timid, wouldn't she be scared witless?
Long Hung had contemplated the idea of moving her to a different residence, but he was sure she'd disagree. She liked the quiet and didn't compete with others, so she probably wouldn't want to leave.
He ended up receiving the Song family's young page boy, a boy who often accompanied Song Jiaoyue. As soon as he entered, the boy gave a very ceremonious bow to Long Hung and said, "Greetings to Prince Li."
Rise. Long Hung waved his hand. He wasn't in a rush to find out why this servant boy had come. But that servant was quite blunt and said, "Prince, it was our eldest young master who told me to come.
It is our old master's 70th birthday tomorrow. He's always wanted to convert to Buddhism and considered this to be the perfect chance.
Thus, he has invited a few great masters, one from the mountains, to preside over the ceremony.
This is good news. Old master has some predestined fate with Buddhism." Long Hung mused. Were they planning to hold a vegetarian banquet? But although the family kitchens have some skill, they're quite helpless in the face of vegetarian dishes.
Now that we've invited these temple monks, our madam isn't pleased with what we have to offer. Fortunately, she remembered that the prince's fourth madam is adept at vegetarian dishes, so she'd like to invite her over to give some pointers. The page boy felt pressure crash down like a mountain on him after he finished speaking.
He couldn't keep kneeling anymore. What to do?
The cup in Long Hang's hand suffered a terrible torment from his grip.
Was this trying to steal his person away from him? This won't do. She's not feeling well, so I'm afraid we'll have to go against Madame Song's wishes.
Right as he finished, he heard Shure call from outside, "Miss Huar is here."
Does old Madame have any business? Huar was old Madame's personal head servant girl and very much favored. Shure went inside to ask Long Hong for his intentions. Long Hong waved his hand as his brows furrowed minutely. It was very likely that old Madame's head servant girl had come for the vegetarian banquet. Huar entered and paid her respects to Long Hong with perfect etiquette. Her slight smile was perfectly polite on her face. It was obvious at a glance that she'd been personally trained by old Madame. A smiling Huar said, "Prince, the old Madame has a message to pass on. Eldest Sir Song has already informed her about the Song family's situation. This fasting business is a big affair, so their family can't lose face. They knew Madame Xiu's body wasn't well, so how could they cause her any difficulties? Even the eldest Sir Song said they only wanted a few pointers. They wouldn't make her cook for them personally. Thus, old Madame wishes Mistress Xiu to prepare to leave later with eldest Sir Song to familiarize herself with the situation." 1. Courtesy title used to address Buddhist monks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, The fatty meat flies away right before eating. Chapter 67, The fatty meat flies away right before eating. Slam! Long Hung hit the table, nearly scaring Hua Shui and the Song family page boy into aphasia. Inside, an eavesdropping Bai Xiangxiu clenched her small fists and fervently thought, agree to it, agree to it. At least it'll save me from being eaten for a few days. But hearing Long Hung slam the table make her feel like that forceful male lead was probably going to keep her here. After all, the fatty meat was almost at his lips, so he couldn't let it fly away. Yet after a long pause, he actually laughed and said, "Since it's Madame Song's request, we'll naturally have to help out. But why did your master not appear at all and go look for old Madame instead?" The page boy quietly released a breath as he replied, "The eldest young master did go to look for you, but since he couldn't find you he could only go to old Madame's. One still had to discuss things with old Madame for matters regarding the inner residence, right?" Long Hong arched an eyebrow. This Song Jiaoyue had a habit of being sly, so he really couldn't pick out any faults.
But it was obvious that he'd known that Long Hong wouldn't agree, so he turned around to ask Old Madam instead. He had no say in regards to inner residence matters as long as Old Madam agreed. All he could do was grit his teeth and comply. But why did he so loathe parting with her? Why was he worried that she'd suffer grievances over there? Long Heng's expression turned heavy as he said, "Go tell Madam Bai to pack her things before leaving." His heart felt a bit empty already, even though she hadn't left yet. Bai Xiangxiu inwardly posed in victory before dutifully packing her things and coming out. First, she paid her respects to Long Hong, then to Old Madam. After hearing a string of instructions from the Old Madam, she finally climbed into the Song family sedan chair and left Prince Li's estate. Long Heng's heart felt leaden as he watched the little sedan chair exit the back gates. Mirroring his heart, his face had turned exceedingly dark as well. His footsteps took him to Old Madam's place, where she asked what fit of temper brought him back home. Long Hong didn't hide anything, but told her of how Minister Lin sought his daughter's reputation becoming progressively worse in the capital city, and so had Madame Lin appeal to the Empress Dowager to safeguard the marriage. Because the Empress Dowager and Madame Lin were kinsfolk to a certain degree, she had agreed. As a result, the Emperor had summoned him with the intention of playing peacemaker so Long Hong could forget about rejecting the marriage. An unhappy, oppressed Long Hong had come home to unleash his temper. Old Madam creased her eyebrows at the news as well. That Madame Lin's quite quick with her ploys. She actually called upon the Empress Dowager. Well, using the Emperor to suppress our family. Is she planning to forcefully stuff her daughter our way? Long Hong said, since rejection's impossible, then I'll have to marry her. Hong-er. Old Madam grasped Long Heng's hand. His days had been hard since childhood, and now that he'd grown up, he couldn't even marry as he liked. She'd originally thought that Miss Lin was educated and well-rounded, so the husband and wife could treat each other with courtesy, instead of that make-believe sham. Long Hong didn't care. It was only the position of official wife, so if the Emperor wouldn't let him back down, he'd give the position to Miss Lin. Since he still had Madame Bai, it wasn't a complete loss. Except, she had currently run off to the Song family. His heart felt stifled at the thought, so he said, "If there's nothing else, your son will take his leave. It's already late, stay here and eat before you go." Old Madam was struck with a guilty conscience as well. She just sent away her son's woman, so if she didn't have him eat here, was she going to let him eat alone by himself? No, I'll ask Song Jiayue out for drinks. So speaking, he left with a smile. Old Madam waited until he was gone before hitting the table with a laugh. This boy, he's never suffered a loss since he was young. He only sent over a concubine, but now he's planning to drink the eldest Sir Song unconscious. The old female servant by her side laughed as well. Everyone knows that Sir Song will keel over with just one cup. This time, our prince has likely gone to seek revenge. He ought to. Just look, they ignored all the master chefs out there to invite Madame Bai over. Although her vegetarian dishes really are delicious, they didn't even inquire about her availability. She's that boy's darling. Since we can't get rid of this unsatisfactory daughter-in-law, it's good to have a darling as well. Though outsiders laughed when a man spoiled the concubine and neglected his wife, it was still acceptable as long as one was impartial. Furthermore, this Miss Lin really was a mess. The rumors outside were getting nastier and nastier. The old madam feared that the wedding night would lead to nothing but clean white sheets. Even if there is blood present, it'd probably be fake so she could keep her face, the old madam mused with a cold smile. The more she thought, the angrier she grew. That Empress Dowager is too partial to one side. It's true that Madame Lin is her relative, but why didn't she remember we were childhood friends? The old female servant coaxed her from the side. Perhaps she isn't clear about the situation outside, so she thought that a marriage alliance between two families shouldn't be so casually broken. Maybe that's why she played peacemaker to settle the issue? She might be acting as a good person, but my son will suffer for it. Old Madam said with a bitter smile. How's this? Old Madam can plead with the Empress Dowager as well. The old female servant asked with furrowed brows. The Emperor has a golden mouth and words of pearl, his every utterance carries great weight. What's the use of going to plead again? Old Madam pressed her hand against her head and said, let nature take its course. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangxiu was brought into the Song estate via a side door. Right now she harbored no more feelings towards Song Jiayue. For her, she had shelved it into her past. As a modern-day girl, she could take things up and put them down as circumstances willed it, so all she did was adjust her feelings and prepared to live a few comfortable days without Prince Li. Actually, she didn't find him scary right now, but it was that she felt that a single man and woman together in a secluded setting would lead to trouble sooner or later. She was still in the role of a supporting female up to this point. If she wasn't careful, she'd set off on her original ending. Even if she didn't reach that ending, if there was ever a day she returned to the present, then the Bai Shangxiu of this time might die or recover her original soul. If her original soul returned, then things would definitely get wild. But she had no idea that another man had been paying attention to her the entire ride over. From the moment her sedan chair left Prince Li's estate until the moment it entered the Song estate side door, his eyes hadn't left her for a second. His heart was supremely full because he never thought there'd come a day when he'd bring her home from the prince's estate. He caught a glimpse in the distance of a servant helping her out before the side door closed. That figure was still as slender and refined as before. Even if it was just her back, that form was far more pleasing to the eye than any other girl's. Song Jiaoyue's lips drew up minutely. A single glance like this was already enough to satisfy him. Right as he turned back, his page boy spoke up by his side.
"Eldest young master, Prince Li has invited you out for drinks." Song Jiaoyue pursed his lips. Retribution had certainly come quickly. If he didn't go, the other would definitely find a different way to move against him. If he did go, he'd definitely end up drunk to the world. Since it was unavoidable, he might as well go. In the end, he ended up being carried back by two people. Lying on the bed, drunk out of his mind, he grabbed the person closest to him and asked, "Is she well?" The person who served right by his side was naturally extremely familiar with him. She helped wiped off the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Which her?" "Bai Xiangxiu. Fourth Madam." He knew her name, but he'd never said it out loud before. The person by his side gave a start, but was quick to reply with a grin. "Madam Xiao?" She was captured by the madam as soon as she entered the estate. First the madam had her look at the kitchens, then at the food. "She's been tormented here and there and only recently went to rest. Go to mother and tell her, don't tire her out. Her body's frail." His head hurt terribly, so all he could do was grab onto that person and say this much before he fell asleep in a drunken stupor. 1. Meaning she wouldn't be a virgin on her wedding night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Dishes sour, sweet, bitter, spicy. Chapter 68, Dishes sour, sweet, bitter, spicy. The person by his side was named Yusei, Song Jiaoyue's head female servant and the first woman he'd had. Although she'd been taken into his rooms, she was still only a head female servant in the lack of an official wife. How could she not understand his current state when she saw his condition? Settings aside the eldest young master's tastes, he wasn't one to fancy simply any woman. Were it not for a few fellow sisters who served him since childhood and were clever and quick-witted, he wouldn't have accepted them into his house no matter what. But how could they not understand how he felt? Even if he took them in, it didn't mean he was taken with them. More likely, he was just familiar with them, or simply pitied them. It was different this time. Song Jiaoyue had actually blurted out a woman's name, and that woman was none other than Prince Li's concubine. Yusei had thought that eldest young master had been acting differently these days. Not only did he stop spending time with the girls in his rooms, but he often wore a dejected expression. But it all made sense as soon as she put everything together. She sharply inhaled. It would have been fine had the young master adored a young woman from another house. He'd be able to save himself trouble if he went calling along with Madame Song. But this particular woman's status was too unique. It seemed that eldest young master would have to resign himself to suffer. How would Yusei not understand what kind of person Song Jiaoyue was? Still, Yusei could only keep such thoughts in her heart. If she brought up the subject, eldest young master would be embarrassed to the point of anger. Thus, she pretended not to understand a thing and simply tidied him up before drawing the bed curtains and going to rest off to the side. When Song Jiaoyue woke up the next day, he was clearly less gentle than before. He summoned a servant and asked, "Who was it that helped me to bed last night?" The little girl replied, "It was big sister Yusei. Call her in." He always strove for self-restraint, but couldn't help relaxing his guard when he was at home. That had been especially true last night. He still remembered some of what had happened earlier, but who knew what he'd said after he came home by himself? If anything spread, she would catch the worst of it. She was so delicate, so how could she bear such a thing against him? As he was thinking, he spotted the small plant growing by the window. Though its green and verdant growth was very pleasing to the eye, it was tiny, and its entire body was covered in spikes. He really didn't understand why she treated such a thing like a treasure. Song Jiaoyue broke into a warm smile, even as Yusei entered the room. It made her heart give a start. Ever since he had brought back that plant, eldest young master had cherished it like a treasure. He even watered it himself, and never let any of them touch it. Could it be? "Yusei, you've been at my side for 10 years now, right?" Song Jiaoyue inadvertently swept his eyes over her, though his expression was a bit stern. Yusei knelt on the ground with a thump. She naturally understood that while the eldest young master appeared sentimental, he was actually quite ruthless. He'd definitely dismiss her from his service if he found cause to dislike her. It was true that he wouldn't just sell her to some servant boy or match her up with a random person, due to taking their past history into consideration. Still, he had ways to make sure she never appear before him again. Yes, eldest young master. Yusei was afraid, but replied very prudently. Then, last night, Song Jiaoyue trailed off on purpose, while Yusei was quick to pick up. Eldest young master fell asleep as soon as he came back last night. He never woke the entire night. Song Jiaoyue smiled and nodded his head. Understood. You don't need to kneel either, so hurry and help make me presentable. He didn't press the issue, knowing that whatever he said last night, it wouldn't spread any further. After freshening up, his first deed was to water that tiny green cactus. Today was the third day, so it probably needed to drink. After watering the plant, he went directly to Madame Song. As long as he was with his mother, he'd see her sooner or later. Even if it was only a glance, that was just as well. He wouldn't ask for more. But by sheer coincidence, he arrived just in time to hear his mother had gone to 100 Fragrance Courtyard and hurried after her. He was surprised to see his mother from a distance as soon as he arrived. Her tiny figure was surrounded by a handful of servants and old maids, while a few distinctive ingredients were set out by her side. For example, weeds, wildflowers, and other unknown plants. Song Jiaoyue barely avoided laughing out loud, but watched as she pointed amongst the flowers and plants, filled with inner self-confidence. When he drew closer, he heard her speak. Don't call these ones weeds. They can actually improve flavor as well. It's rare to find them in this season, so they mustn't be frozen. Put them in a room that's neither too hot nor too cold. Besides having plants for garnishes, the most important thing is the freshness of the vegetables. Also, you have to soak the beans ahead of time. Once that's done, will we prepared everything for today? Beans made up a majority of vegetarian dishes, so of course she had to probe and make sure. By then, Song Jiaoyue had already arrived at Madame Song's side. When she saw her son, she hastily placed a finger against her lips to show that he should be quiet. Then she pointed at Bai Xiangxiu, indicating that Bai was currently inspecting the ingredients, so she shouldn't be disturbed. Song Jiaoyue would prefer nothing less, so he stood on one side without speaking. After watching her inspect many different things without sitting down or even drinking a sip of tea, he began to grow worried. Mother, why not rest a bit? He reminded from the side. Only then did Madame Song say, that's right. We promised old Madame that we couldn't exhaust her helpful assistant. But I really am envious, how did she find such a formidable lass? This one's made preparations for 16 different dishes in just this bit of time. Madame Xiao, come over and rest. You can see to the rest later. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Madame Song felt a bitter gaze turn her way and nearly spat out her tea. She hadn't said anything untoward, had she? But Bai Xiangxiu simply walked over, wringing her handkerchief as she spoke. Greetings to Sir Song. Then she looked towards Madame Song with a pitiful air. Madame Song, I'm afraid I haven't gathered up 100 dishes. They had invited Bai over to make dishes, but no matter how she did it, she couldn't make 100 different ones. Madame Song wrinkled her brows. Although she was in charge of the household, she was better with the account books than personally taking charge of food and ingredients. Now they were in a predicament. If they could only make around 80-some dishes, it wouldn't be enough to save face. What to do now? Tomorrow's the start of the banquet. Actually, we could manage it if we forced it, but we might not have enough ingredients, said Bai Xiangxiu. I can go gather some ingredients, as long as we can make more dishes, Song Jiaoyue hastened to say. He wanted to take part in some way, too. Madame Song didn't suspect anything. After all, this was the old master's birthday, so a son should naturally expend some effort. What other dishes can we make? Madame Song asked as she sat down. I want to gather some canned peaches, started Bai Xiangxiu. Well, beets made with peaches, a type of cold dish. Then we can have pickled vegetables with bean curd. We don't have anything pickled vegetables here, so you can send someone to the prince's estate to get it from Winter Garden. I have a lot there. After that, there's bitter melon with egg. If we make it pretty, it should be presentable. Another one is fragrant spicy lotus root, which we can carve into something presentable as well. When she finished, she saw both Madame Song and her son staring at her and gave a start, her face turning red. What is it? Madame Song smiled. I never thought that brain of yours had so many dishes. I haven't even heard of these ones before.
They're all commonplace dishes.
Did they need to be so moved? Weren't you the ones who asked me to come help you in the first place? If I couldn't help out when you were so busy, then what would be the point of me coming over?
Bai Xiangxiu had always thought of herself as a sincere person who did earnest work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 69, Friendly, Getting Along Harmoniously. Chapter 69, Friendly, Getting Along Harmoniously.
But there still weren't enough dishes.
Moreover, they had to prepare for the banquet ahead of time.
Otherwise, if they were missing dishes or lacked enough when the time came, the Xiang family would lose face. A few masters had come from the temples, but they normally only made dishes for the senior and junior monks.
No matter how well they cooked, their knowledge of vegetarian dishes were limited.
Furthermore, the kitchens of this time weren't equipped to make 100 different vegetarian dishes. So when Madame Xiang had Bai Xiangxiu come, the former had made the right decision. Although Bai Xiangxiu hadn't made some of the dishes before, she could think of them just as well, which helped immensely. The old master was even more satisfied. His original idea was to settle for 50 dishes if they couldn't come up with 100. But as soon as she came, the number of their dishes rose to 80, so he was filled with wild ambition. Madame Xiang saw her sitting there deep in thought and knew that she was a serious person. She couldn't help but say affectionately, "There's no need to rush. Take your time to think. If you get too tired, that mother-in-law of yours will get mad at me."
I want to take a walk around the greenhouse. Maybe I'll be inspired.
Bai Xiangxiu had a sense of propriety as well. She wouldn't make a big fuss at the Xiang family, she would just diligently do her own thing. She swore to turn the 50 dishes into 100.
This, inspiration? Madame Xiang thought. This wasn't painting or poetry, so was inspiration needed?
On the other hand, Song Jiaoyue thought that her brain must be full of things. Because she couldn't think up something under such pressing circumstances, she needed inspiration instead.
He couldn't help but say, "How about an old female servant and I take Madame Xiao over for a look?"
Madame Song knitted her brows, feeling that this wasn't quite appropriate.
But servants would be accompanying them.
If anything happened, it would be a disservice to Prince Li's estate.
Song Jiaoyue said, "The greenhouse is very far away. I'll escort her over before coming back."
That's feasible. You all be careful. Madame Song thought it made sense. Although the greenhouse was within the estate, it was still rather far.
It would probably take some time to walk over there.
It wouldn't be good if anyone busying around their estate happened to bump into their guest.
After all, they weren't all of one family. And so, Song Jiaoyue had someone prepare a sedan chair to carry Bai Xiangxiu over to the greenhouse.
Bai Xiangxiu wrung her handkerchief in the sedan chair as she thought of various dishes.
Song Jiaoyue dedicated himself to escorting her the whole way. They arrived soon enough.
Song Jiaoyue was planning to exchange a few words with Bai Xiangxiu, but as soon as she got off the sedan chair, she became a woman of action who barreled into the greenhouse.
Song Jiaoyue was left behind with a wry smile.
He never expected that she, as a woman, could let go of her feelings much more easily. Back then, he was the one that rejected her, but now he had to bring trouble upon himself.
And for what reason?
He was about to leave when he heard a cry of alarm. He hastily parted the hanging screen and looked inside, only to see Bai Xiangxiu on the ground with Xiaoshi fallen on top of her. Her face was rather pale, as if she was enduring some pain. Bai Xiangxiu had a beautiful face to begin with, so she looked even more delicate and charming when she knitted her brows. He didn't have time to think, but hurried to reach out and pull Xiaoshi aside.
"Hurry and get up, you're crushing her." Xiaoshi knew as well and hastily got to her feet before looking down. "Madame Xiao, are you all right?" Foot got twisted.
A pained Bai Xiangxiu spoke hoarsely as she sat up.
"I told you to be careful when walking. See how you tripped?"
She didn't blame anyone, but reached out to grab the hand offered her way as naturally as could be.
There was no helping it.
Modern women weren't so particular about such details, so she even told the person who helped her up, "Thank you." After a careful look, she realized it was Song Jiaoyue, who stood rooted to the spot as if thinking about something.
"You have to tread here carefully. There are a lot of stray odds and ends here. Why not go back and rest a bit first? How's your foot?" Song Jiaoyue finally recovered, his hand still holding traces of her fine and exquisite skin.
It made his heart beat faster.
"It's fine, I'll be all right after I walk it off."
Bai Xiangxiu gave him a small smile before turning to examine the greenhouse of ancient times. Although it didn't have the heat-retaining technology of modern greenhouses, the vegetables here were growing very well. At the very least, it was more than enough to supply the needs of an estate. The prince's estate was much bigger than here. When she had time, she should walk around it as well. It'd be nice to get a little greenhouse of her own to grow plants. This way, she'd have greenery to look at even in wintertime. After walking about in a circle, she thought up a few more dishes and had some servants prepare the ingredients.
Song Jiaoyue helped out on the side until they finally settled on 100 dishes by nighttime.
Although she hadn't done much work physically, Bai Xiangxiu was already tired to the point of collapse. Add that to her aching foot, and she leaned on one side to rest after rubbing it with vinegar. Soon enough, it was announced that the eldest young master's two head female servants were going to pay a call. Actually, she already knew that these two head servants were half concubines. When they came in, she discovered that their hair was indeed coiled atop their heads. Most likely they were women of the bedroom for Song Jiaoyue.
Both of these servants looked very pretty.
They smiled when they saw her, carrying a scholarly and refined air of their own. Bai Xiangxiu felt herself struck slightly by their sight. She felt that it was very natural for the supporting male to reject her. Though she had a good-looking face, she didn't feel like she had any sort of aura or bearing.
She really was far too inferior against those two.
In any case, that was all over now, so it didn't matter whether he fancied her or not. Although she still felt a bit awkward in the presence of the supporting male, she could still stay on friendly terms with him as long as she didn't think about it. As soon as these two servants sat down, they asked if she was tired and used to life here. Then they introduced themselves as you say in Bai He. A young master of ancient times really had the luck. He already have two beautiful women despite being so young. Bai Xiangxiu had no other thoughts on hand, so she didn't act any differently than usual. Smiling, she had them sit and said politely, "There's nothing I'm not used to.
I'm busy all day at the estate as well."
That's right.
Big sister is fortunate. They say that the old madam really depends on you.
Bai He smiled as she had someone bring up a basket of fruit. These fruits were brought from the altar offerings. Eldest young master said you're a devout Buddhist, so he told us to bring you some to taste.
It'd be nice to be touched with an air of the divine.
Bai He was a lively, vivacious speaker who was brisk and efficient, so Bai Xiangxiu smiled and said, "That's all well and good. I'm no such devout Buddhist, just someone who eats vegetarian dishes on the 1st and 15th. You understand so much just from eating vegetarian."
Amitba, it's a good thing you're not a believer. Otherwise, wouldn't we be paying a courtesy call to a bodhisattva?
Bai He saw that Bai Xiangxiu had beautiful looks and a friendly temper, so she wasn't reserved when she spoke. Yusei shoved her and laughed. This servant's been spoiled rotten by young master. Don't blame her for her lack of manners. Bai Xiangxiu knew that people of the past rarely joked about gods and Buddhas, and so never expected Bai He to be so bold.
I don't have any taboos.
There's usually nobody to joke with me at the prince's estate, so I'm almost turning old and frail before my time. These were true words. Because she was in charge of things at the estate, everyone held her in veneration and awe. Xiao Shi was rather casual with her, but she was too well behaved and the worst for jokes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, A Little Drink of Wine. Chapter 70, A Little Drink of Wine. As for old servant Yi and the rest, she didn't dare joke with them. What if word traveled back to old madam?
Bai He tugged on her sleeve and said, "Like I said, I felt you were familiar as soon as I saw you. Much more than the others I've known for over a decade.
It's too bad you can't stay here forever."
A startled Yusei broke out in cold sweat. This servant's careless words would cause trouble if someone with ill intentions overheard. Fortunately, the other party didn't overthink it, but replied easily, "Then I'll visit often.
We'll be just like sisters." Only then did Yusei dare speak. This girl is absolutely incomprehensible.
We've been together for 10 years, but she's given up our feelings in just an instant.
Bai He pulled her over and laughed out loud. How could that be? It's just that I can't be with this. That's right, what's your name? Do you have a courtesy name?
Women in this period usually had courtesy names given to them by their husbands or masters. Bai Xiangxiu thought that Long Hung wasn't the type to give her a courtesy name, so she simply shook her name and said, "I don't have one. Just call me by my birth name, Xiangxiu."
But that's not polite, Yusei hastened to say. It's fine. I can call you too, Yusei and Bai He.
In modern times, it was very normal to call one's friends by name.
That's right, that's right. Only big sister Yusei is a stickler for the rules. Let's all go by our birth names.
Bai He started talking about their ages after that. Bai Xiangxiu was actually younger than them by 2 months, making her the youngest sister. And so, they kept chatting until dinner time. Bai Shangxiu had them stay to eat and brought up the idea of drinking some wine. There was no helping it, young women would inevitably end up drinking and eating when they were together. Bai He was quick to agree, and Yusei futilely pulled at her for a long time without success before being forced to stay as well.
Go tell eldest young master. Just say big sister Yusei and I talked with little sister Xiao until we stayed for dinner. We won't be back for a bit.
Bai He instructed the little servant girl by her side to deliver a message before returning to her seat.
Then the three of them really started drinking.
Bai Shangxiu couldn't drink white wine because she thought it was too spicy, so she could only take small sips. On the other hand, Bai He was the uninhibited type who downed the tiny cups in one gulp.
The Song family didn't treat guests harshly.
Once they knew that the women of eldest master Song were staying to eat, they sent over many good dishes and wine. As soon as Bai Shangxiu finished off 2 cups, she began to feel a bit tipsy.
No more, no more.
If I drink any more I'll get drunk, she waved her hand. This body really had bad alcohol tolerance. Her head had already turned woozy from just 2 cups. Bai He was still clear-headed and said, little sister Xiao only drank a few sips, and now you're saying you're drunk? From what I know, those who say they're drunk are usually the ones who are still clear-headed.
Come, let's play a drinking game. It's so boring just drinking wine. Drinking game? But I don't know any.
Bai Shangxiu had drunk too much, so her original foolish personality revealed itself. She clung and rubbed her head against Bai He's shoulder and spoke in an exceedingly pitiful voice.
Ioyo, big sister Yusei, look.
I can't take it already with little sister Xiao falling into my embrace like this, not to mention her prince back home. No wonder the rumors all say he dotes on you like his darling. Bai He had drunk too much too, and started joking about Bai Shangxiu.
But Bai Shangxiu only shook her head. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
Big sis Bai He, you said 2 out of 3 things wrong. She pointed with her finger and said with a pout, causing Yusei's face to flush at the sight.
She was thinking, no wonder eldest young master keeps thinking about her. When she's acting cute and spoiled, she really is very cute.
Even a female like her felt her ears reddening and heartbeat quickening at the sight, to say nothing of a man. And after her next string of words, Yusei's perception of her changed yet again.
It seemed like even an absolute beauty had difficult days.
Bai Shangxiu wagged her finger and said, Number 1, this prince isn't mine, but Miss Lin's.
Number 2, the rumors outside must be hearsay and can't be true. Moreover, how much favor could he show a mere concubine? Hearing this, Bai He sucked in a breath.
Come, have a drink on behalf of us sisters. She would be a concubine in the future as well. It was even possible that once the new wife arrived, she might be sold away instead. Cheers, this time, Bai Shangxiu didn't mention anything about being drunk, but drank heartily. But as soon as she finished, her entire body fell backwards onto the bed.
Xiao Shi was frightened and ran over to look. My mistress fell asleep. Bai He laughed. Wake her up to drink some more. I haven't drunk to my heart's content just yet. But Yusei wasn't about to let her go hollering like this. She dragged Bai He back with all her might.
When she went back to her courtyard and entered the rooms, she discovered that Song Jiaoyue was still up. He almost seemed like an immortal with his loose hair beneath the moonlight as he peered at the moon.
When he caught the scent of alcohol upon her arrival, he creased his forehead and asked, You drank?
As soon as Bai He saw their family's master, she immediately sobered up and turned docile. Actually, she was still afraid of this young master, so she just nodded and said, Your servant and little sister Xiao were like old friends as soon as we met, so we stayed behind and drank a bit of wine.
Song Jiaoyue was well aware of Bai He's drinking capacity and said, Did you get her drunk?
Bai He nodded her head.
Yusei was quick to speak up. Madame Xiao had a good temper and insisted on having a servant stay.
Thus, we started to drink. Unexpectedly, her alcohol tolerance was lower than ours, so she's fallen asleep by now. But she doesn't seem to be tossing or turning in her sleep.
Song Jiaoyue faced Bai He. You can leave and rest. Drink less in the future.
Understood. Bai He hastily agreed before turning to leave.
But Song Jiaoyue held Yusei back and asked softly, Is she good-tempered? She's only met you 2 once, and started drinking with you?
Though his tone was mild, it was clear that he was very curious about Bai Shangxiu's behaviors.
Yusei didn't hide anything and told him about everything they talked about while they drank. Song Jiaoyue listened raptly.
He couldn't help but feel that it'd be wonderful if he too could sit with her and chat leisurely while drinking. Yet once he heard her words about Long Hung being Miss Lin's, and that his fancy towards her was just rumors, he sighed. He thought her days in the prince's estate were pleasant, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Madame Xiao definitely hasn't drunk with others before,
because she doesn't even know any drinking games. Yusei thought she was much too docile. It seemed like life in the prince's estate was very strict. Though the Song family had strict domestic discipline and family rules as well, servants like her were still allowed to drink or hold poetry meets when they had nothing else to do. The prince is reserved and sober, his methods cold and harsh. It's been hard on her. If he had agreed to let her come back then, perhaps she would have assimilated with these servants by now to live a free and easy life. Yusei couldn't guess what the young master was thinking and only said, now that she's helped the Song family, when Madame sends presents over, old Madame will definitely look at her in a new light, right? Song Jiaoyue nodded his head. What was your opinion on her education when you were all talking? Naturally good. She'd sometimes randomly say things worth pondering over for a long time. Yusei liked to read books, so these words demonstrated her high opinion of Bai Xiangxiu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Princely, is she doing well? Chapter 71, Princely, is she doing well? Yusei thought a bit before smiling. Your servant asked Madame Xiu what the difference was between monks and ordinary people. She said, they speak not of human matters when meeting with humans, and are humans with no matters in the human world. Young master, won't you say these words are ingeniously clever? Song Jiaoyue's eyes brightened as he spoke. Anything else? Yusei thought a bit and said, there is, she even told a story to your servant. What kind of story? Song Jiaoyue rose until he was sitting up on the bed, smiling as he listened to her talk about Bai Xiangxiu. He was growing more and more attracted to her inner self. There were plenty of beautiful women in this world, but few who were both beautiful and talented. Those who were talented as well as interesting were as rare as a golden toad. It just so happened that Bai Xiangxiu was this kind of woman, because the story she told Yusei and Bai He was none other than, the women at the bottom of the mountain are tigers. 1. Song Jiaoyue couldn't stop laughing upon hearing it, gasping, where did she hear this from? It really is. When he thought of the little monks at the Buddhist ceremony who knew nothing but pretended they did, he felt even more strongly that this story was both justified and amusing. Yusei spoke up as well. Compared to her, your servant's stories aren't that interesting anymore. Is that so? Now that Song Jiaoyue had heard and laughed his share, he waved a hand. Why don't you go sleep as well? Young master, do you not need anyone to serve you tonight, either? Yusei's face flushed. It wasn't that she wanted to spend time with him, but that she worried he'd hurt his youthful body if he persisted in this way. Song Jiaoyue adopted a stern look and said, withdraw. With her in the estate, how could he be in the mood to frolic with other women? She was that very same tiger at the base of the mountain. By now, she'd already burrowed into his heart. Meanwhile, a certain Princely who was still painfully oblivious of his feelings was wearing down the floor in his room as he paced. It had been 2 days since he'd started this strange behavior. He couldn't seem to get her out of his mind. The only times when he stopped thinking about her was when he had to go to court. Otherwise, he could only think about being at her side. But she wasn't here. Yi Mama came every day to report the situation at the Song estate to old Madame. She always came back with praise, such as how much Madame Song liked her, or how the people by Song Jiaoyue's side appreciated and admired her, or how she was doing her utmost for the Song family, or how she hadn't lost any face for the prince's estate. Long Hong didn't care about any of this. It was fine even if she raised a row and turned the Song estate upside down. As long as she could come back earlier. But today Yi Mama had actually come back and said that she was doing quite well at the Song estate, and that old Madame and the prince had no need to worry. Long Hong creased his brows. Did this quite well mean that she didn't want to come back? Coincidentally, the old Madame was feeling well enough to attend the vegetarian banquet, but he immediately jumped at the chance to represent her. Then I'll go instead. What? Old Madame nearly dropped the teacup in her hand. Fortunately, the old female servant on the side managed to lend her a quick hand to straighten the cup before its contents could burn anyone. She coughed lightly twice before peering at her son. Though her lips twitched, she managed to contain her smile. A man with such a volatile aura as him wanted to attend a vegetarian banquet. Wouldn't all the jaws in the capital drop at the news? Why are you so surprised? I'm going in your place, so they can't say anything. Long Hong didn't think he was losing any face, mostly because his overarching goal made him ignore everything else. The old Madame adopted a stern countenance. Hang her, no matter how bad Miss Lin is, she'll be an official wife once she steps past the door. Madame Bai will always be a concubine. You have to remember, a concubine is a servant, while a wife is the real. Before she finished, Long Hong snorted and stood up, his face going red with fury.
If she's going to be someone's official wife, she has to act like one. With her shameful ways, forget it, you should take care of recuperating first.
Don't get angry over trifles.
He almost blurted out the details of how he had found Miss Lin under another man's body that day. Who knew if they'd even done the deed before? If news of that day spread, she probably wouldn't be able to marry again. Plus, he had to leave himself a backup for any circumstances. He only wanted to comply with the imperial decree so far as to bring this person into his house as an ornament.
If he was forced, he didn't mind spreading this incident around until everyone knew.
Old Madam sensed that her son was keeping something from her, the critical point that made him unwilling to marry Miss Lin. It must have been something he found out while going to rescue her. But, she really couldn't interrogate it out of him if he didn't wish to say. Forget it, since marrying Miss Lin made him so indignant, why not follow along with his wishes? He could like whoever he wanted. Large households had their share of enemy husbands and wives. But a proper son had to come from the official wife's belly.
In this situation, well, Old Madam didn't say anything.
Her son was still smooth and evasive when it came to handling matters, so she didn't need to worry about this point. Going over to the Xiang estate, Bai Xiangxiu was currently overseeing the collection of vegetables as well as directing the cooks in the kitchen. Though the dishes were supposed to be delivered at noon, cooking 100 of them required at least 2 working kitchens. Disregarding the pounding headache she had when she woke up, she began walking between the 2 kitchens as soon as she woke up in the morning. Sometimes she could sit in the center room and rest a bit, but she'd be called over after only drinking 2 sips of tea. Bai Xiangxiu had always been scrupulous in her work, so anytime someone asked her a question, she would go see them personally. Madam Xiu, you should slow down in case you fall.
There were so many hands in the kitchens that she was almost knocked over by a young page boy carrying firewood.
Yusei's face was drained of color in her shock. Her master would worry himself to death if she fell. She had been instructed that morning to help out Madam Xiu in the kitchens, but never expected her to be such a diligent, hard-working mistress who personally oversaw every issue.
It's fine, it's fine.
The taste of this dish isn't quite right. You can't put too much salt with the vegetables, but you can't put too little either.
There's too little salt in this one.
Bai Xiangxiu waved at Yusei to signal her not to worry. One of her hands rested in Xiao Shi's palm, while the other pointed at the dish she'd just sniffed.
Yes, Madam Xiu.
I'll cook another plate for your inspection before I put it in the big pot.
The cook nodded.
It's good to be prudent, Bai Xiangxiu nodded as she praised the cook's meticulous attitude. It made his old face turn red.
Why did it have to feel so good being praised by a beauty?
After finishing up here, Bai Xiangxiu walked quickly to the monk's kitchen. Everyone here was a great master, each and every one of them calm and composed. When Bai Xiangxiu entered, some of them even greeted her with Buddhist greetings. Even though they were busy with cooking, they still had time to think about such things. They were truly living up to their name as monks.
Great master, do you need help on this side? Could they really make it in time if they were so calm?
There's no harm, we don't need any help.
Patron, go ahead and busy yourself.
A great master laughed as he saw the visitor out.
Monks couldn't get too used to dealings with women, after all.
Yes, yes.
You keep busy then, great masters. Just let me know if there's anything you need.
Bai Xiangxiu made a Buddhist gesture as well as she left.
It was such a busy day.
Some of the people liked her fussing, while some others only felt dejected. In this case, the depressed party was none other than the Song kitchen's steward Feng. Nothing of this sort had ever happened since he assumed the position of kitchen steward. Everyone treated him with the utmost respect.
But ever since this Bai Xiangxiu had arrived, he'd become a bystander.
For some reason, everyone went to ask Madame Xiu instead of him when they had questions, even if it was about the firewood. It seemed as if they were treating her as the mistress.
She was only here to help, so did she really think she was the boss here?
He smiled stiffly and walked over. Madame Xiu, see here.
You're not very familiar with these kitchens, so why not rest inside? I can take care of everything.
1. Reference to a Chinese pop song in which the old monk warns a young monk that women at the foot of the mountain were tigers. The young monk found it curious how the tigers were all very cute, until the old monk told him that these kind of tigers were the scariest. That was when the young monk realized one of the tigers had barged into his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 72, Meeting Again, Miss Lin appears. Chapter 72, Meeting Again, Miss Lin appears.
Bai Xiangxiu was only too glad to rest. The ankle she twisted yesterday still hurt, while her heart was already tired.
She couldn't help but feel that solving one problem only birthed 3 more. Looks like it really wasn't easy taking care of a household.
Many thanks to Steward Fong, but since I've promised old madam to help, there can't be any mistakes.
Especially these dishes, they'll be set as soon as they enter the pot.
With 100 dishes in total, we barely managed to scrape together all the ingredients.
They shouldn't be wasted, wouldn't you say?
She usually spoke in a soft whisper, but now her voice was unusually firm.
Steward Fong felt snubbed and put out. Naturally. I'm just afraid that it'll tire you out as the guest. With so much to do, there's no difference between guests or not. It's much more important to finish this task. Hey, that little brother over there, you can't put the vegetables somewhere too hot.
Xiao, tell him to stop, it's easy for freshly washed vegetables to spoil on a hot surface. Xiang pointed at a servant in the corner, her voice made louder by anxiety. Xiao hurried over to tell him, but neither of them realized that Long Han was smiling as he watched from a corner. So it turned out that this girl had times when she was a glib talker too. But he only looked at Song Jiaoyue and said, she is doing very well. Even her voice is twice as loud as it is in the prince's estate.
Song Jiaoyue forced a smile.
I'll have someone take her to rest right now.
You really do dote on her dearly. Long Hong had insisted on taking a look at the kitchens as soon as he'd arrived. Even a blind person could tell he was worried about Bai Shangxiu. Still, he never expected his friend's heart to be so set on a concubine. Song Jiaoyue's heart grew even more pained by the thought. Nonsense.
This prince came on mother's orders to see if she'd lost face for the prince's estate.
Long Hong snorted as he finished, flicking his sleeves to leave. Song Jiaoyue thought to himself, I hope you're telling the truth. Maybe then I'll still have some hope.
Both of them arrived in the front yard while preoccupied with their own thoughts.
First, they paid respects to the old master and presented their gifts.
Old master was already approaching 70 years of age, but he was bright-eyed and full of vitality. Still, he didn't have a good impression of Long Hong. The Song family was one of Confucian classics, so he had difficulty understanding why his grandson would make friends with one who had such a vicious aura. Recently, however, he'd changed his views. And the primary reason behind that was Long Hang's concubine, who had propped up her husband's appearances. Thus, he was very polite when meeting Long Hong and much more friendly compared to the times they'd met before. Long Hong naturally sensed this, but sat down without minding too much. On one side sat a few eminent monks who were busy drinking tea with the old master and speaking of Buddhism. Dressed in grey monk's robes and with prayer beads in hand, old master did indeed somewhat look the part of a Buddhist monk. After speaking of Buddha, they were to go to the family hall for worship. As a man of the battlefield, Long Hong really felt like he couldn't listen any longer. In a small voice, he said, I'm going out for a walk, Song Jiaoyue silently shook his head in his heart. If you don't like to listen, why come at all? Still, he said, I'll have someone accompany you. He then had a young page boy lead Long Hong out. Though Long Hong had been friends with Song Jiaoyue since childhood, he was an introvert who didn't visit the Song estate often. As a result, Song Jiaoyue was very familiar with the prince's estate, while Long Hong knew little of the Song estate. The young servant led him outside, and they didn't manage to get very far before bumping into a most undesirable person. Madame Lin and Miss Lin, as well as Madame Song, were all walking this way. Most likely, they were here to request a meeting with the great master monks, but had never expected to bump into Long Hong. Miss Lin's face suddenly turned red. Ever since she had been rescued, she'd always thought about his kindness, but due to the rules of etiquette she couldn't thank him in person. She had never expected them to meet under such circumstances, but now she had no idea what to say. Right now, her impression of Long Hong had improved somewhat. After experiencing several things, she realized that most of the men in this world were all uncivilized, rude savages. His type could already be considered good in comparison. At least he didn't tell everyone about what happened between her and that bandit. She didn't expect their sudden meeting today to reveal that he really was a handsome man. Though his features were swift and fierce, they had the indomitable spirit of a dauntless male. His posture was straight, and while his actions that day were rough and rude, he could still be considered a gentleman. She opened her mouth to say something, but Long Hong only nodded at them before turning to leave. Miss Lin's face turned stiff as her mouth opened and closed. Princely. Long Hong creased his brows. He never expected her to have the gall to speak and have him stop. Though he was brimming with resentment, he still paused and turned to face her. A pair of icy eyes stared at Miss Lin, who shivered. She couldn't say a word of thanks. Moreover, if she said such things in public, wouldn't it be verifying the rumors that she'd gotten captured by bandits after she'd run away? In a second, her face turned red as she began to tremble. Her actions naturally inspired pity from others on her behalf. Madame Song didn't know the details and assumed that the girl was simply shy and scared.
Miss Lin probably wants to ask after the great master's affairs. Are they still inside? Yes. Long Hung didn't waste any more words, but left as soon as he spoke.
He detested her from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he started hating strong and overly artificial women, someone like Bai Shangxiu, who was timid and had no schemes despite possessing some ability, suited him just fine. Long Hong wandered aimlessly around the Song estate before he spotted a servant girl carrying a flash of wine hurrying past his side.
He recognized this servant girl as the one by Song Jiaoyue's side. If he recalled correctly, her name was Bai He. Ask her what's going on, why is she in such a hurry? He was just curious and couldn't help but worry that it was related to Bai Shangxiu. The Song estate page boy called out. Big sister Bai He, where are you going?
Bai He was in too much of a rush to see who was asking and replied as she hurried by, the mistress Xiu from the prince's estate said her foot hurts, so I'm going to deliver some wine. She had already turned the corner by the time she'd finished speaking. Long Hung naturally heard her and couldn't help but furrow his brows. When he recalled the chaos of the kitchens, he was certain that she'd fallen. She was so small and delicate, doubly prone to getting hurt. If he knew earlier, he would have reminded her not to act so strong. Now she was injured again, wasn't she? Let's go and see what's going on. There weren't many women at the kitchens, so there was no fear of running into anyone. More importantly, she was hurt. The servant boy didn't think it was proper to bring a guest to the kitchens. If the eldest young master found out, wouldn't he be scolded? But this was his guest's woman, after all. It was probably normal to have a look. When Long Hung arrived at the kitchens, it was to see everyone busying themselves with work. Yimama was standing by a room in the corner, so he strode over and asked, what happened? Yimama dropped into a bow at the sight of her family's master and replied, yesterday madam went to the greenhouse and sprained her ankle. She couldn't tell anyone, so she used vinegar to rub it in private. Today she worsened the injury by working with it, so now it's swollen. What nonsense! Long Hung smote the table in his anger. Why didn't she know to cherish herself? Why did other people's matters have her fussing to such an extent? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, A Small, Delicate, and Pale Foot. Chapter 73, A Small, Delicate, and Pale Foot. Yimama was so scared she started trembling. Though she was a married woman from the inner residence and getting on in years, she was still hard-pressed to resist the killing intent that emanated from Prince Li. An aura that he painstakingly forged on the battlefield, his very presence made her face turn white. With her heart in tumultuous disarray, she forgot to stop him from barging inside. By the time he opened the door, she mused that the two of them were husband and wife already. What was there to be afraid of? If he saw, then he saw. Thus, she extended an arm to block the two male servants behind him. Long Hung didn't think about the two servants who didn't follow, but pushed open the door and went inside. This room had originally been used as a resting area for the kitchen chefs. The outer room had a place to boil tea and rest, while the middle was separated by a hanging curtain that was embroidered with a landscape painting. Standing outside, he could see multiple pairs of embroidered shoes at the entrance. He didn't care who was inside and drew the curtain aside. Chaos currently reigned inside. A crowd of people were surrounding a pair of tiny white feet, pointing and gesticulating. Everyone gave a start at the entrance of a tall man, and they immediately scrambled out of his way to make a path. This path ended at the heated brick bed that Bai Shangxiu was sitting on top of. She had no idea who came in because of all the people blocking her vision, but when she heard the gaggle of girls suddenly fall silent, she realized who it was. She snuck a peek and found her household's prince standing stock still in front of her. She was a modern woman to begin with, so she had no reservations about him seeing her feet. But her womanly vigilance enabled her to see how Long Hang's eyes obviously darkened at the sight of her foot. She hastily grabbed her feet and shrank back, but he'd already emerged from the crowd. One hand grabbed her accurately by the ankle and a voice said, "Don't move." Bai Shanxiu's face immediately turned as red as a roll of silk. Clearly, he'd been uneasy before, but why did he suddenly get so bold? The room was full of people. People? Wait, where had they all gone? Bai Xiangxiu's heart instantly started thumping. It's all right. I just sprained it a bit. If there's anything to do, have the servants do the tasks. Otherwise, what's the use of keeping them around? His tone was stern, making Bai Xiangxiu feel like she was being lectured by a teacher. She felt rather embarrassed as she lowered her head. Long Hong could hear the chill and severity of his voice. This was probably the reason she feared him. He felt like climbing on top of her as he looked down at her cherry-red lips. However, this was the Xiang estate. He held back the urge and cast his gaze elsewhere.
There's nothing for you to do at the moment, so I'll have someone send you back. Long Hong was exceedingly prone to shielding one of his own.
His own people would never be allowed to get hurt or be even slightly imposed on. He assumed that this timid and docile woman would immediately nod her head and agree, but her next words were a complete surprise.
How could I do that?
Bai Xiangxiu regretted her words as soon as she uttered them.
How dare she have the audacity to oppose this princely? Shouldn't she be afraid of him?
When she thought of his methods, her heart began to tremble. She assumed she'd be punished and bit her lip, head lowered.
Why?
A chilly voice sounded from above her head. The male lead was very tall, so she was still shorter even when they were both sitting on the bed. Bai Xiangxiu used all her strength to bite her lip, enduring the pain so she could calm down. She could admit that she feared death, but she couldn't lose all of her self-respect because of that. She was a modern woman with her own principles when doing things. This concubine doesn't like breaking promises easily after making them. Long Hong discovered that he had no way to deal with her. It wasn't only because she was defying him, but also because of her stubborn and staunch personality. She was obviously small and weak, but she still knew the value of keeping her word.
She wasn't a man, so why did she have to do something like this?
His heart beat furiously in his chest. He felt that he'd come to another completely new understanding of this externally delicate, yet internally honest woman. His heart began to beat faster in nervousness. Since that's the case, take good care of yourself. He turned to leave, but his heart couldn't calm down.
Understood. Bai Xiangxiu watched Long Hang's retreating back and exhaled in relief. He actually hadn't penalized her, how strange.
In this society where men were respected, concubines were nothing more than playthings and servants. They could easily give the concubines away, sell them, or even kill them. Thus, after her fright left her covered in cold sweat, she felt grateful to the male lead. He wasn't half bad, he hadn't even murdered her for her words. It really was a shame that he belonged to the female lead.
Right now, the situation differed too much from canon.
The fate of an insignificant mob character like her had never been mentioned by anyone. The story didn't even say whether old madam liked this character. The original plot had the supporting female trying all sorts of ideas to frame the female lead. She had plotted and schemed many ways to try and seduce the male lead. But right now it seemed like the male lead was trying to seduce her. What to do? This male lead was really impossible for people, especially women, to ignore. Even if he didn't seem very soft or gentle, just his whole "if I want to have you, there's no use running away" look in those eyes was enough to make a person shiver. But the female lead was still there, so did he want the supporting female character's body, or did he actually harbor feelings for her? How could this be possible? They'd barely spent any time together, nor did she have any aspects to her that could attract him. Bai Xiangxiu sat stiffly on the bed for a while until Xiaoshi arrived to apply medicine.
Soon enough, she could walk around a bit.
The progress in the kitchens had reached the point where there wasn't much for her to correct anymore. Song Jiaoyue had the two head maids accompany her, since a Buddhist gathering was a seldom seen grand ceremony. Though she was a concubine, she was also a guest who ought to participate. But women couldn't stand in the open at the front, so they assembled around the family hall for worship. If it was quiet enough, they could even hear the great masters lecturing on Buddhist principles inside.
Song Jiaoyue was rather biased towards Bai Xiangxiu and had prepared a little room just for her that was extremely refined and tasteful. She could quietly stay there listening to the Buddhist lectures outside. As Bai Xiangxiu listened to the great masters talk, she couldn't help but wonder why she'd ended up in a different world. She crossed her legs to sit on the mat, eyes closed as she rotated the prayer beads in her hands. Even now, she found the situation almost unbelievable. Why had she come here, and how would she return? Or perhaps, she'd stay here and never be able to go back? Was this a novel or reality, her past life or her current one? Perhaps she was too deep in thought as she contemplated those questions, because she didn't notice when Song Jiaoyue entered. Song Jiaoyue was stunned by the sight that greeted him as soon as he stepped in.
That woman had a very attractive face to begin with, but when she closed her eyes and sat like that, she was as dignified and serene as a celestial being. Her posture and face were both lovely, while the quiet stillness about her was a beauty that had broken free from the vulgarity of the mortal world.
Why hadn't he ever noticed this side of her before?
Originally, he thought she was just a frivolous, flighty woman. But now it seemed that she was nowhere close to that type. She was still young, but possessed profound knowledge and intellect. She was beautiful, but wasn't haughty because of it.
Nor did she use her beauty to seduce men.
Even when she'd admired him, it had all been very proper. Besides boldly giving him a gift, all she did was stare at him frequently.
And that kind of look had disappeared ever since he'd rejected her.
From this, he could tell that she wasn't a clingy type of woman, nor was she indecisive and irresolute. Still, her feelings for him must have been genuine, or else she wouldn't have fallen ill for so long.
Right now, he really wanted to ask her, just what had she seen till now? What had she finally understood?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 74, This Prince Hasn't Married You Yet. Chapter 74, This Prince Hasn't Married You Yet. Song Jiaoyue looked on foolishly. In his past 20-plus years, he'd never been rendered dumbstruck looking at a woman.
Even Yusei behind him was staring with rapt attention, but she managed to recover just enough to jab her master at the crucial moment. He recovered his composure quickly after. He'd seized the opportunity to sneak a peek at her. This opportunity was naturally related to Long Hung. He knew that Long Hung wouldn't be able to make his way over so quickly, so he'd hurriedly rushed over before his friend arrived. Little had he expected to see her current appearance. Song Jiaoyue had just recovered his composure when he heard the sound of footsteps from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and smiled. "Why are you so slow? I thought you were here much earlier. I even took the trouble to setting up such a peaceful place for you. Don't tell me you got lost?" Long Hong must have been held up by Miss Lin. Song Jiaoyue had heard from his subordinates that Miss Lin had wanted to meet Prince Li in private, but never quite got the chance to. Therefore, he'd arranged for such an opportunity. Only, he hadn't expected that Miss Lin would be able to delay him for so short a time.
Long Hung himself didn't know why he was in such low spirits as he walked into the room and said, "It's nothing."
When he saw Bai Shangxiu, she had already stood up, intending for him to sit. "Your leg's injured, sit." Seeing the cold look on Long Hang's face as he sat down, Song Jiaoyue said, "This great master is rumored to have a consummate knowledge of Buddhist doctrines. The two of you can take your time to experience it for yourselves." He didn't plan on leaving immediately. After all, accompanying his friend in listening to the teachings of Buddhism was something he ought to do. As he took a seat, the room that was occupied by 3 masters and 3 servants quietened down as an exceptionally abnormal atmosphere hung in the air. Bai Shangxiu felt that the pressure she was facing was as heavy as a mountain. She truly couldn't understand why these 2 men had squeezed themselves into this small room just to listen to Buddhist teachings. Are they lacking space outside? However, this wasn't the right time to speak. She could only endure it in silence while nervously wringing her handkerchief, her eyes darting to and fro. She was at a complete loss as to what she should do. However, her current appearance instead greatly pleased Song Jiaoyue. He liked seeing her various expressions. She was exceptionally beautiful regardless of what expression she wore. On the other hand, Long Hong was feeling rather suffocated and anxious in his heart. He didn't know whether it was due to the matter with Miss Lin from before or something else entirely. As a result, not even one of those present in the room heard a word of what the great master had to say, and the awkward atmosphere persisted until another uninvited guest made an appearance. And that would be Lin Xianzi, the female lead of the original novel. She had heard a servant girl say that Long Hong had passed by the temple, but she hadn't found anyone there. So, she planned on stopping him to personally thank him for rescuing her. After all, her father had been extremely unwilling when he sent the gifts over to him earlier. She had hardly expected Prince Li to stalk off the moment she saw him and leave her no chance to speak at all. Lin Xianzi had a temper just as fiery as his, and she was infuriated by his lofty attitude. She chased after him, intent on finding out what exactly he was so dissatisfied with. Who'd have thought that her slower arrival would result in 3 people sitting there in a daze for half a day? She herself was startled when she walked into the room. Her gaze first fell upon a gentle and tender woman so beautiful, it even made her feel inferior. Lin Xianzi had originally treated her as a friend, but after coming back, her older cousin had told her on multiple occasions that this woman wasn't that simple. It seemed as if Prince Li had immediately known of their escape on the very day it happened, and he had even secretly made life difficult for her older cousin many times. In addition, the reason he'd been able to grasp Lin Xianzi's whereabouts was because the prince had had prior knowledge of her circumstances. But, how many people knew about her secret? It was impossible for her older cousin to betray her. How could she not know how he felt about her? No matter how she looked at it, the only person she could think of was this beautiful-looking woman. She was Long Hang's concubine, so she'd definitely side with him. Only, Lin Xianzi hadn't thought that while she treated her as a friend, Bai Shangxiu would employ such methods to harm her older cousin. Lin Xianzi's brows furrowed as her thoughts reached an impasse. Disregarding Bai Shangxiu, she turned to Long Hung and said, "Prince Li, have you calmed down enough to listen to what I have to say? Holy shit, when did I provoke this noble miss? Why is there such bitterness in her eyes when she glanced at me?
That look of hers immediately set off by Shangxiu's alarms as a female supporting character. The wave of nervousness that followed wasn't entirely unwarranted either. After all, the female lead knitting her brows at the very sight of these concubines was the very reason why she was going to die. Filled with apprehension, a timid look appeared on her face. Only a fool would remain unafraid in the face of the Grim Reaper. But the entire exchange had been witnessed by Song Jiaoyue off to the side. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel worry nibble at his heart. Things would be even more difficult for her in the future if her relationship with the future head of the household soured. He shifted his gaze back to Long Hong, worried that he'd be attracted to Miss Lin. If that happened. As for Long Hong, he took the opportunity to walk over to the Miss Lin that he had always found loathsome. Please respect the great master expounding on Buddhism and refrain from speaking excessively. Miss Lin's pretty face immediately flushed with shades of red and white, becoming even more indignant. It was her fault for trying to escape the marriage, but did that mean he was in the right? He had clearly known of her whereabouts but hadn't taken the initiative to rescue her earlier. He even waited till that man had laid eyes all over her before making an appearance. She just wanted to get a little closer to him. After all, their marriage was now a given. Who'd have thought that not only would he deny her the chance to speak, but from the looks of it, he was just as the rumors had said, overbearing and ruthless. She forced down her anger and found a place to sit. Thus, an awkward four-way ambience formed in the room. Bai Xiangxiu felt the pressure she faced continue to mount. Unable to bear it any longer, she stood up and paid Miss Lin a greeting. After all, she would be the future matron of the household, she couldn't go against her. But little did she know that the hearts of two men ached at the same time for her. One was pained at the sight of such an obvious show of submission. She was probably doing so due to thought about her future. Such a cautious way of living, not wanting to offend the future head of the house, was truly far too harsh a life for her. This situation might have been avoided if he'd taken the opportunity earlier to bring her into his household. The other was worried about her leg. Standing when her leg had swollen up to that extent would definitely be painful. The most important reaction came from Lin Xianzi. Unexpectedly, she merely nodded her head with great difficulty and shot a fierce glare at Long Hong. Long Hong's lips were curled at an extremely dangerous angle. Under his piercing gaze, the woman lowered her head. That was when he stretched out a hand and pressed down, pushing Bai Xiangxiu back onto her seat with an audible sound. This seat could seat two people. One was Long Hong, and the other was Bai Xiangxiu. Song Jiaoyue and Lin Xianzi, on the other hand, were sitting on chairs a fair distance from one another. It was plain to see that the relationship between the two on the same seat were the closest out of everyone else. Luckily, there were no other people around as the four people within the room exercised patience and waited for the great master to finish. The pressure Bai Xiangxiu felt was so intense that her entire forehead had beaded over with sweat. She had originally intended to politely take her leave first. Even a blind man could tell that the male and female lead needed to discuss their feelings in private. But just as she made to rise, the male lead shot her a strange look which forced her back down. His gaze was so piercing that she was practically pinned to the chair. All she knew was that Long Hong wasn't allowing her to leave. If she did, she had a feeling she'd definitely provoke his ire. Compared to provoking the male lead, Bai Xiangxiu felt that offending the female lead still left her with a chance of redeeming herself. But, if she provoked the male lead, her options would be snuffed out like a candle in the wind. After weighing her options, she clenched her teeth and sat back down. Long Hong was very satisfied with her docile behavior. This lasted till Miss Lin, unable to bear it any longer, once again said, "Princely, could I have a private?" "Miss Lin, this prince hasn't married you yet." The meaning behind his words was crystal clear. They were merely engaged, how could they meet in private? Lin Xianzi's face turned beet red upon hearing his words. They were engaged, and yet he refused to meet her. But that rascal from the Jianghu was different. He'd chased after her and had constantly pestered her despite her continued rejection. The scoundrel had even gone so far as to follow her into her own bedroom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Harrowing, the female lead strikes back. Chapter 75, Harrowing, the female lead strikes back. That's right, how would she catch his eye with such a splendid woman already by his side? Gentle, beautiful and sensible, his woman was better than her in every aspect. Lin Xianzi could admit to herself that she was a little jealous, but this man was already destined to be her future husband. Other than him, she could not marry anybody else. She couldn't even run away. Women were the weaker sex, and so she could only suffer this unfairness. I only wanted to apologize for that day. As for what exactly the apology was for, she would never say it out loud.
No need. Long Hong was still filled with resentment over the leg wound he had to suffer, and the situation he'd witnessed had truly filled his heart with disgust. Lin Qianzi was hurt by this response, her dejected eyes drifting towards Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was confused as she just bore the gaze.
She was still innocent, just staying on the sidelines, right? I haven't done anything to her, have I?
She had wanted to put in a few good words for the female lead, but did not dare to move at all when she saw the male lead's face.
What was it with the male and female leads? Were they currently in the midst of a spat?
The book had indeed mentioned that the two had quarreled a lot, breaking up and getting back together over and over again, but all this had been predicated on the male lead's prodigious interest in the female lead.
But looking at the situation now, where was the male lead's interest? She couldn't see it at all. Bai Xiangxiu looked left and right, finally deciding to keep her mouth shut.
Across the room, in Song Jiayue's eyes, her expression displayed her nervousness, or even fright, at being caught in the middle of the two sides. Not knowing who to help and who not to help, if it was already like this now, it would only be more difficult for her in the future. He coughed lightly, breaking this awkward atmosphere. We have a show prepared for after the monks reconvene, and we can watch it when we enter our seats.
Will the few of you come to the Lotus Garden?
The Lotus Garden had been newly established by the old master specifically for this vegetarian meat. He had completely demolished and rebuilt the entire garden, adding a Buddhist hall for him to reside within in the future. The Buddhist hall could fit up several dozen tables within. A screen separated the two sides in the middle, allowing men and women to be seated separately. There was another Buddhist table, where the Grand Masters and the monks would be having their vegetarian meal. The old master was seated together with the Grand Masters, and there weren't that many female guests either. The women who had come were mostly devout Buddhist madams. Young girls or daughter-in-laws were a rare sight. Back to the awkward quartet, Song Jiayue had finally gotten them out of the room with great difficulty, and they'd arrived at the Lotus Garden. There, at long last, they had to separate. Bai Xiangxiu just happened to have to walk together with Miss Lin. Long Hong didn't feel comfortable with this, feeling that soft, fragile Neibai would lose out greatly if she had to walk with that Miss Lin. By this time, he'd actually completely forgotten that Miss Lin was really his main wife, with Bai Xiangxiu nothing but a concubine. Bai Xiangxiu was similarly despondent.
Why was Lin Qianzi's gaze so strange, especially when she'd looked at her with hatred and resentment, making her feel so uneasy?
The fine hair on her arm were prickling from the incessant stare, so she had to find something to say.
Miss Lin, how have you been since we last met?
Lin Qianzi felt a stab in her heart, feeling as though she'd been betrayed, but she still responded.
Everything is fine. I just feel that the prince seems to be harboring some misunderstanding about me.
The prince, he, just has a bit of a cold personality.
Don't mind it.
Bai Xiangxiu continued speaking up for Long Hong, just as she had before in order not to end up as cannon fodder. At this rate, she felt that she'd reached the glorious rank of most filial concubine already.
Lin Qianzi, however, was no longer willing to believe her. Is that so, Madam Bai?
Then, could you please help me to tell the prince that I thank him greatly for saving me, but since our marriage is inevitable, to please not make things difficult for my cousin and other people in the future. Finishing her words in one breath, she turned and entered the room. Bai Xiangxiu was completely dazed as she watched Miss Lin walk into the room.
She was completely stunned by the female lead's holy mother-esque actions.
It was one thing that she'd hooked up with other men, but she even didn't allow her fiancé to be jealous.
Wasn't this a little much?
While she didn't know what the male lead had done to the female lead, if these words didn't anger the male lead to death, he'd probably be spitting blood at the very least.
What does she mean, that he can't do anything about the situation even if she cuckolds him? He can only rub his nose and think himself unlucky?
She scratched her head. These words were truly difficult to pass on. However, the other party had already told her to pass on the message.
If it didn't reach the male lead's ears, wouldn't she be the one at fault then?
Out of consideration for her safety, she decided to pass on these words to the male lead as soon as the opportunity arose.
As for what reaction he might have, who cares?
Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes to the heavens, praying that whatever bothersome problems between the male and female lead would stay far away from her.
She would be able to return home just after a few more months. Who'd still care about their lovers' squabbles then?
After sorting out her expression to a semblance of a docile concubine's look, she patted her face lightly and slowly entered the hall. As a concubine, even if she had helped someone, it still could not be acknowledged openly. Therefore, the position she was assigned was also some ways to the back. Actually, this position was also a way of Madame Song giving her face. Most concubines would not even be given the chance to appear at such a major event.
For example, despite hosting this affair in their own home, Song Jiayue's women had not received seats.
They could only serve others off to the side. You say it, for example, had been sent by Song Jiaoyue to serve her. Indubitably, the Song family respected her a lot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned a seat to her and also sent people to take care of her. The show being performed was a great performance and also a classical story of Buddhism, persuading people to be good and not perform evil actions, and others. As someone who had read stories ever since young, Bai Xiangxiu was extremely calm and composed, but some of the other women were truly absorbed in it. That was to be expected as such shows were not usually acted out. One would only have the chance to see them in person at Buddhist gatherings. The few madams Bai Xiangxiu shared a table with were all wives of low-ranking officials, but they were also greatly dignified in their appearance and mannerisms. It seemed like they had put in much thought in attending this gathering, at least not letting themselves fall behind others in terms of appearance. In comparison, Bai Xiangxiu appeared much more plain. She tended to shy away from the accessories of ancient times, they were much too heavy. Although they looked nice, wearing too many of them was truly exhausting. However, in order to not let the princely manner lose face, she has still placed some valuable accessories in her hair, even though they were still slightly inferior to these well-dressed madams. Bai Xiangxiu didn't think much of it, but a madam had noticed instead. She covered her little mouth and asked in the midst of a break between shows, "I wonder which family this madam is from. I have never seen you before." Bai Xiangxiu smiled slightly, Xiaoshi helping her mistress to answer from the side, "This is the fourth madam of the princely manor." "Oh, so it's the fourth madam. You're truly pretty." While her lips spoke those words, her thought ran in a different direction. No wonder her looks are so seductive, so she's just a concubine. How could a concubine could also appear here? Just how did this Song manor arrange their matters? While those at this table were lower ranked, it still wasn't to the point of having to share a table with a concubine, but... How could you say not notice the madam's thoughts, as she immediately interjected with a chuckle, "Fourth madam is really remarkable, she is a great savior of the Song manor." Bai Xiangxiu knew that Yusei was speaking up for her, but she hadn't placed herself in the position of a concubine anyway. It could be said that from the very beginning, she had never once considered herself as someone of this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Surprise, 100 Vegetarian Dishes. Chapter 76, Surprise, 100 Vegetarian Dishes. Yusei didn't say any more. She had obviously meant to convey that the Song family was indebted to this fourth madam, and she was therefore allocated a seat here. Her presence served as proof, and if they wanted to complain about it, it would be denying the Song family face. Naturally, no one came to make trouble for Bai Xiangxiu after that, but their gazes were still drawn to her. Everyone, regardless of gender, loved to look at handsome men and beauties. Perhaps some women would be jealous, but there were also those who liked looking at beauties. Bai Xiangxiu's features was akin to those beauties who could topple kingdoms and cities. Especially with the otherworldly air about her, she didn't give off the slightest hint of someone of a lower status. She just sat there serenely, not showing too much of a reaction at those stories about tearful partings and joyful reunions. It was like an old monk sitting in solemnity, giving off a dignified, sedate air, a model of someone of high status. In actuality, Bai Xiangxiu was just feeling uneasy, because she didn't know what everyone's evaluation of these 100 vegetarian dishes would be. Yusei still rather admired Bai Xiangxiu within her heart, having heard that she was from a small scholarly family. The only one who had any accomplishments in her family was her father, but while he had placed on the imperial exams, he didn't have much actual power, not even obtaining the most minor of positions as a 7th-rank official. As the eldest daughter of that family, if not for her outstanding looks, it would also have been hard for her to enter the princely manor. However, her demeanor here was neither arrogant nor restless, and actually not much inferior to those daughters from renowned families. There were many ladies within this Song manor, but you could not find a single one who could equal her in temperament and behavior. Faced with the provocative gazes of many, she remained mild and composed. Even when facing the prince and the young master, she didn't seem to act any differently, as though her body was there but her mind had already drifted far away. Having studied alongside the young master since youth, Yusei's knowledge was quite exemplary, but she felt that she was still far from Bai Xiangxiu in terms of maturity. As Yusei mused, the servants began serving the dishes. 6 appetizers were served first, the maids of the various madams hurriedly placing food into the bowls of their mistresses. In these kind of events, the women were not only striving to one-up each other in person, but they were also trying to assert dominance through their maids. While Xiaoshi could be considered a second-grade maid, she was still young and lacked experience. Her movements were inevitably a little panicky. As her chopstick-wielding hand trembled, food fell onto the table. Bai Xiangxiu did not blame her, not even thinking much of it. She didn't want to compete with the other madams on this, it just seemed completely pointless to her. She promptly picked up her chopsticks and placed the food into her bowl, saying to the others who had glanced over, "We shouldn't waste it." Making a dish was really not easy. She definitely knew, even if others didn't. Xiao Shi's face went beet red. Where could one find such a good mistress? Even though she was a concubine, it was also a kind of blessing to be able to serve her. Mentally counting her blessings, Xiao Shi redoubled her efforts. Yusei smiled slightly, gaining a general understanding on why her young master was so enamored with this madam. Not blindly blaming her maid who had done wrong but helping her to clear up the mess instead, this was indeed a rare and kind nature. The dishes were taken away after being served for some time, with 6 new dishes being brought out. Everyone began discussing the food after tasting the first 12 dishes. While these were vegetarian dishes, they were superb in taste, indeed different from what they normally ate. How would these devout Buddhist madams not have eaten vegetarian food before? But all of them had felt it extremely difficult to swallow before, because the food was too simple and mild. However, today was different, with the varieties all ones that they had never seen before. The dishes were very pleasing to their palate and thus had a very good reception. As the main planner of these vegetarian dishes, Bai Xiangxiu silently let out a breath of relief, finally able to rest at ease. Just like when she had organized garden meets before, she would be nervous for a long time and only able to give a long exhale in relief with the garden was closed. Mission complete. She could finally ease up, even though it was unpaid work. Bai Xiangxiu had this little habit of being exceptionally satisfied when something she made was liked by everyone. Therefore, she didn't care much about pay. She had no want for food or clothes in her current life, and she didn't have anything she wanted to buy. It wasn't like in modern times, when she wanted to buy a house, a car, and... Still, looking at it now, having a man keep her in style was really not a bad thing. Of course, the precondition was that the man was not her Grim Reaper as well. Madame Xiao, how she become lost in thought whilst eating? Yusei was a little speechless, smiling slightly as she looked at Bai He, who had come over to relay a message. Bai He, on the other hand, chuckled out loud, causing Bai Xiangxiu to snap out of her reverie and ask, "Sister Bai He, why have you come over?" She even made to stand up as she said this. Bai He pressed her to sit back down, smiling, "The Grand Master over at Old Master's table praised you, and Old Master had me come over to express his thanks. No need to stand on courtesy, it is my honor that the Grand Master finds it good. Just respond to Old Master like this." It was already not bad to receive praise from the Grand Master. Bai Xiangxiu had also not eaten many vegetarian dishes at the monastery previously, only having stayed there a few days, but she also felt that the food there was not very special. While the dishes she had thought of really did not require many special ingredients, they had still been improved over many generations, therefore becoming uncommon. The value of resources came from their rarity, and this was the same for eating as well. Momentary novelty had brought to everyone a new experience, and this was why such compliments had been delivered. Bai He smiled, "Look at your happy look. I'll go back now." Right. How could she not be happy? Bai Xiangxiu still kept it in. She had to live carefully now, in order to be able to return to modern times a year later. She had to keep as much of a low profile as possible before that, not stirring up matters and not provoking anyone. Therefore, she suppressed her joy as much as possible. However, she still felt somewhat emotional within as she saw those dishes served and taken away one after another. A full 100 dishes. All the guests expressed their wonder at this. If this had been in the summertime, with fruits, melons and whatnot all flourishing in the fields, it would not have been anything to be amazed about. However, but at a time when a new crop had yet to come in, being able to garner together 100 vegetarian dishes at this time of the year really caused things to be seen in a different light. The Xiang family had really retained its face, with the old master so delighted that he never stopped smiling. Long Hung was also rather proud, never having thought that Bai was actually such a capable person. However, she would have to properly rest later on for that leg injury of hers. Seated on the same table as him, Song Jiaoyue felt that these dishes were filled with thoughtfulness, just like her very person. If not for her, how would this Buddhism gathering have turned out to be such a grand event? While the Song family was not an extravagant family, for the sake of filial piety, it naturally wouldn't do to be too shabby. Firstly, it was Old Master's birthday. This was something that had to be celebrated on a grand scale to begin with. Secondly, he had also invited a few Grand Masters, as well as some officials and their families come to celebrate his longevity. Things like these which concerned the family's face naturally couldn't be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Madame Song also had her reasons for doing this. The 5 sons of the Song family had already split up the family and moved out. The old master had been staying in the home of his youngest son, Song Jiaoyue's father. Those other Song family branches would always come around looking for trouble. This time, she believed that not only could they only close their mouths and watch on, but this matter would be sufficient to shut them up in the future as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 77, Accidentally Latching Onto Someone's Thigh. Chapter 77, Accidentally Latching Onto Someone's Thigh. Madame Xiang was extremely happy today.
Many visitors were inquiring where she'd found the chef, but she didn't give them a straight answer, since the fourth madam was only a concubine. Publicizing it would only bring trouble upon the fourth madam. Moreover, she could tell that the fourth madam was a very sensible person. Therefore, Madame Xiang did not want to cause any inconveniences for the fourth madam. And so, she only described the chef as someone the monastery had invited and managed to keep the identity of the chef a secret. However, Madame Xiang had made up her mind that she would definitely return the favor in private, at least so that the Long household wouldn't find any fault. Plus, the prince had even come to look after the fourth madam. This alone was a clear indication of how much the prince valued her.
The female guests didn't eat much.
To their chagrin, they were full by the time half the food had been served. However, they still stayed seated to await all the dishes. If a good dish of food passed across their plates, they would still eat a few bites. In Bai Shangxiu's opinion, these madams seemed to be eating like they were eating cat food. Almost all of them placed their chopsticks down after taking only one bite of each dish. Bai Shangxiu herself was starving, but because these people wouldn't move their chopsticks again, she had no choice but to place her chopsticks down as well.
Regardless of how hungry she was, she couldn't eat a lot. Fortunately, she did manage to sneak bites until she was half full. After everyone had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, tea and cake were offered. After taking 2 sips of tea, Bai He once again approached Bai Shangxiu with a smile. Younger sister Xiu. Madam Xiu, old master is asking if you are free. He wishes to meet with you alone.
The great master and old master weren't people who would normally converse while eating. Therefore, it was normal for them to return after they had eaten to the fullest. Bai Shangxiu grew a bit embarrassed at the surprise she'd let slip at being asked to meet the old master alone. However, Bai He quickly added, the eldest young master and the prince are also waiting outside.
They're all done eating.
That's way too fast. Bai Shangxiu then quickly remembered that although this was a feast, it was in the N temple cuisine. Since wine was not permitted at these feasts, it was normal for the male guests to finish their meal quicker. Bai Shangxiu nodded towards the madam sitting with her before she allowed Xiaoshi to support her out of the hall. Long Hung frowned when he saw that she was still limping. However, since old master wanted to meet her, he couldn't display a manner of superiority. After all, old master was an elder. So he contented himself with a word to Xiaoshi, support your mistress carefully. Long Hung just felt that he had to instruct Xiaoshi before he led the way to the old master.
Naturally, Song Jiaoyue was accompanying them. Actually, grandfather didn't ask to meet Long Hung. Does he have to be so worried? Alright, I'll admit I'm worried too. The cadre walked together with Long Hung and Song Jiaoyue walking in front and the ladies following at the back.
Because Bai Shangxiu wasn't far behind them, they could still see the shadow of her figure on the ground. She walked in a very beautiful posture, swaying like a willow. Seeing this, Song Jiaoyue smiled faintly, yet Long Hung was the one who spoke up. Grandfather does not have a good temper.
Be careful when you speak to him. Grandfather is a good person. Song Jiaoyue was afraid that Bai Shangxiu would be afraid, thus, he hastily tried to comfort her. Bai Shangxiu answered obediently, but no one knew if she was answering Long Hung or Song Jiaoyue.
Actually, she had never been afraid before. She had some experience in how to deal with the elderly.
See, she'd even managed to smooth down old madam's fur.
Most importantly, one of the 2 men before her was the one she had been secretly in love with. They had already parted ways, but Bai Shangxiu could tell that Song Jiaoyue looked at her differently this time. At first, Bai Shangxiu had thought that Song Jiaoyue might have been acting like this because he felt sorry, but as time passed, she realized that she had assumed wrong.
Song Jiaoyue seemed to be unknowingly drawing close to her, as if everything was planned.
However, the more Bai Shangxiu thought, the more she felt it was impossible, because the 2 women by Song Jiaoyue's side would always visit her.
If Song Jiaoyue had plans to the contrary, would he let those women meet her?
Bai Shangxiu had to admit that she really didn't understand the minds of these men of ancient times. As for the other one, he had an appearance and style that suited her taste, but he was already someone else's man and that someone else had the halo of the female lead to boot. No matter how Bai Shangxiu's thoughts ran, she still felt that this man would never belong to her. Most importantly, the description of how he killed her in the book was really too bloody. She has to admit that in this ancient courtyard, killing someone was just like playing around, all the more so for people in even higher positions. It didn't help that the male lead was a decisive general who wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to make that call. Whenever Bai Shangxiu faced these two men, she always felt slightly stressed. Those two walking in front of her would stir any woman's heart. Bai Shangxiu had never dated before, so it wasn't weird that she was overthinking things now. When one pondered too much and their thoughts ran too fast, one would always forget to pay attention to one's steps. Bai Shangxiu was someone who worked seriously and required full focus when doing a single task. Now that she'd been distracted by her thoughts, it was only natural that she would stumble. And so she did, and her body started its unplanned descent to the ground. Nevertheless, all humans had an instinct of self-preservation to protect her perky nose from being smashed flat. She naturally wanted to find something to hold onto, and in the split second she had to think, she could only reach for the leg of the person in front. It couldn't be helped. After all, this leg was too easy to hold onto. In the end, her face did not manage to introduce itself to the ground. In fact, the instant she'd latched onto the leg, someone tugged on the back of her clothes. When she came to, she was already upright and standing safely on the ground. The fall and the lift almost happened within a second of each other. How could the petite body of Bai Shangxiu, someone from a literary family, handle this sort of acceleration? Her entire body grew weak, and dizziness assaulted her in waves. Pressing her hand to her head, she swayed and wobbled. As expected, she has the appearance and body of a second female lead. Was it really good to be so delicate? The truth had proven that whether one was the supporting female character or the female lead didn't matter. One is always good in the eyes of someone who's fond of you. A strong arm completely ensconced her body and a vigorous heartbeat immediately cleared her head. Even without guessing, she knew that this scent that tickled her nose belonged to Long Hung. Was he the one that lifted me up? He's a crude man, but now, he's pretending to be someone nice. However, she did feel safe in his arms. The body of the second female lead was extremely petite. When she was held in his arms, her head happened to rest just so on his chest. In many ways, this position was very ambiguous. Bai Shangxiu immediately blushed and lifted her head as she said in a muffled voice, "Thank you." Wait a second, something's wrong here. Long Hung was the one who lifted her up and carried her, so whose leg had she held onto? That leg was rather thick. Could it be? With a flushed face, Bai Shangxiu looked up and saw the supporting male character young Master Song Jiaoyue, standing amidst the wind, frowning and blushing. The hell? I was rejected when I wanted to hold onto his leg. Now that I've accidentally hugged his leg, can someone tell me how I should react in this situation? Most importantly, supporting male character. Show some reaction. If you remain expressionlessly silly, how can I apologize? My apologies. No matter what kind of expression the other displayed, an apology was absolutely compulsory. At this moment, Song Jiaoyue recovered from his shock and hurriedly replied, "It's all right." Did you injure yourself? I'm all right. Bai Shangxiu really felt like crying, but she couldn't shed even a tear in this situation. Why did you have to go and mention what had just happened? Bai Shangxiu really wanted to just slap herself. Can a man's leg be randomly touched? Look at how dark and gloomy Long Hang's face is. I'm dying here. I can't even look at him anymore. What should I do? Let's go. With a few words, Long Hang pulled Bai Shangxiu away from the abyss of her thoughts. She almost thought Long Hang would just chop off her hands as punishment for simply hugging someone's legs. Thank goodness I still have both of my hands. However, she still felt weirdly nervous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Nervousness, Palpitations Difficult to Calm. Chapter 78, Nervousness, Palpitations Difficult to Calm. No one knew whether Long Hang was angry or nervous when he'd hastily reached out a hand to support Bai Shangxiu. He had indeed been startled when she fell, but he hadn't thought that she'd reach out to hug Song Jiaoyue's thigh. Although she hadn't touched anywhere serious particular, her face had still mashed into his leg. He'd once seen the women of the enemy do something similar with his subordinates. But of course, they had done that on purpose, and he'd only had contempt and despise for their actions, even having the feeling of preparing to watch a good show. But what was with this palpitation now when her body touched another man's? And what was with this desire to immediately separate the two of them? He felt that he'd been afflicted with a strange disease, one that he couldn't pin down the source of. All he knew was that he had to keep a close eye on her in the future, so that she wouldn't go barreling into some other man's embrace. The two of them walked off, one in front of another, and even when they'd taken more than 10 paces, Song Jiaoyue remained where he was. You say had to speak softly, young master, we should go. However, her heart ached slightly. After all, she was the young master's woman. Even though he wasn't domineering or lusty in this regard, she was still the one by his side. When she saw how agitated he was by the barest accidental touch of another woman, she still felt the slightest traces of jealousy. So it seems that no matter how hard we try, we'll never walk into the young master's heart. This is why he maintains a distance from us and is never besotted with us.
Song Jiayue cleared his head and took large strides to catch up to the duo.
He hadn't expected that this little accidental touch would be enough to throw his mind this far out of control.
It was as if he was addicted.
As a man, he'd never been so worked up even during the first time he'd slept with a woman.
In fact, he was currently acting like a fresh-faced kid who'd never known a woman.
Her small hand had been so hot, like it wanted to set his body on fire.
I wonder how it might have felt to hold her in my embrace. No, he couldn't think this way.
She was his good friend's woman and a woman his good friend cared about. Song Jiayue suppressed the agitation of his heart and quickly walked forward, leading them to the Buddhist hall that the old master was residing in. The old master was in a wonderful mood today. Although he wore a monk's robes, he didn't seem to have a hint of his age about him. It was only that his face was a little too reddened that it made others feel that something might be amiss. But perhaps he was just glowing with good health. Bai Shangxiu didn't think much as she performed a proper curtsy to the old master and the two grandmasters sitting there.
The old master started.
At his age, he was well qualified to look back on the sometimes crazy things he'd done in his youth, but he'd never seen a girl with such features.
He couldn't help but nod. No wonder his daughter-in-law kept praising this girl. She did indeed have an excellent appearance.
Princely, is this your fourth madam? Apart from his grandson Song Jiayue and a few maids performing the appropriate motions of greeting, Princely was the only one exempt from this. Although the old master was senior to Princely, the latter's rank was quite a bit higher than his, not to mention that the old master was retired and resided at home now. Princely's lack of observing the formalities also pointed to their familial relationship. However, the old master still didn't care much for him, perhaps due to the aura of violence about him.
But Princely had chosen his fourth madam well.
She was as serene as water, demure yet intelligent.
Overall, a good child.
It was easy to tell with a single glance at her eyes that the trappings of the secular world seemed not to exist in her.
Even Grand Master Hui Guang nodded by the old master's side.
This is Grand Master Hui Guang from the Eternal Peace Monastery, and this is Grand Master Hui Shou from the Divine Dragon Monastery.
Greetings to the two Grand Masters.
Only Bai Shangxiu had never seen the two Grand Masters here, so she paid the proper formalities to them. However, she had a strange idea of hoping that the two masters were some sort of experts that could see how she could return to her world. Therefore, she flicked a look at the two masters when she sat down.
Both of the Grand Masters were a bit senior in age.
Grandmaster Hui Guang had a bit of a beard, and Grandmaster Hui Shou had a clean and round face.
Grandmaster Hui Guang smiled faintly. Would this female patron be willing to enter my monastery?
Bai Shangxiu had been waiting for a while for them to say that she was not of this world, but she'd received a recruitment call instead? This result was so far out of her expectations that she was a bit lost.
What do I do now?
Even Long Hong and Song Jiayue were stunned.
Didn't they all say that the Grand Masters were coldly aloof? Why had this one suddenly opened his mouth to want to take a female disciple?
Master Hui Guang spoke. Patron, you might not know this, but there is a kind of person in this world who was born with an affinity for Buddha.
This old monk feels that you are one of those people.
Well, Bai Shangxiu had felt like her current looks would result in her being tapped to become an entertainer in the modern world, but she'd never thought that she'd be invited to be a nun in the ancient world instead. She was at a loss for words for a moment. For some reason, she snuck a glance at Long Hang and felt that his face was so frosty that he could use it to shoot ice arrows. She had to duck her head, thinking it was best that she paid as little attention as possible to this monk. However, the old monk had seemed to make up his mind to continue down this path with her.
If this patron is willing, how about you return with me to the Eternal Peace Mountain?
Long Hung could hold it in no longer. If he did, his woman would be kidnapped and bundled off to a monastery. He slammed a hand down on a table and said in a low voice, Master Hui Guang, she is already a married woman.
Yet, Hui Guang's response was even. Married?
A woman marries when she enters a covenant with Buddha, and where she goes is her home.
However, where does the female patron feel is her home?
Bai Shangxiu was baffled by the strange grandmaster's questioning. She paused and stared at him blankly. The eyes seemed to stare right through her, throwing her heart into disarray. She did indeed not view the Li Manor as her home, and didn't feel that she belonged in this world, but who would have thought that this Grand Master would glimpse it?
Or was he just waxing eloquent on the word married?
Long Hung only saw the normally gentle Bai Shangxiu revealing a trace of indecision. She was actually hesitating and even meeting the Grand Master's gaze, as if seriously deliberating. His heart spasmed for some reason as a violent aura suddenly exploded from his body, infusing this Buddhist hall with the atmosphere of an Asura's battlefield.
1.
Grandmaster Hui Guan was unafraid, whereas Grandmaster Hui Shou chanted a brief portion of Buddhist scripture and then closed his eyes for further meditation. The old master frowned and spoke, "Princely, please cease your anger."
He was truly afraid that this man would kill both grandmasters if he flew into a rage. Bai Xiangxiu also shuddered.
She wanted to go home and not enter a monastery, so she ducked her head and spoke docilely, "Many thanks for the grandmaster's favor.
Since this young girl has married, I follow my husband.
And where I have married to is my home."
Grandmaster Huiguan only smiled faintly.
"Why do you speak nonsense? I am willing to explain scripture to you in detail, but I don't know if there is such a place for me in the Li Manor." "Apologies, Grandmaster, but the Li Manor is a secular place of the world and is not a place suited for one such as the Grandmaster." Long Hong spoke through gritted teeth. If he was able to kill, he would have surely made his move by now.
"Oh? Then that's a pity. Why doesn't the female patron stay for a few more days? I can answer any question for you."
Hui Guang didn't let up, displaying an unusually resolute attitude. Long Hong finally could sit still no longer and shot to his feet.
"This Grand Master has a grudge with him, doesn't he? 1. The lowest level deity in Buddhism with warlike tendencies.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 79, The Repercussions of Splitting a Family. Chapter 79, The Repercussions of Splitting a Family. He wants to swindle a proper young lady and convert her into a Buddhist nun? Is she so poorly off at the Li Manor that she might as well be a nun?
Song Jiaoyue hurriedly pulled Long Hung back while smiling at Grandmaster Hui Guang. "Grandmaster, although you have a unique insight into people, Madame Bai is already married. What's more, her heart hasn't discarded the secular world.
How can Grandmaster force someone to convert?"
Unexpectedly, Hui Guang let out a sigh and spoke, "Reincarnation in the secular world is as ephemeral as bubbles in water.
This female patron is one of the rare people born into this world with an affinity for Buddha. Why must you be embroiled into the matters of this world again? What a pity. Many thanks for Grandmaster's pointers. She'd never thought about leaving to become a nun.
If it was to guide her back to her world, then she would have been delighted to go along.
Unfortunately.
Grandmaster Hui Guang recited Buddha's name and said, "This old monk will never give up."
The corners of Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitched. This Grandmaster was extremely odd. "Grandmaster, you are very dedicated."
She issued a friendly reminder, but who knew that her words would make Grandmaster Hui Guang laughed out loud. He replied, "True. Lady Patron does indeed stand out from the masses."
Eh?
Bai Xiangxiu was a little speechless. She'd merely spoken a few words.
How had it turned into her standing out from the masses?
The old master was similarly speechless. He'd merely wanted to take the opportunity of meeting the Grand Master to praise the fourth madam.
How did it turn into Grandmaster Hui Guang taking a fancy to her?
He thought about the great efforts he had taken to invite the Grand Master, but never once had the Grand Master mentioned inviting him to live in the temple, nor expounding on Buddha's scriptures for him. Suddenly, Grand Master Hui Shou coughed and leaned to the side. Astonishingly, he kept leaning further and further until he toppled over.
Startled, everyone ran over to him. "Grand Master! What's wrong, Grand Master?"
The old master was the first to arrive at the Grand Master's side.
He was also constantly gasping for breath, possibly out of his anxiety.
Suddenly, he flushed red and dry-retched twice.
"What's going on?" Song Jiaoyue promptly instructed someone to call the doctor.
Everyone flew into a flurry of action and tidied up the couch in a side room next to the hall, carrying the two people there. Bai Xiangxiu also felt that the situation was strange.
How could two perfectly fine people fall ill at the same time?
Not only that, there was a sweet kind of fragrance permeating the air.
What could this scent be?
She hadn't paid attention to it earlier, but she noticed it now that she'd raised her head. This Buddha hall was surprisingly decorated by many pots of tulips, all of which were in full bloom. It was very rare to be able to see those kind of flowers in this season, not to mention having them in full bloom.
Wait a second, there were no such flowers in ancient times.
But she had no time to ponder that issue as she remembered the more important information she once learned regarding those tulips.
Although these flowers were very pretty, the plant itself contained a fair amount of poison.
It might not have been a problem if it was only a single plant. However, there were many blooming tulips being cultivated in this closed environment, turning the situation pessimistic. She recalled that the symptoms for tulip poisoning would present itself in the form of chest pain, nausea, dyspnea, and even loss of consciousness. However, she didn't know if anyone would believe her words if she were to say it right now. The doctor arrived as she was wrestling with her dilemma. After he took the pulse of the two old men, he shook his head and explained, "Their pulses are in complete chaos. Please forgive this one's incompetence. I am unable to determine why they were afflicted at the same time, and with the same symptoms." Song Jiuyue became anxious. Two more masters of the Song family came in to see their father at this time. There was now a crowd of 5 men in the room. The presences within the room became mixed and the circulation of air slowed even further. Even Bai Xiangxiu felt her breathing became slightly labored as her nose filled with the scent of tulips. She hastily used her handkerchief to cover her nose and searched for a place to hide. Unfortunately, it was now a disordered crowd in the room, which had nothing to do with her as she was somehow partially hidden behind Long Heng's tall stature. The male lead's temperament was molded into that of a typical male lead. There was always one eye-catching aspect of his personality that left others unable to ignore him. Bai Xiangxiu was nevertheless grateful to him. At least, he wasn't ignoring her, and when he shielded her, he was afraid that others would notice, so he silently readjusted his position. He might be chauvinistic and concerned with face, but he still knew how to show consideration. Unfortunately, he belonged to the female lead. As she dithered, she discovered that the 5 men all wore darkened expressions. It appeared that it was a common thing for their father's complexion to be abnormal. The 4 of them turned and began to criticize their younger brother. Their younger brother, Song Hui, was the father of the supporting male lead, Song Jiuyue. He was an assistant minister, a third-rank official. He bore some physical similarities with Song Jiuyue, but his brows were often tightly furrowed, bearing witness to his strict personality. There was a common practice amongst the population that the youngest son was in charge of taking care of the parents after the various branches of the family split up, and the youngest usually inherited the family's properties at the same time. The old master had worked as an official his entire life, thus he had amassed much property. When the Song family had split up, the other 4 brothers had more of the property distributed to them. However, the old master had felt that his youngest son had achieved many accomplishments, and his eldest grandson was worth investing in, so he hadn't gifted his other sons much land. Naturally, the 4 brothers were extremely resentful about this state of affairs. However, they didn't dare to argue with their father. As a result, this resentment was vented on Song Hui. These years when the family met, the brothers never showed Song Hui good expressions. Song Hui didn't actually seek his father's property or businesses, but the old master had said that these properties were set aside for Song Jiuyue, so he could only look after it for his son. At first, he hadn't thought that his brothers would bicker with him. This turned out to be a sad mistake. The main reason was that his 4 brothers had no real accomplishments to their name, and had been raised by their father since youth. As such, they'd become prodigal good-for-nothings. They had no plans of making money, and only plans for how to spend it. Even if they had a mountain of gold, it would still be spent until nothing was left. This was when Song Hui understood the old master's intentions. Splitting up the family like this was to let them achieve self-sufficiency. After all, he was getting on in his years and couldn't support his 4 eldest sons for the rest of their lives. However, Song Hui never expected that they would bear a grudge and hold him responsible, even going to the lengths of finding an opportunity to criticize him in front of Prince Li. Fortunately, Prince Li didn't appear to be someone interested in others' business. He simply sat on the side while being served tea by his concubine behind him. In fact, Long Hong wanted to turn and leave, but since the old master's status was unknown, him leaving now would cause Song Jiuyue to think too much. Their friendship had run many years, and he was naturally different from others. It would just be a burden on that girl, having to stand behind him on her injured foot. When the 5 Song brothers came in, they first saw their father and Grand Master Hui Shou before greeting Prince Li. Although Long Hong was a prince not of royal blood, he was still the only official to be bestowed the title of prince in the imperial court. The eldest brother couldn't hold his impatience in after he performed his greetings. He asked the doctor, "Tell me, what do you mean you can't find the cause of this ailment? Why are both of them like this, but you're still unable to find out why?" The doctor frowned and replied, "It doesn't seem to be a disease. If it's not a disease, then what it is? Are you going to tell me it's poison?" The second eldest brother smiled coolly, clearly implying something. Song Hui frowned and said, "Second brother, how could there be a poisoning in our home?" Song Jiuyue was actually mirroring his father's expression right now, but a trace of frostiness appeared between his furrowed brows. His own uncles were talking thus in front of outsiders. He was really hard-pressed to feel close to them with behavior like this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Poisoned, Specialized Skills. Chapter 80, Poisoned, Specialized Skills.
This third brother Song was a complete sleazeball.
His eyes had yet to leave by Xiang since he'd walked in. For him, meeting such a beauty like her was, after all, a rarity.
How could one not possibly take a good long look?
Xiang sensed an unwavering pair of burning eyes staring at her, making her whole body feel uncomfortable. She raised her head to find a middle-aged man she did not recognize staring directly back at her. Seeing this made her feel incredibly uncomfortable, so she couldn't help but stare back menacingly in warning. However, her look was, to put it politely, resembled more a soft glance that rippled with emotion than any sort of threat. To put it bluntly, it was a look of seduction that wasn't the least bit threatening, a look that could cause half of a man's body to weaken at the sight. Third brother Song watched her, fascinated and mystified, as his soul gradually slipped away from his body. But then all of a sudden, he felt a chill run down his back. As he turned his head, his eyes met with the bone-chilling glare of Prince Li. With a shiver, he averted his attention, and subconsciously blurted out, "Well, how could they not be poisoned? What if there's someone who wants to lay their hands on their inheritance early and is taking advantage of this opportunity to make their move?" Those words were so overly rude, even Bai Shangxiu furrowed her eyebrows. This man surely has no brains to speak of.
Who would talk to their own younger brother like that?
Of course, Song Hui angrily replied, "Third brother, what do you mean by that?" Third brother Song snorted, even he felt that his own words were a little brash there.
He'd unexpectedly spoken what was foremost on his mind.
Eldest brother Song added on, "Then you explain, how could a perfectly fine man suddenly fall like this?"
Song Hui's face was flushed with anger.
He took deep breaths, but his anger could not be quelled.
Song Jiaoyue stepped in, "It's just that this doctor couldn't figure it out. Servants! Send for another doctor."
Actually, Bai Shangxiu wasn't sure that the conditions of both victims came from the poison of the tulips, so she didn't dare say a word. A single slip of the tongue would place her front and center of the openly brandished hostility and tension, so she couldn't help but hesitate. The Song family servants moved swiftly, with 2 doctors coming over in short order. However, they still couldn't find the source of the illness. Everyone was in a flurry of panic now, and the 4 Song brothers interrogated Song Hui without pause, demanding explanations no matter what.
Song Jiaoyue was a junior, so naturally, he couldn't speak out of place. He couldn't stop sweating in the moment.
Bai Shangxiu also felt unwell, as she sensed her own chest starting to hurt. She subtly wiped away her sweat. Even though Long Heng's back was towards her, he could also feel how uncomfortable she was. As a matter of fact, seeing brothers argue like this would make anyone feel uncomfortable, let alone a young lady like herself. So he stood up to say, "All right, if there is no way to find the cause of the illness here, I will send for the royal physician to investigate. He's bound to find the cause." Song Hui exhaled in relief, "So, let's leave it all to His Royal Highness to decide." For some unknown reason, his chest felt extremely uncomfortable after he exhaled. He stretched out his arm and clutched his chest.
"Father, what's wrong?"
Sensing that something was wrong with his father, Song Jiaoyue hurriedly supported him.
Song Hui waved for his men.
He assumed that this was simply a reaction from the anger that coursed through his body because of his bickering brothers.
He didn't pay much heed to it.
However, Bai Shangxiu was paying close attention. She knew that if she'd left with Long Hong, the 2 lying on the floor would be left there too.
Would they actually die from the poison then?
Her gaze drifted as her steps came to a stop. Long Hong also heard her footsteps halt and turned his head with a frown.
"Why are you not leaving?"
Suddenly, he saw her raise her head and glance at him. This single glance conveyed to him nothing less than a deep sense of determination. Her pearl-white teeth bit into her bottom lip. She took a deep breath and raised her voice slightly, "Your Highness, please wait."
Long Hong was already waiting. He couldn't help but ask, "Why?"
Bai Shangxiu turned around to face a pair of warm eyes that had a hint of a smile in them. He murmured Buddha's name when she turned around, as if knowing that she would take this particular action. Bai Shangxiu's heart trembled, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, this concubine has once heard of such symptoms before." Third brother Song went weak all over when he heard the beauty speak.
"Is it a result of poison?" "Fine."
This was just how third brother Song was. He had no idea how to even talk when he saw a pretty face. Bai Shangxiu followed up with, "It is certainly poison." Her words brought everyone's attention to her, leaving her feeling a little awkward in the moment. Though Song Jiaoyue found this a bit strange, he at least didn't believe that she would accuse his father like his other 3 uncles, so he said, "Madam Xiu, please continue." Having received Song Jiaoyue's support and with Long Hong standing behind her, Bai Shangxiu's confidence was greatly boosted. It wasn't a person who poisoned them. Third brother Song couldn't wait to interrupt her again.
That's odd. If it's not a person, what could it possibly be? Bai Xiangxiu took a deep breath. This man really had no manners. It's the flowers. Since they weren't being polite, why should she? And so, she lifted her chest and loudly spoke her mind. Everyone was taken aback by her words, and even the doctors themselves chuckled gently. They hadn't detected poison in the patient's pulses at all, but this woman had the nerve to claim that it was poison, and what's more, from flowers. What a joke. Bai Xiangxiu knew that she would be questioned if she were to speak out, and she'd even mentally prepared herself for it. However, she still felt uncomfortable from those accusatory and contemptuous stares. She almost wanted to run as far away as she could. A voice traveled from behind at this time. Oh? Do tell us, why do you think a flower would poison people? It was Princely. His voice pierced through the air like a javelin. Even a soft word could command the attention of everyone in the room. Bai Xiangxiu didn't care if he was trying to help himself or her with his words, she just felt a sense of support. It's the tulips. Her long, slender fingers pointed at the unknown flowers dotted around the hall. How laughable, how could a flower be poisonous? Senior brother Xiang chortled. Tulips have a type of poisonous substance that affects those with weaker bodies. If they inhale it long enough, their breathing will hasten, they would experience shortness of breath. In more serious scenarios, they may even faint, responded Bai Xiangxiu. How could that be? Second brother Xiang didn't believe it at all. Not only did he not believe it, nor could anyone else. However, Bai Xiangxiu's next words silenced the crowd. It's not about whether you believe me or not, but how to handle the problem, right? The priority here is to save lives. The statement was clearly on point, and Song Jiaoyue was quick to respond, precisely. So you. Madam Xiu, how do you propose we proceed? Princely, this is your concubine, correct? Could you teach her to not speak nonsense in such a critical moment? Senior brother Song laughed coldly, dismissing Bai Xiangxiu's claims as nothing more than a joke. Everyone's attention was once again brought to Princely. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, an overweening sense of authority present in the slight upturn of his lip. No one could resist such charisma in that moment. As if waiting for an unknown signal, everyone fell silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Poisonous Tulips. Chapter 81, Poisonous Tulips. Prestige was a result of accomplishing major deeds, but it was divided into different types. The emperor had the prestige of an emperor, and a minister had the prestige of a minister. There was one kind of prestige that was a combination of the two characteristics of having a high rank but also tempered by the fires of battle. Princely, Long Hung, was precisely this kind of person. He himself came from a family of generals and had been a noble since birth. Later on, he commanded the armies, and it was even said that a general on the field wasn't bound by the sovereign's orders. When even the sovereign's command could be ignored, it was easy to see how great his authority was. Therefore, not just anyone could bear this kind of majestic presence. Even Bai Xiangxiu, a modern person, also momentarily felt that he'd grown larger than life as goosebumps dimpled her entire body. She hadn't even turned around, so she couldn't see what he looked like. Nonsense? What? Do you think that it's wrong to save lives first, or is another scheme afoot? Few people dared to refute Prince Li's words. The Song brothers opened their mouths, yet no words came out. In the end, Long Heng's words forced them to close their mouths. If they dared say anything else, then they really would be scheming otherwise. When Long Heng saw that no one had the intention to speak again, he spoke to Bai Xiangxiu. What are you doing standing here? Saving people is important. Bai Xiangxiu's body trembled at those words as she replied, tightness of chest and shortness of breath does not lend itself to movement. Remove all of these flowers first and open the windows for ventilation. The servants quickly followed suit after she finished speaking. Those tulips were all taken out in short order and the windows thrown open. With the windows opened, the people suffering from tightness of chest earlier all felt a bit better. Song Hui was among those who'd experienced a tighter chest, and now he possessed a bit more faith in this madam's actions. His eyebrows slowly relaxing, he said, "What else needs to be done, Madam Xiu?" Bai Xiangxiu could breathe in deeply now as well. Use a damp towel to wipe down the patients' faces to help them wake up a bit. Don't use cold water, warm water is fine. After the servants did as they were told, the complexion of the two people on the couch did indeed become a bit better. Song Jiaoyue was immensely relieved. His heart filled with astonishment and gratitude as he watched Bai Xiangxiu scatter the people in the room. There were many types of women in this world, but someone like her, obviously intelligent and low profile, was actually rarely seen.
Take Lin Xianzi for instance, she understood poems, was beautiful, and was often hailed as the most talented woman in the city.
But what about this woman in front of him?
She'd been unknown to the public before marriage and still remained low profile afterwards. Her appearance was more beautiful than Lin Xianzi's.
She knew how to make vegetarian dishes and understood all sorts of knowledge.
She was truly a pearl covered in dust. If he had known of a woman such as her earlier, he would have personally gone to her door to propose.
Unfortunately, she was now someone else's concubine.
Just as his distress grew manifold, he heard that the old master had woken up on the couch. He was looking much better after coughing lightly a few times and spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. But he was still breathing heavily. That really suffocated me.
Song Hui hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Father, are you better now?"
The old master replied, "A bit better."
"Why hasn't Grandmaster Huishou awakened yet?"
Grandmaster Huishou woke up just as they were talking about him. Judging from the situation, the two were indeed poisoned by the toxic fragrance of the tulips. Bai Xiangxiu heaved a sigh of relief, finally knowing that she hadn't made any mistakes.
If she couldn't save them after delaying the medical treatment, then her guilt would have been enormous. After drinking tea, Old Master naturally asked about the situation.
Knowing that Bai Xiangxiu had saved him, he couldn't help but display a small smile towards her. When he heard his four sons quarreling amongst themselves after coming to see him, he couldn't help furrow his eyebrows and say coldly, "What are you all still standing here for?
Get out!"
The four Song brothers were helpless and could only withdraw to avoid his ire. The old master said to Bai Xiangxiu, "I didn't expect you to actually know those flowers. I accidentally noticed these unknown flowers when I was outside and merely felt them elegant. That was why I placed them in the hall here.
I didn't think they would hide poison. Seems like they'll need to be destroyed." "No need.
I'm saying that tulips are still good flowers.
It's fine as long as you don't plant too many inside.
If planted outside, they will create a nice landscape." Bai Xiangxiu felt that the tulips were still beautiful flowers. There wouldn't be a problem as long as there weren't great patches of them. Seeing her wanting to save the flowers, the old master couldn't help but smile. "If you like them so much, just take them.
I won't dare grow them anymore." "Then many thanks to Old Master."
Breathing a sigh of relief, Bai Xiangxiu thanked the elderly man. But off on the side, Grandmaster Hui Guang didn't let her off. "Lady Patron, it was possible for you to not turn back just a moment ago.
And yet, why did you return?"
The old monk smiled as he asked.
Bai Xiangxiu really wanted to roll her eyes at him and say, "How do I know?"
But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, and most importantly the murderous god standing behind her, she could only say, naturally, "Because I thought of a method, but..."
"Female patron, are you not afraid of things becoming difficult?" Hui Guang's smile never wavered as he spoke. "I can't see Old Master and Grandmaster Huishou suffer from danger, right? Wasn't this an obvious question? As a monk, how could he not understand, as a monk?" But Hui Guang said, "This is a shared destiny with Buddha.
In this world, there are but a few who aren't predestined."
Bai Xiangxiu couldn't hold back any longer and retorted. Hui Guang's expression didn't change as he remained smiling, but he no longer spoke.
Bai Xiangxiu was startled for a moment and then fell into deep thought. In this world, there were indeed very few who would not have their fates intersect with Buddha, but that didn't mean that everyone would turn back. Yes, just a moment ago she felt that she had some courage. Her face couldn't help turn slightly red. With everyone's eyes looking at her, she became even more embarrassed. Afraid that Great Master Hui Guang would speak of something or another again, Long Hung said, "The matter is already done."
"Why are you not leaving?" Bai Xiangxiu responded softly and submissively, followed behind Long Hung.
However, Song Jiaoyue felt sorry that his friend was really too ice-cold. She was such a kind-hearted girl. She should have been treated with gentleness and care. His heart was slightly pained, but there was nothing he could do about it.
Watching Bai Xiangxiu leave, Hui Guang murmured one of the many names of Buddha. Grandmaster Huishou said weakly, "It is rare to see you so proactive."
Hui Guang replied, "It's so rare to see someone so intelligent. It's a pity that she still has ties to the mortal world."
Huishou said laughingly, "Not everyone can truly leave behind worldly affairs."
Nodding his head, Hui Guang said, "Both you and I are no exceptions, let alone her." The two great masters rested for a while and then took their leave afterwards. However, unexpectedly, only one of them returned to the monastery.
The other went to the Li Manor to beg for alms. That remains a story for another day.
It was time for Bai Xiangxiu to return, and so she went to take her leave of Madame Song. She also spent some time saying goodbye to Yusei and Bai He. This kept her until dusk, when night had fallen. Long Hung and his men were still waiting anxiously at the front door. He could have gone back first, but he wasn't at ease just leaving her here alone. After waiting for a while, a servant's report came back that the old master was feeling a bit uncomfortable again. As a result, they had asked Madame Xiao to go see him and was afraid that she would be unable to return tonight. Long Hung almost kicked the servant straight into the ground. His woman wasn't a doctor. What use was there in having her stay? But he was worried about leaving her behind and returning by herself. She really was too famous in this Song household. After thinking it over, he ordered his people to return to the Li Manor and back to old Madam. He himself would also stay behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 82, Sharing the Same Room, Innate Sense of Seduction. Chapter 82, Sharing the Same Room, Innate Sense of Seduction. Naturally, staying behind required some justification.
Consequently, the poor old master was hauled forth as an excuse again. Long Hung told others that he was too worried about the old master and still felt it was better to return and take a look at the old master. The fact that the old master wasn't fond of Long Hang at all was smoothly glossed over as he made his explanations. As for the old master's face being flushed red, it appeared that there wasn't that much of a problem in that area. The doctor diagnosed it as a case of his heart's blood becoming inflamed, and issued a prescription before he took his leave.
Unexpectedly, the old master still asked Bai Shangxiu for her opinion.
When Bai Shangxiu took a careful look and noticed his well-rounded body and the dark crimson hue to his face, she couldn't help but think of the common affliction from modern times, high blood pressure. She wasn't a doctor and certainly couldn't issue a prescription, not to mention that this period in time didn't even have the phrase high blood pressure.
As a result, she responded, "This concubine knows a home remedy that will have some benefits for old grandfather's body.
It would be best to take it daily in order to strengthen your body."
"Oh? Young girl, it seems that you know quite a bit. It's a pity that she's that person's concubine.
How wonderful would it be if she were my granddaughter, Adut." In the past, the old master had never thought favorably of generals, believing them to be crude and ignorant. That Long family's youngster had actually appeared to have some learning and talent, but his way of solving problems since his youth had always been crude, employing force to achieve results. To think that such a person had been arranged for the cute, little girl next to him, the old grandfather started to feel some beginnings of pity when his thoughts traveled here. Bai Xiangxiu didn't actually know any special remedies or the like, she merely wanted to decrease the old grandfather's blood pressure. Thus, she said, have someone grind celery into juice and drink some every day. Treat it as water. If you don't like the taste of it, adding some sugar or rock sugar is fine as well.
Celery?
The old master frowned. He disliked this vegetable the most. But after seeing Bai Shangxiu nodding her head with all her might, he chose to believe her and said, "Then let's try it out." He summoned some servants and gave them his orders.
Bai Shangxiu relaxed and let out a sigh.
As long as the old master could persevere, his health should improve some. Afterwards, she mentioned a few plants that would be good to place indoors. The old master had some servants record it all.
Song Jiaoyue accompanied her throughout this entire process.
Previously, he'd only held a hint of affection towards Bai Shangxiu, but now he'd completely transformed into a love-struck fool. Even though there were many women by his side, someone like her was truly too rare.
What a pity that his friend would also be staying behind tonight.
The both of them had been arranged to stay in the same guest room. This fact was actually gnawing at him. He glanced over at his friend, who was calmly sitting on the side drinking tea. Just how does he view her? Since the old grandfather needed to rest a bit earlier, Bai Shangxiu and Long Hong were shown to the courtyard that had been arranged for them. The servants of the Song family had long since cleaned up the guest house, and prepared bath water as well. The two separated to go take a bath. Bai Shangxiu ended up coming out a little later because she was nervous. She could tell with a single look that Long Heng's hair had already been dried by the servants. He had taken up a seat on the side with a book in hand. He had helped her out a lot today, and Bai Shangxiu felt that she should properly express her thanks. However, with the two people in the same room, it was also possible that some bad things could happen at any time. Her nervousness had already relegated the matter of thanking Long Hong to the back of her mind. Long Hong was absent-mindedly holding his book up, having already snuck a glance at her when she'd stepped into the room after finishing her bath. Just that glance caused the words innate sense of seduction to pop up in his mind. Even though on the outside he appeared to be strict and self-disciplined, this body of hers was simply just way too attractive to the eyes, and even more so to a man's eyes. He didn't think much of it during the day when she was wearing thick clothes. But now that she'd discarded her outer clothing and was only wearing a thin garment, her body's curves had become faintly discernible. She exuded a different kind of sexiness, especially when she let down her hair, the kind that made others want to tightly grab it in their hands and ravish it. Long Hong felt that a hot ball of fire had started to burn his body. An uncomfortable feeling started to heat up his body, as if he'd explode if he didn't do a particular something.
However, he really couldn't do anything tonight.
According to the customs of ancient times, when a man and a woman were at another family's house as a guest, and especially a married couple, they couldn't perform the deed on another family's bed even if they shared the same bed. This was considered extremely discourteous. If they really couldn't endure the urge, then they had to leave behind some copper beneath the bed afterwards. This way, it could be considered that they'd rented the bed for use, not having used it for free.
That would prevent them from bringing misfortune to the host family's home.
Only, he was afraid that leaving copper would invoke laughter from others. Long Hong was a man and it wouldn't affect him, but Bai Shangxiu still had to go about her business. Truth be told, she was merely a concubine and didn't need any sort of face. But, she was helping out the manor in its affairs, and she'd brought honor to their family with her doings in the Song household. If she was looked down upon by other people, they would inevitably end up pointing their fingers at her behind her back afterwards whenever she worked. As anxious as he felt, it wouldn't hurt to wait another evening.
However, could she not be this alluring?
Especially as he only wanted to peacefully go to sleep. But she was being awkward, and her thoughts were written all over her face. She was obviously thinking that he would do something towards her, wearing an expression of both fear and shyness.
Could it be that she didn't know it to be almost blatant seduction?
Long Hong didn't dare look at her anymore, fearing that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from doing something bad. Bai Shangxiu was conflicted for what seemed like half a day until Long Hong finally said a single sentence, "Douse the lights and go to sleep."
But what, we're going to go to sleep just like this?
But how could this be possible? His eyes had definitely been filled with fiery predatory desire, and he'd left her trembling for half a day with just a single glance.
It couldn't be that they would be doing it after turning off the lights, right?
Bai Shangxiu crawled onto the bed, her body trembling as she lay down.
She sighed over her miserable fate.
She hadn't even had time to fall in love after transmigration before being forced into rolling around in the bed sheets. But after taking another look at Long Heng's wide back, she comforted herself with the thought that he was actually a responsible man. Perhaps after sleeping together he would treat her a bit differently and show her some consideration. Even after the female lead entered the household, as long as Bai Shangxiu didn't court death with her actions, then it was unlikely that she would die. After all, the previous supporting Bai Shangxiu had felt that it was very unfair that although she was more beautiful than the female lead, the male lead hadn't showed her the slightest bit of favor. Following that, she had scampered to and fro in front of the male lead, devising all kinds of ways to invite him to sleep with her, almost begging to be under his body. She'd even drugged the male lead, drugged the female lead, and drugged herself. In the end, the halo of the main characters allowed the male and female leads to preserve their virginity, and she'd ended up being oppressed into an ugly mess. Finally, she became a stepping stone to further the affections of the male and female lead, and when she was no longer useful, she was ruthlessly sentenced to death.
That the ending was so tragic had much to do with her idiotic behavior.
Therefore, as long as she held on to her original intentions and didn't have any improper thoughts toward the male lead, she should be able to save her life without any problems.
Whatever, wasn't it just sleeping with him?
The other was already an extremely amazing man to begin with, one couldn't pick out a single flaw whether in appearance or his ability. In modern times, this sort of man would have been a big celebrity or a chairman of some major company. She wouldn't suffer any losses from sleeping with him. She lay on the bed with an audible sound, clenching the bedsheets tightly with a heroic expression, as if she was ready to die for a righteous cause. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83, Demanding some interest for taking a bit of advantage. Chapter 83, Demanding some interest for taking a bit of advantage.
The lights were soon doused.
Unexpectedly, Long Hong was behaving himself. He wasn't even moving an inch as he lay there on the bed.
Bai Shangxiu was lying with her back against him. She didn't even dare to sneak a glance at him. But after some time, he still hadn't moved, and she finally realized something.
Was he not fooling around because they are in another person's residence? Was his character actually more demure than she had initially thought?
Feeling relieved, she noticed that despite the curtains being down, the silvery moonlight had slipped through them and was gently illuminating the room. She could even see the flowers and magpies carved into the wooden bed. In olden times, magpies were considered to be an auspicious symbol. She reached out her hand and gently ran it over the carving.
She was genuinely impressed by the handiwork.
There were magpies carved on her bed in her residence as well, but it was not as exquisite as the carvings on this bed. She was unsure whether if Long Hong was asleep or not, just that his breathing was a bit irregular from behind her. Even though this wasn't the first time he was sleeping beside her, she had never earnestly listened to his breathing before. Only now did she notice that men took such large, stable, and deep breaths.
She couldn't help but begin breathing along with his rhythm.
All of a sudden, and it really was all of a sudden, a burningly hot hand clamped down on her shoulder. Caught by surprise, her whole body couldn't help but start trembling. Long Hong knew that she was afraid. His heart was filled with anxiety as well. But since he had nothing else to do and couldn't fall asleep despite lying down quietly, why not collect some interest? Just touching her a little and looking at her wouldn't be considered discourteous, right? With that thought in mind, he straightened her petite body and cupped her small, slightly panicked face in his hands. The slivers of moonlight that reached the room was enough to even see the panic in her gaze.
Her enchanting eyes left his self-control in tatters as he leaned in to give her a kiss.
Her lips were soft enough that he couldn't help but want more. He began to suck on her lips, drawing her towards him. Yes, he was actually sucking on her lips. He even gave her a little nibble. Her heartbeat was thunderous in her ears, which made her very uncomfortable. However, little by little, he improved. He slowly became less and less of a brute, and began to treat her gently, almost tenderly instead. His gentleness intoxicated her, so much so that she even forgot to breathe. Or maybe she was intoxicated from oxygen deprivation.
Her mind was increasingly blurry as they kissed. So dizzy. Her mind was floating further and further away.
Then, she felt a chill on her skin. He must have peeled off her clothes. Bai Xiangxiu felt that she should be struggling, but truthfully, her heart had already given up. She knew that struggling wouldn't help her in this situation anyway.
Yes. Give up.
Maybe, she'd have an easier time than she'd thought. Then, she felt a large hand land on her chest, and a jolt of electricity went down her spine. She couldn't help but moan through her kiss.
I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore.
Long Hong raised his body off the bed. The thought of only trying to take a small bit of advantage of her was such an idiotic idea. He'd originally thought that it would be a pleasurable experience, but this was more akin to torture instead. Holding himself back in front of such an alluring beauty was too difficult.
It was extreme torture, that's what it was.
The awkwardness of being in a tough spot yet forced to restrain himself was driving him insane.
This won't do. This really won't do.
He had to have her, and he had to have her right now.
She wasn't even putting up a fight.
All she did was shift her body when she felt discomfort.
To the lust-fogged Long Hong, it was nothing less than an invitation.
Caressing her silky long legs, he wanted to take this to the next level. There was nothing in the world that could stop him now. But just at this moment, a second before he was about diving unrestrained, he felt that small, restless hand pinch him in the shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it was a marker.
The timing was too inappropriate.
To him, that painless nip served as a warning that his actions were out of line. Long Hong raised his head, and started taking in big, deep breaths. This had been really unwise of him. In his haste, he had almost made a wrong move. There was no need to rush this kind of thing.
He would be home tomorrow night anyways.
He could have her tomorrow all the same. How could he make her feel ashamed of herself in the future just for a little bit of fun now? That thought was like a pail of cold water, and he abruptly rose from the bed, tidying his robe. He needed to cool his head off, and so he went out for a walk without a word. As for Bai Xiangxiu, residing in a hazy fog of nothing but sensation, the sudden lack of pressure on her body startled her. All she could feel now was the chilly air on her bare skin. She tugged on the blankets, as her mind began to recover. Once she could think again, the first thought that struck her was she certainly looked like a sorry figure now. What the heck had been wrong with her just now?
Shouldn't she have been pushing him away in disgust?
Why had she even enjoyed what had happened earlier?
Only, hadn't he been a little too rough? Why were both her chest and thighs kind of sore? She creased her brow, and immediately pulled on her robe, rolling to her side. However, as she calmed down, she suddenly felt the need to use the lavatory. Her body felt strange. Extremely strange. Almost like it was hollow. She quietly headed next door to use the lavatory.
When she came back, Long Hong had still not returned.
Where had he gone in the middle of the night? Surely he didn't go out to settle the matter by himself, right?
Her face blushed red at the thought and she quickly hid her face beneath the blanket. At first, she thought that she would have trouble sleeping tonight. But it didn't take her long before her drowsiness overcame her and she fell asleep. Maybe what had just happened had tired her out more than she'd thought. She was already fast asleep when Long Hong returned. He had no choice but to take a bath again because he was sweaty from all that martial arts practice he did just now to cool off. After tossing about in the bath, he finally settled into bed. However, with her sleeping by his side, he couldn't help but feel that tug of attraction to her again. In the end, he had no choice but to settle for cuddling her and falling asleep that way. Even within his dreams, all he dreamt about was her. However, he felt like he'd only closed his eyes when he had to wake up for morning court. Normally, he'd be awake around this time, but he had a little trouble getting up early today. After all, he had been tossing about until midnight yesterday. It would be odd if he didn't get up a little later. However, the person sleeping by his side seemed to be having a good night's sleep. He couldn't bear to wake her up when he saw her sleeping with that peaceful look on her face.
He got up quietly and tiptoed out of the room.
Shuer was outside to serve and help him change into his court robes. After freshening up, he spoke to Xiao, "When your mistress wakes up, tell her that I'll personally come to get her after morning meeting.
Just tell her to wait for me."
He felt uneasy letting other people come fetch her. Since he had some free time on his hands, he might as well do it himself. Xiao agreed, even going so far as to make multiple assurances to him. She was sure that the prince must be deep in love with her mistress. Look! He even wanted to personally come fetch her. As for Bai Shangxiu, she had actually awoken when Long Hung did. It was just that she didn't know how to face him. So, she acted like she was still asleep and didn't open her eyes. She waited after he'd left before she finally got up.
She couldn't help but blush at the memories of last night.
When Xiao entered the room, she saw her mistress's face flushed bright red and the magnificent marks on her neck. She couldn't help but blush along with her mistress and help her freshen and dress up. Maybe it was because Bai Shangxiu's skin was more tender. The rough axe by Long Hung last night had left quite a number of marks on her. Xiao's occasional touch caused her some pain, but it didn't hurt too badly. The pain made her brow crease slightly, but it was still bearable. But she still had some thoughts of her own. Long Hung was undoubtedly a military officer, so his strength was really quite domineering. She also remembered the scenes in the novel about the male and female lead's performance. Despite being as gentle as possible, the female lead still suffered to hell and back. According to the book, the female lead could not get out of bed for 2 or 3 days after they had done the deed. The thought of that made her shudder. Nothing much actually happened yesterday night, and yet she already had bruises here and there. If they had really done the deed, wouldn't there be psychological scarring as well? But even then, she was still kind of looking forward to it. After all, as a woman, only a male lead like Long Hung could be considered a man amongst men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 84, Cellar, an Immense Hole. Chapter 84, Cellar, an Immense Hole.
She suddenly made her move as her thoughts traveled here. A loud smack rang out as she slapped her own face. Xiao leapt up in fright as she nearly threw out the pearl hairpin in her hands. She was flustered at seeing her mistress's red face in the mirror. "Mistress Xiu, why did you hit your own face?" Bai Shangxiu rubbed at her cheek, saying, "Nothing, I just felt a little itchy." But actually, she was keeping herself alert, guarding her original intentions, and not letting herself be seduced by the male lead. Yesterday's Long Hung had really been too attractive. Even though she had not dared to gaze closely at him, those sturdy, robust muscles of his and firm chest had still entered her eyes. This kind of man amongst men was really too good in modern times. Low-quality fakes were running all over the place, an unbearable sight for the eyes. She'd gone on a few blind dates before, or dated some fellows who were still in university. However, those slender bodies of theirs, with waists even thinner than her own, had really left her feeling awkward. If she were to live together with such weak men, they really wouldn't give her with any sense of security whatsoever. However, that figure of Long Hang's was truly the kind that appeared thin when clothed, but appeared muscular when unrobed. Just looking at that back of his alone was already enough to make her extremely nervous. She'd slapped herself because she had embarrassed herself too much with her thoughts. Xiao combed her hair and wash up, with Bai Shangxiu sitting there after eating breakfast, waiting for Long Hung to come to find her. A maid entered just as this time, saying that the orchids would be thrown away, yet asked for her to choose a few of them to bring back.
Plants naturally had to be chosen by oneself.
Therefore, she left for the greenhouse she'd visited earlier along with Xiao. Because the servants couldn't leave them in their previous home without harming the people in the room, and the orchids would freeze to death if placed elsewhere, the servants had just left them there. The place was big, and airflow was more or less good. Therefore, no one would be poisoned from the toxic glycosides in the tulips. However, Xiao was worried, and didn't really want her to enter.
"You stay outside then.
I'll go in myself.
It'll be fine."
Bai Shangxiu knew that Xiao was timid upon seeing the latter scared. Therefore, Bai Shangxiu wanted to leave her maid outside.
"That's not fine. What if something happens to Mistress Xiao, what would I do then? I should be the one to enter and pick. Bai Xiangxiu could not help but smile as she saw Xiao Shi's heroic expression. She gently pinched her maid's nose before saying, "Do you know how? I'll go. It'll be fine as long as there aren't many people present and I have cloth covering my face. Anyways, some of the plants have been thrown away already. It's not a patch of flowers anymore. Then I'll accompany you in."
While Xiao Shi was scared, she wanted to stay by her mistress' side, advancing and retreating along with her.
She was still young in Bai Xiangxiu's eyes, so Bai Xiangxiu took a pink of her face.
"You just wait here.
We can't have too many people go in or that's when we'll all be poisoned at it."
Xiao Shi actually really believed her words. She hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to remain outside.
Bai Xiangxiu only brought a page boy in.
He was in charge of transporting the plants.
He was in charge of moving away whatever flower pot she chose. However, he had to maintain its heat properly.
At least 15 minutes was required for it to be moved to the nearest warm room from here.
Because the airflow here was fine, Bai Xiangxiu didn't feel stifled. Moreover, there were also some other plants here which helped to mitigate the toxicity level in the air.
Suddenly, it really happened suddenly, without any prior warning, a pillar of the greenhouse suddenly snapped and crashed downwards.
That page boy, in the process of moving flowers, didn't notice this and was slammed into the ground.
Bai Xiangxiu jumped in shock. She wanted to go over to check on his condition, but for some reason, her foot suddenly stepped on empty air as her body actually also plummeted downwards.
"Bai Xiangxiu."
An anxious voice sounded, following which she seemed to have been caught by someone, but before she could rejoice, a massive rumble resounded by her ears as the whole world around her seemed to collapse. She lapsed into unconsciousness, only awakening after some time had passed.
What happened? Why is there so much dust?
Bai Xiangxiu coughed with great difficulty, some foreign object seemingly having entered her eye, her tears obstructing her vision.
A hand then gently smoothed her back. "Are you better now? Sir Song? It's me. What happened?"
She coughed a few times, wanting to rub her eyes. However, a handkerchief was shoved into her hands. "Wipe your eyes gently.
Dust must have entered them. Many thanks."
Bai Xiangxiu gently rubbed her eyes with the handkerchief, and indeed felt a little better. While there was still a little bit of pain, she could indeed see now. They seemed to have fallen into a deep pit. Very deep, and
Bai Xiangxiu finally realized that something was wrong.
She seemed to be sitting on someone right now.
No wonder she had not been injured, someone had actually been a meat cushion for her.
She hurriedly stood, finding that her entire body hurt greatly.
"Go slowly."
Song Jiaoyue supported her. "When you fell, you hit your waist."
"Waist?
No wonder it hurts a little." She reached out to touch her waist, then felt blood on her hand.
She felt woozy. Had she been injured?
No need to worry.
It's just a graze. It shouldn't be serious.
Song Jiaoyue supported her, not having been injured as he was practiced martial arts. However, when they had fallen just now, he had not been able to guard her completely. As a result, a nail had grazed her waist. With clothes on, he had no way to tell how serious the injury was, but the blood loss was not great, so it shouldn't be too serious. He felt guilt within his heart. He felt it was really great that he had come to see her at the time, but really regretful that he had not been able to protect her well. Bai Xiangxiu composed herself, before seeing that she was completely covered with soot and dust, with Song Jiaoyue also being in a similar state. And seeing that the one she had been resting on earlier was actually that page boy who had been knocked out earlier, she couldn't help but jump in shock.
"He's fine, right? Just unconscious. There's no problem." Song Jiaoyue removed his scarf while suspecting that it wasn't clean enough.
After shaking it around for a bit, he said to Bai Xiangxiu, "Wrap it around your waist."
Bai Xiangxiu nodded, reaching out to grab it.
However, she discovered that her arm rather hurt as a muffled groan left her mouth. "Your hand." Song Jiaoyue couldn't care less about formalities as he grabbed her hand, only to discover that her jade-like hand had already swelled up to the size of a bun. "It must have been injured when falling as you used your hand to support yourself against the ground."
"Forgive my impertinence, but can I help you to wrap the scarf around your waist?"
He was afraid that the injury on her waist would be contaminated by the dust. Therefore, he could only use such a method to protect her.
"It's fine. Also, thank you."
Bai Xiangxiu raised her arms, her meaning being for him to help her wrap it around the wound at her waist.
Song Jiaoyue was taken aback as his heart trembled, not having thought that she would be so bold. However, he still wrapped his scarf around her waist, wrapping his handkerchief about her wrist next. That way, she would not be hurt a second time. Song Jiaoyue was covered in sweat after handling all this.
Her body was really just too fragrant, causing him to having some impure thoughts.
This was not good. He definitely had to keep his distance.
Originally, he had thought that she would begin weeping after understanding the situation, or would be a little awkward due to wanting to avoid suspicion of improper relations. However, she was, in reality, still very calm.
How do we go up? What is this place? Song Jiaoyue was stunned for a bit.
He finally knew now why she had run over and taken that blade for him. She was actually not as soft as her appearance suggested.
She was strong, extremely strong.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 85, A Gentle Hug. Chapter 85, A Gentle Hug.
Such a tough character appearing on a woman with such a soft appearance would always unknowingly move one's heart.
Song Jiaoyue's heart began beat wildly, without any fathomable reason.
While she was currently in an extremely sorry state, it could not conceal the charm between her brows.
This charm of hers was different from the usual pretty woman's on the street.
Theirs instead just seemed vulgar when held up to hers. Hers seemed to be a completely natural byproduct, such that one would never be able to associate it with the word vulgar, but also be left completely unable to overlook it.
Looking at her, impure thoughts sprung up within Song Jiaoyue's mind as his heartbeat involuntarily sped up. It's not that I can't go up.
I have some minor achievements in lightness techniques.
I can definitely take someone and leap out of here with this height.
It's just that this might be somewhat too rude.
What's there to be rude or polite about here? Going up is the most important. These ancient people really were troublesome. Speaking of politeness and rudeness amidst saving lives?
What's more, no one else would see them either. Song Jiaoyue had concluded previously that her personality was pure while also bold and straightforward, possessing the courage of someone of the Jianghu. It was only because of that assessment that he dared to bring something like this up. Otherwise, he would have just jumped up himself and brought someone to pull her up. But in the end, he didn't want to give up the chance to get closer to her. It was just that he hadn't thought that Bai Shangxiu wouldn't have the slightest sense of suspicion or doubt, instead immediately agreeing to his words. Actually, if she had rebutted or questioned him even a little, he feared that his heart would have gone cold. He might not have been able to raise his head before her again, feeling that his words had been too much and too dirty. However, she had not done so, and her face was actually filled with earnestness. While he really hated himself for being like this, he still couldn't put a stop to the anticipation that awoke within his heart. Men always lacked some self-restraint compared to women, especially in the area of their zeal towards women. Therefore, even though Song Jiaoyue was a gentleman, he was still unable to shake off this kind of desire at that moment.
Then, my apologies for the offense.
Bai Shangxiu had actually thought that it would be fine being hugged briefly and carried up just like this. In modern times, there was absolutely no need to think much about such things at all. However, for some unknown reason, as she raised her head and met Song Jiaoyue's gaze, she actually felt as though she had been scalded. That's right, his eyes were much too blazingly intense, such that even Bai Shangxiu could help but question if this man actually did like her.
However, if he did, why had he rejected her back then?
Thinking of this, she calmed down once more, guarding her chest a little and letting him take her within his embrace.
Song Jiaoyue's heart was pounding crazily.
He forcibly composed himself, but was still inevitably panicked. Actually, he was but a youth just past the age of 20. By age, Bai Shangxiu was older than him by a few years. Therefore, however much he wanted to conceal it, his nervousness still showed a bit. For example, the slight trembling of his arms or the beating of his heart that was almost leaping out of his chest. For instance, whether intentional or unintentional, him stooping a little to sniff the fragrance at her neck. When he had hugged her, even Bai Shangxiu felt that this hug was really a little too gentle. Gentle to the point that she almost had other thoughts.
An incomprehensible feeling of nervousness assaulted her, her body shrinking inwardly even further.
The view of her back just made him want to embrace her more and more. No, not just embrace her, even going a step beyond that.
He couldn't, the current situation was already enough. He couldn't overthink things. Song Jiaoyue's hands finally touched her shoulder, warm and comfortable.
He gently reached out around her, slowly hugging her.
The process seemed to be like a slow action film.
When Bai Shangxiu felt her heart leap upwards, he finally embraced her tightly, even saying by her ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm going to begin."
Put.
Bai Shangxiu nearly vomited 3 liters of blood.
Just jump upwards, why are you saying such ambiguous things for? Begin what?
The other party was too gentle, she couldn't just curse at someone like that. She just waited for him to gather his energy, and leap out of that deep pit in the next moment. When her feet finally touched stable ground once more, she breathed out with relief.
Song Jiaoyue's arms seemed to be somewhat unwilling to let go of her.
She didn't know whether it was a hallucination or not, but she seemed to have heard a sigh breathe out from behind her.
She abruptly turned back for a glance, but Song Jiaoyue's expression was exceptionally gentle as he smiled. Are you okay? Yes, so it had indeed been a hallucination. Song Jiaoyue was currently still rejoicing within his heart.
He wanted to call someone over to pull that fallen servant out, but saw someone barge over towards them in large steps just as he started walking off. So he was finally back, and had actually made it over here in his search. They were good friends, but for some reason, he felt like this current Long Hong was really a bit of an eyesore. Still, he would come in the end, because this woman was his. No man would bear to leave such a woman outside.
Song Jiaoyue was well aware of this himself.
He felt extremely desolate within his heart, but still smiled, right on time.
Mistress Xiao is injured, and I fear I'm to blame.
We hadn't thought that the abandoned underground cellar would suddenly collapse. The other person passed him like a gust of wind, coming before by Xiang. Why are you always so easily hurt? Where exactly?
His gaze focused on her waist, wrapped around by a light blue man's scarf. If it wasn't a serious injury, why was it wrapped around by a scarf?
Panicked, Long Hong reached out and hugged her, saying, let's find a doctor immediately.
Ah, ouch, Bai Xiangxiu let out a tragic cry.
While his movements couldn't be considered rough and he's seen her waist injury, he had definitely overlooked her hand.
Long Heng's entire body stiffened. How would he dare move any further?
Song Jiaoyue immediately called out, her hand. Only now did Long Hong see that one of her hands was pressed into his chest and he hurriedly relaxed his grip. Bai Xiangxiu finally rescued her hand from that hard chest of his, a hand that was white, tender and also reddened like a big bun.
Slowly, Song Jiaoyue reminded as he guided them through the wreckage.
Afterwards, he swiftly punished the butler in charge of this area with 20 canings and threw him out of the Song Manor like lightning. They found a female doctor to take a look at Bai Xiangxiu.
It was just a slight graze by a nail.
The skin had barely broken, and it was not very serious at all. After applying medicine and bandaging up her hand, she could move freely once more. But how would Long Hong dare to let her stay in the Song Manor any longer?
He immediately arranged for a carriage to take her away.
Sending them off at his door, Song Jiaoyue was going to escort them further when he received a certain object. It was his scarf, having been personally sent over by Shure. This was Long Heng's idea, not wanting to let her bring back an object of another male back to the Li Manor. Her blood still stained that light blue scarf. Gripping it tightly within his hand, he smiled wryly, then turned and left. He hid the scarf, but because of some family matters, he returned 2 hours later to discover that it was actually gone.
He shouted in a panic, you say, which one of you moved the scarf in my cupboard?
He rushed over when she heard him shouting, shocked for a moment before she replied, it was me. I found that scarf was too dirty, so I took it to wash.
You, who allowed you to randomly touch my things? Have I been too lenient with you all lately? None of you treat me as your master anymore, is it? You move my things about as you like.
He hadn't wanted anyone to touch it, but now that all that remained of her had already been washed away, so what was the point of him keeping it anymore? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 86, Male Lead, What's the Matter with You? Chapter 86, Male Lead, What's the Matter with You?
Despite having served Song Jiaoyue for years, he had never seen him so angry before. She was so afraid that her face drained of all color. Realizing that he was being overly dramatic because of his rage, Song Jiaoyue waved his hand and irritably said, dismissed. His strength left him as he sat heavily down on the bed.
That person was gone.
What use did he have in keeping her scraps around? It had been him who'd stubbornly persisted on this path.
Was she being treasured in the embrace of another man now?
In truth, Bai Xiangxiu was currently being confined to her bed. Much like a terminally ill patient, Xiaoshi was carefully feeding her water. Long Hong did not come, but he sent a mama to watch over her, with instructions not to move and to remain resting.
Even old madam sent some medicine as well.
Bai Xiangxiu was a bit overwhelmed with all the attention. She felt that it was just a minor injury, even though it did give her some discomfort. She'd only just laid down when a servant came in to report that winter clothing had been readied for distribution among the occupants in the manor. The servant also asked when they should be handed out. The clothes would have to be passed out as soon as possible, as the weather was already getting cold. Bai Xiangxiu summoned the servant into her chamber. It was a young mama, and a rather pretty one at that. She learned after asking that this mama was Sun Honger, the former head maid of the household.
The maidservant was quite famous in the household.
It was said that she had served at Long Heng's side since young. By all rights, she should have been one of his women. But Long Hong had gone and joined the army in his youth, and left her behind in his courtyard. The old madam had then married her off to a page boy for some unknown reason. Not half a year after the marriage, her husband died.
That was why she was a mama and a widow at the same time.
Bai Xiangxiu's lips twitched.
She finally remembered who this woman was.
There was a female supporting character in the novel who had been obsessed with the male lead. She had quite the tragic ending. In the end, she'd seduced the male lead who'd gotten drunken after a fight with the female lead and slept with him.
What kind of life form was the male lead?
In the novels of female authors, the male lead was usually loyal and only had feelings for the female lead. Even if he slept with another woman, he would still take her life without remorse. This novel was written by a female author, and the male lead just so happened to hate having intercourse with other women. He felt that it was an insult to the female lead. And how would he like a girl who was the reason he made such mistake? The widow was sent to the countryside, but she kept coming back, and even ended up hurting the female lead who often ran away from the residence. Someone who had hurt the female lead would obviously incur the wrath of the male lead. As a result, he sold her to a brothel.
How would a lady who had been living in a manor fare after being sold to the brothel as a prostitute?
She became a mere shadow of her former self within a year. She fled from the brothel and became a beggar, eventually starving to death in front of the male and female lead who were out on a date in the countryside. This kind of plot was very common in novels, reinforcing the notion to her that in reality that the male and female lead were indeed different from others.
They didn't have the halo of a main character for nothing.
The female supporting character newly arrived in front of her shared almost the same fate as the novels by Xiangxiu. But the novels by Xiangxiu's situation was even worse. She failed even before holding hands with the male lead. She didn't know how to handle such a female supporting character. But judging from how the mama looked at her, she could see her undisguised jealousy.
Sun Honger was very good looking, and quite attractive because she'd already matured into a woman.
The novel had also laid out that Sun Honger had a bad reputation within the manor, and that more men than her dead husband had died because of her. It's best if we apportion out the winter clothes as soon as possible so that everyone can see if they fit.
There will still be enough time to adjust them if they don't.
Bai Xiangxiu sat on the bed and spoke to Sun Honger. Sun Honger retracted her gaze and smiled.
Madame Xiu thinks much for the servants. This servant will give out the winter clothes now. Is there anything we should watch for? Nothing much, I have faith in your abilities.
Just don't lose or forget anything that might cause others to complain. Bai Xiangxiu felt this was only a small matter, so she was at ease leaving it to Sun Honger.
This shouldn't be that difficult, right?
Sun Honger left after making an assenting sound, but somehow crumpled with a sob when she walked out the door.
Bai Xiangxiu frowned. This fall had been odd. She'd been watching from the back and hadn't seen the mama step on her skirts or anything. Could someone tell her what was going on for Sun Honger to have fallen so oddly?
However, she immediately knew what was afoot when a voice trailed in from outside.
It's you? Ah, all right.
The male lead had arrived.
No wonder she'd fallen in such a tragic fashion. Sun Honger's sweet voice rang out. Sir, I know, Your Highness. Have you been well lately? Honger hasn't seen you in a long time.
That voice was so sweet, it was like an overload of sugar. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but grab the water on the side to take a few gulps. Xiao Shi was also displeased. She glared at the outside and raised up her mistress, whispering in Bai Xiangxiu's ear, that fox of a temptress. Bai Xiangxiu lightly nudged Xiao Shi with her elbow, and slowly walked over to welcome her guest.
She actually didn't want to see that woman hanging around Long Hung.
She felt disgusted by the act, and almost couldn't bear to look at the scene straight on. But she hadn't thought that Long Han would come in so very quickly, seeming to have shaken off Sun Honger. It looked like the female supporting character would always be thus, never fated to become the female lead. At the very least, that was her conclusion as she lightly dipped in greetings to Your Highness.
Didn't I tell you to rest?
Long Hong responded noncommittally, but flicked a glance at her hand.
It seemed that Bai Xiangxiu hadn't applied medicine to it yet since it was still swollen like a big bun. Why is this girl so thrifty? Didn't I tell her to apply the red pearl? Why is her hand still so clean?
He reached out and grabbed her hand, startling Bai Xiangxiu.
What does he want with my injured hand? She looked oddly at Prince Li.
Long Heng led her back to the bed and spoke to Xiao Shi, bring me the red pearl.
Xiao Shi executed his order adroitly and walked over with the red pearl.
Long Heng poured some out himself and applied it to her hand, startling Bai Xiangxiu so much that her face lost all color. She'd just expressed her resolution to be a good supporting character.
Why was the male lead drawing close to her in such a fashion?
2 large hands liberally applied medicine to her swollen little hand. It was both painful and a bit numbing. She didn't know how to face him anymore, and her face wrinkled into the folds of a bun as she struggled to come up with an answer. Long Hung felt that the current her seemed quite interesting, but that swollen bun of her hand was now a bright red. It looked both a bit frightening and out of place. Bai Xiangxiu actually felt faint at the sight of red, and she almost collapsed on the bed when she grew dizzy.
Oh no.
She finally remembered that she would grow lightheaded at the sight of blood, and even a little bit dizzy at the color red as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 87, A Secret Agent, Gossipy Women. Chapter 87, A Secret Agent, Gossipy Women.
Long Hung held her up with one hand. But as a result, her clothes were stained red due to the red pearl residue on his hands.
But why would men care about things like that? He only blurted, "Why did she faint again? Call for the doctor, hurry."
Suddenly, that small, crimson-red hand grabbed a hold of him. With a trembling voice, Bai Xiangxiu said, No need.
Just bandaging my hand well will be enough.
But how would Long Hung believe her? The doctor made his own appearance shortly thereafter. This was the doctor from the manor's inner estate.
He inwardly sighed with emotion at the fragility of this Madame Xiao.
It almost seemed like he was summoned every 3 to 5 days to pay her a visit. But what could he do? She was a beauty and was known to hold the prince's adoration. But as he finished his checkup, he realized that this madam didn't seem to have any illnesses.
The doctor suddenly had an epiphany. Could she be faking ill to gain Prince Li's favor?
If that was the case, he creased his brow. At that point, he could only say the following to play along with his masters: Fourth Madam's sickness is only due to fatigue.
It isn't very serious.
He quickly wrote down a prescription for some supplements.
It's not like some supplements would cause her harm anyways.
Long Hong creased his brows as well. His original plan of pouncing on her right after they returned home had now gone to the dogs. Her body was currently too weak, and her hands and waist were also injured. Even as much as he wanted to give in to his instincts, he would have to endure for now. He'd endured so many times already, he was used to it by now. It helped that he actually wasn't in such a hurry to pounce on her that much recently. On the contrary, he just wanted to be by her side, and not just think about doing so. Bai Xiangxiu really didn't enjoy drinking medicine.
She was actually wondering why the doctor had misdiagnosed her phobia of blood as bodily fatigue.
She began to seriously doubt the doctor's medical skills. Long Hung originally wanted to leave after seeing her lying down, but he didn't have an idea of what to do once he had left. He took a spin around her cramped quarters and actually decided to stay. He took a seat to the side and grabbed a book. Bai Xiangxiu was feeling uncomfortable lying down, and now there was even a red handprint on her own clothes. After contemplating for a long time, she quietly raised her body. Before Xiao Shi could even say anything, Long Hong, sitting by the side reading a book, spoke with a deep voice, "Lie down."
Bai Xiangxiu lay back down and shut her eyes again.
But she couldn't fall asleep at all. It wasn't just because of the red handprint, but also because of a biological process.
She needed to use the toilet.
But the prince was too strict. She was told to lie down as soon as she even raised her body. If this continued, she might be forced to pee on the bed. So, she tossed and turned on the bed as her face turned beet red. There was a few times she wanted to get up and say with a thick face that she needed to use the lavatory. But it was too embarrassing. It would be fine to say that if Long Hong was just an ordinary man. But he just had to be the guy who wanted to pounce on her. If she said that she needed to use the lavatory before he pounced on her, won't it make him feel a little too distressed?
Endure,
but in the end, biological processes were simply impossible to endure. Feeling helpless, she sat up with her face blushing bright red.
"Lie."
"Your Highness, your concubine wants to.
Wants to?
Use the lavatory."
Bai Xiangxiu felt like desperately ramming her head into a wall. This prince was really too dense.
Long Hong was stunned for a moment, then said expressionlessly,
"Go."
Bai Xiangxiu felt like she was a student asking for permission to go to the restrooms at school, and then walking out of the classroom with everyone's attention on her. At first, she walked, but right after leaving the room, she practically ran all the way there. Actually, there was a side hall adjoining her room. But since there was a man in her bedroom, she didn't dare to use the toilet in that room. After using the lavatory, she asked Xiao Shi to bring her to the inner room to change her clothes. Only after that did she feel relieved and proceeded back into her room to lie down. She felt so much more comfortable now compared to before. But just as soon as she lay down, a person came in to notify her that the old madam had fainted. Long Hong was shocked as he heard the news, and immediately took his leave.
Bai Xiangxiu too couldn't just lie there anymore and quickly followed behind him as they rushed towards the old madam's residence.
After they arrived at the residence, the old madam had apparently already come to. As far as they could tell, it was a recurring health issue. Every time the temperature dropped, this would happen.
It was explained more in detail in the novel.
Old madam had to travel south to recuperate for a period of time. Long Hong had then taken the female lead to some place to play and have fun. It was then that she gotten to know another male supporting character. Bai Xiangxiu had long since forgotten where they'd gone. Since nothing bad had really happened to the old madam, she felt that there was really no need for her to be worried now. But still, he had to keep up appearances. When she arrived, she found that the 3 other concubines had long since arrived. After Long Hong entered the residence, the other 3 concubines had brought their servants over and had already paid their respects. He didn't even crease his brow a little as he walked into the room. The old madam needed a peaceful environment to get some rest. As a result, they could only look in from the outside and couldn't enter the room. Bai Xiangxiu knew her place, so she did not follow him inside. She paused at the door to wait outside. She was ranked number 4, so she followed the rules and sat in 4th place.
She didn't that the second madam would click her tongue right after she sat down and say, "Younger sister, you must be wounded.
Your hands seem to be quite seriously injured."
"It's nothing really." Bai Xiangxiu responded as she raised her hand and gave it a little shake.
Second madam laughed and said, "Younger sister, you are unexpectedly good at enduring pain."
"But, our prince's heart must be aching for you."
Bai Xiangxiu creased her brow.
Was this really a good time to be saying things like that when the old madam was lying down just inside?
She was different from these women. Ever since she'd arrived in this world, she had been living her life with extra caution.
Things were no different now. She had no choice. Who told her to lack the halo of the female lead?
Therefore, she gave them a small smile and acted as though she was shy. She only hoped that the second madam would know her place a little and not continue the conversation. That way, the old madam wouldn't have a bone to pick with her later.
Unfortunately, she underestimated the power of female jealousy.
The 4 of them had entered the residence on roughly the same day. But because Bai Xiangxiu had the prettiest looks among them, she had always been discriminated against by them. They hadn't expected that the prince would immediately take a liking to her after his return. Not only did he frequently go to her residence, he didn't even bother glancing at the rest of them.
This was an utter defeat for a woman. How could they stand it?
Therefore, finding problems and creating trouble became something they absolutely had to do. It wasn't their fault that they were too bored and had nothing better to do. "I heard that you were injured at the Xiang residence." So careless of them, how could they let a guest receive such a serious injury?
The second madam heaved a sigh.
She'd found the entire incident to be rather odd.
It was only a minor injury. Why was the Xiang residence and Long Hong trying to keep the incident a secret?
She felt that she had a strong intelligence network spread out, but she hadn't exactly heard how Madame Xiao was injured.
Were there some other things that had happened as well?
It was rumored that Miss Lin had been in the area as well on that day. A main wife yet to join the family and a pampered concubine, some friction between them was inevitable.
The 3 madams actually couldn't help but wish that they would start a fight.
That way, they would have a nice show to watch.
Of course, if there was a battle, then someone would get hurt.
But no matter who got hurt in the end, the concubines would still be abnormally happy.
It was just an accident.
Bai Xiangxiu was also a woman. Even though she wasn't any good at internal politics, she could still imagine what they were cooking up in their heads. If they wanted to hear some gossip from her, then they were truly underestimating her.
That incident wasn't anything nice to talk about either.
Since both the Xiang family and the prince were keeping their mouths shut, there was no way she would talk about it. The 3 madams perked their ears and were prepared to listen, but they didn't expect Bai Xiangxiu to say something as brief as that.
It just didn't seem possible to continue talking about this topic.
1. The assumption here is that there was a toilet in that hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, The True Act Begins with Illness. Chapter 88, The True Act Begins with Illness. The doctor came out at this moment.
He was honestly very conflicted.
The 2 mistresses of this manor who were actually dependable were falling ill one after another.
This was really keeping him busy as a doctor.
The senior madam hastily walked up to the doctor when she saw him walk out.
"Doctor, how is the old madam?" Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitched. Why did she just get the feeling that the senior madam and old madam were mother and daughter? They didn't even get along normally. Look, the doctor's obviously been scared by this proactive senior madam. Indeed, he was analyzing what the relationship between these two were and why the senior madam seemed so agitated. In the end, he coughed lightly and said, "This is a chronic illness for old madam. She can't stand the cold of shifting seasons." He then spoke some more professional jargon before leaving. The four people looked at one another. Finally the senior madam smiled and said, "Younger sister, old madam has always been loving to you. Would it not be good if you looked in on her on our behalf?" Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. She wondered if these people had also transmigrated like her. Why were they even more clueless than she was? Where was that bit of professional knowledge that concubines need to survive? If you enter a room without the master summoning you, that's just looking for trouble. Or is it that all of you feel like you've lived too long and need to shorten your lives? She had long since resigned herself to her role of the female supporting character, so she'd made sure that she was well aware of these niceties after arriving here. She was deathly afraid of being done in before she could go back to her time because of a mistake. Even if the prince wasn't that cold to her and the old madam was good to her, the identity of the female supporting character was after all lacking. She couldn't have any expectations. Senior madam is jesting. Who enters when the master hasn't summoned you? It's better to wait outside for the summons. Younger sister truly is careful. The prince and old madam wouldn't blame you even if you did so. Everybody is thinking about her, how can younger sister be so indifferent? Old madam has always treated you like her own daughter. There was a knife hidden in the senior madam's smile. She was on an unknown level but clearly much higher than the second madam. Bai Xiangxiu didn't feel that good about this turn of events and wasn't in the mood to pay the senior madam a compliment. The latter's words had pushed her onto the side of being heartless and faithless. It was a bit difficult to jump out of the hole the senior madam had dug for her. Fortunately, her reaction was fairly fast, so she answered with a smile, "Senior madam really speaks funny things. How would this concubine dare be old madam's own daughter? I don't have that kind of fortune." She didn't say she would go in or that she wouldn't. Instead, she was gently deflecting the senior madam's attacks, like Tai Chi. As they exchanged verbal blows, Hua Shui, old madam's servant, came out and said with a smile, "Oh, the ladies are still waiting here. It's so cold today, aren't you all frozen solid? Old madam has just woken up, and everything is fine, you can all go back." The senior madam didn't dare remain arrogant now. She only said, "Old madam's luck is naturally good, Amitba. We will be at peace as well then, so we can all go back." Hua Shui nodded, and turned to look at Bai Xiangxiu off on the side. "Fourth madam, please wait a moment. Old madam has asked you to enter so she can give you some instructions." "Understood. What instructions?" Bai Xiangxiu walked in with a very worried expression. She saw the old madam reclining next to the stove with an ashen face. Prince Li was standing guard by her side, his usual expression on his face. She frowned, made a bow and asked, "Is old madam well?" "Much better. Come, sit. I have things I want to tell you." The old madam beckoned with her hand and had Bai Xiangxiu sit. Bai Xiangxiu went to sit by her side according to the old madam's words, meek and modest. She didn't ask anything and waited for the old madam to speak to her. The old madam had grown to like this calm, steady temper of hers and said, "This illness of mine is from the cold, and attacks me every time the season changes. The doctor intends to have me go live in the south for a few days until my illness becomes better. But I will have to hand over the matters of this manor to you. Are you willing to take on this burden?" Bai Xiangxiu jumped a bit in fright upon hearing this. She could still understand the idiom that the most outstanding would bear the brunt of the attack. She dropped to her knees and said, "I am but a concubine. But what right and privilege do I have to govern the Li Manor? I'm afraid that mistakes will occur under my watch." The old madam was in no hurry to have her rise. She exuded benevolent authority and said, "I know your personality, it's far too conservative. However, you can safeguard wealth and keep a low profile. This is good. When I left the manor in the past, I would always have some of the mama take care of matters. However, since we've newly moved into the manor, I am a bit worried since this will the first time I am letting go of things." She paused and then continued, "There needs to be someone holding down the fort in the manor. You do count as a master, just put on a bit of an air. I'll have them do everything else, so it won't tire you out." Bai Xiangxiu understood things clearly. This company needed an honorary director, so she was going to be put into that place. Second, it was impossible to avoid this job. Being contrary would only make the old madam unhappy. She could only nod her head and agree. "I hope to not make a mess of old madam's matters." What are you saying?
I've been able to tell over these past days that you have a stable temper but a kind heart. Kindness and harshness must be administered together to the servants if you want them to work hard.
They must go hand in hand.
But you don't need to worry about this. After Hanger returns from sending me off, you can report anything you don't understand directly to him and he'll handle things for you. The old madam finished giving her the instructions and nodded at Hua Shui. The maid came and gently helped Bai Shangxiu up. Bai Shangxiu was a bit speechless.
What was the point of reporting to him? Was she going to ask to be beaten to death? She was most afraid of stuff like this, alright?
She'd get a mental illness just from being so worried. Long Hung thought that she was still hesitant due to fear.
You're just a little too timid. What are you afraid of with the official seal in your hands?
Have those who don't accept your authority come find me, The meaning behind the words was that she could act how she would in the manor, since power had been given over to her. But the old madam felt his words were somewhat over the top. These words wouldn't matter much if Bai Shangxiu was the main wife. But too much power could not be given to a concubine.
She couldn't be overly spoiled.
If word spread that he was causing the destruction of his wife due to favoritism, that would be extremely bad for his reputation. The old madam coughed lightly before saying, "No one will be able to question you if you remember to keep to your position. Take the official seal for now, and I'll place the key to the warehouse with Hanger. You can go ask him for anything you need."
Long Hong frowned. She was to be made housekeeper, so why was he given the key?
Why this kind of caution against her? This little girl wasn't cunning, she was just like a kitten.
She would be completely lost if you scared her even a little bit.
But, after thinking it over, it didn't matter if the key remained with him. He could give it to her privately, and if his mother asked him about it later, he could gloss over it as being too busy to take care of familial matters.
Long Hung didn't say anything else when his thoughts reached this point.
After careful observation, he saw that Bai Shangxiu neither displayed disappointment nor hurt at not being handed the key to the warehouse. She was indeed someone who didn't fight or scheme for herself. The old madam gave the official golden seal to Bai Shangxiu and spoke of some matters that needed to be handled. The old madam also handed over the preparations for the impending trip over to Bai Shangxiu, treating it as a test of her abilities before the old madam set out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 89, How to Punish Disobedience.
Chapter 89, How to Punish Disobedience. Bai Shangxiu listened earnestly, but she wasn't too familiar with these new tasks and responsibilities. Therefore, she gathered a few mamas she knew from before for a small meeting. It was only at this moment that she discovered how much of an ordeal and how many rules had to be observed before the women of a large household could leave the house.
It was truly an eye-opening experience.
First of all, every noble family in the capital and other areas had family insignias.
The princely family insignia was an eagle, woven onto a blue triangular flag.
Because Long Hong was a prince, his flag had a gold trim. There was also a masculine dragon character woven into the bottom of the flag, making the entire picture look both steady and grandly majestic. Nevertheless, Bai Shangxiu was extremely afraid of that eagle's eyes. Looking at it actually somewhat reminded her of Long Heng's eyes. She always felt like it was glaring at her, like a sharp blade. Back to the topic at hand, if the women in this estate were just normal family members, or if they were her or just some female cousins come to visit, then only a flag with the embroidered family insignia and no gold trim would be mounted on the right side of the carriage. The flag wouldn't be particularly conspicuous, but if people were to look closely, they would know what family those within the carriage were from. But if the old madam left the estate, many more rules had to be observed. She was the main lady of the estate after all, and so her carriage was adorned with embroidered flags with red trim. Here, red signified the status of the official wife. In ordinary households, no one could wear red unless one was an unmarried daughter or the official wife. Of course, there was more to come. Bai Shangxiu had to think of who to bring along for the journey, what to prepare and what to bring. Otherwise, if the old madam was displeased at her arrangements, she wouldn't be far from being banished to an out-of-the-way chamber. In order to make her superiors happy, Bai Shangxiu held up her waist, and wielded her still swollen hand to make all sorts of preparations. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with these mamas, and they ended up helping her a lot. After the preparations were completed, she realized that she too had to prepare for a move.
How could she let this happen? Winter Garden was one of the requirements for her return.
Her head could roll and her blood could flow, but she absolutely could not move out.
Put those things down. Don't move. Who is it that wants me to move to Apricot Garden?
Apricot Garden was only separated from Long Heng's residence by a wall. It was a residence that was meant for the female lead in the future. If she were to be arranged to move there at this time, do they want me to die earlier or die earlier?
Yamama laughed and said, naturally it's His Highness. He says that Winter Garden is too small and too far away. Running the affairs of the estate from here would be too inconvenient.
In actuality, every servant here knew that the prince was doing this to help raise her status. That's why he wanted to move her out of Winter Garden.
I understand. I will go talk to His Highness. All of you are not allowed to continue moving anything. Do you understand?
Bai Xiangxiu felt that men from the olden times were too domineering. When she was reading the novel, she felt that a man like this would be very reliable. She could have anything she wanted without having to even put forth an ounce of effort. Her life would be without any care or worries. But it had a shortcoming that was obvious in hindsight. He would never discuss matters with her before making a decision. He did things at his own whim and was convinced of the veracity in his decisions. The thought of raising her status or moving out of Winter Garden had never even crossed her mind.
I definitely have to make sure he gets that point. Bai Xiangxiu didn't have an ounce of confidence in refuting Long Heng's orders.
But she felt that since this had something to do with her return, she definitely could not give in. She kept thinking as she walked, and eventually made her way to Long Heng's residence. Because she was walking quickly, she was panting a little by the time she arrived.
Everyone was busy outside of the residence.
One of the servants was leading a horse over and preparing to saddle it. Long Hong was going to escort his mother to the manor in the south and was preparing for the trip as well. He was dressed up neatly in a black martial robe, his waist cinched by a belt of a dragon embroidered in gold thread, giving him a deep look as if he was filled with strength. Like a leopard, every crease of his body seemed to exude tightly controlled energy that could explode out to kill the enemy at any time. The way he looked made Bai Xiangxiu go weak at the knees. But she gritted her teeth and still walked up to him. Unexpectedly, Long Hong did a double take when he saw her face, the sides of his mouth starting to float upwards into a dreamlike smile. Long Heng's face was really a gift from the heavens. He seemed like one of those domineering CEOs when he wasn't smiling, but a kind and gorgeous man when he did. It made hearts quiver and melt. Bai Xiangxiu, previously filled with anxiety, suddenly felt less afraid just from his one simple smile. She swiftly walked up to him and gently bowed down.
This concubine greets your highness. No need.
There's no need to be so polite in our own home.
Long Hong was in a good mood.
She actually came to send him off before he was about to leave. Looking at the way she was rushing, he felt an unusual warmth bathe his heart. This girl not only deeply believed in his character, she also seemed to rely so much on him.
As a man, he can't help but feel an insurmountable sense of pride.
But more so, he felt as warm as if the sun was shining down on him.
Your Highness, please have a safe trip.
Even if his smile was kind and gentle-looking, she was still not brave enough to speak her mind.
What do I do?
Bai Xiangxiu was blaming herself for being so timid. But seeing the expression in his eyes becoming even more gentle, she couldn't help but to say, Your Highness, there is another matter. Long Heng's brain was in extreme chaos after being coaxed by her coquettish manner of speech. If not for the surrounding people looking at them, he would have swept her into a hug in the throes of passion. At this moment, whatever her request was, even if it was to ask him to kill someone, he would agree to it without even the slightest hesitation.
What is it? Actually, your concubine has a habit.
If I move to another place, I might have trouble sleeping. So, I don't wish to move out of Winter Garden.
Your Highness, is it possible to let your concubine continue staying in Winter Garden?
At this moment, Long Hong was really making her so nervous that even her ears were hot and her heart was thumping. Her heartbeat was slightly irregular.
Long
Hong creased his brows. Apricot Garden was so near his residence, yet she was reluctant to move there.
Was she trying to hide from him?
At the thought of that, his good mood from earlier had all but vanished.
How would Bai Xiangxiu miss the change in his mood?
She couldn't help but tremble in her heart and say, Your concubine is still somewhat sensitive to the cold and big places are often slightly colder.
Furthermore, now that your concubine has just accepted some work, wouldn't it make others gossip if I move immediately after? How about we wait until summer of next year for me to move in? Who dares gossip? Move in immediately.
Long Hong commanded with a cold voice. There's no way he would listen to any excuses. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiangxiu became even more agitated. It was as though she would not have a home to return to after she moved to another residence. Therefore, she quickly fell to her knees and said, Your Highness, please allow your concubine to continue staying at Winter Garden. She'd tried all her excuses already, now she was gritting her teeth and not backing down.
You dare refuse orders?
Long Hong hadn't expected that she would have the courage to do something like that. He was stunned for a second, but couldn't help but grow furious immediately after. Tears were almost falling from Bai Xiangxiu's eyes, but she held them back and said, "Your concubine dares not." "But your concubine pleads your highness to allow your concubine to continue staying at Winter Garden."
"Ms. Bai," growled Long Han. He could see that she was obviously afraid, yet she wouldn't back down. People in the surroundings had also fallen to their knees. The atmosphere had suddenly become extremely tense. Bai Xiangxiu's body began to tremble in the wake of his anger. Even though she was just kneeling there, it still seemed like she was about to faint at any second. Long Han was thinking of ways to punish her in his mind. After so many years in the military, there was not a soul who had ever refused to follow his intentions. Unexpectedly, he'd just found one in his own estate, and moreover, it was a girl so weak he could kill her with a flick. Was she doing this on purpose? She was making him lose face in front of so many people, that if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, In Charge of the Household, Big Family Big Business. Chapter 90, In Charge of the Household, Big Family Big Business. Long Han clenched his fists a little tighter. Numerous punishments flitted through his head, but none of them seemed appropriate for her. In his eyes, Bai Xiangxiu was simply too delicate. She was so weak that none of the punishments were suitable to be used on her. Finally, just when everyone was starting to have difficulty breathing from the anxiety permeating the air, he stated, "Fine, then you shall stay there forever." That alone could be considered to be a kind of punishment as well. After all, it was somewhat similar to being grounded. Despite that decree, he was still seething. He immediately mounted his horse and barked, "I will wait for the old madam outside. All of you can continue with your own tasks. What are you still kneeling for?" His bad mood had stripped every ounce of gentleness from his manner of speech. Bai Xiangxiu felt relief as the hoofbeats faded into the distance. Her relief translated into her nearly losing her balance again, but luckily, Xiao Shi was nearby to catch her. Xiao Shi felt a little vexed and complained, "Madam Xiao, what would you hope to gain by doing this?" "I don't know either. That was too terrifying. The male lead is definitely the male lead, all right." The atmosphere had turned frighteningly unbearable when he grew angry. It was just like in the novel. Even the female lead was afraid of him when he was angry, much less an insignificant female supporting character like her. Luckily, the male lead did not punish her. Only after she'd heaved a sigh of relief did she realize that her back was feeling cold. It then came to her attention that her back was drenched because she'd broken out in a cold sweat. Xiao Shi assisted her in sending off the old madam. At this moment, the old madam had also realized that Bai Xiangxiu had angered her son. The old madam had no interest in the matters between a man and a woman. She'd originally thought that this lady had already conquered her son and was capable of wrapping him around her finger. But unexpectedly, he had still yet to fall blindly into the pit of love. This was a good thing. She felt more at ease now that she knew that. As for the things the old madam needed for the journey, Bai Xiangxiu had already prepared everything sufficiently. She couldn't be blamed for it if any small mistakes had cropped up. The old madam was feeling weak due to her illness, so she didn't think too much about those things. She just brought her people with her, setting off on her journey to warmer climes. As soon as the old madam had left, Bai Xiangxiu turned around and realized that all the servants had a very different air about them compared to earlier. It seemed that she has already entered into a battlefield. A very special battlefield. She clenched her fist in secret. "Since I have already accepted the mission, then I shall complete the mission to the best of my ability." Unexpectedly, the prince's estate was not as simple as she'd originally thought. First, the most important thing was to settle the area that the old madam was in charge of. Only after she'd been handed the authority did she realize that things were a teensy bit more troublesome than she'd assumed. First of all, as a manager of a household, one needed a certain degree of knowledge in literature. As evidence in some invitations that arrived that had such mangled wording, she had to purposefully suppress the urge to smack the writer. The other skill that was very much in demand was mathematics. Even a single second's distraction would leave them lost in the various accounts. She really couldn't understand why did those madams or mistresses in novels would want to fight for the position of being in charge of a household. Was it because they didn't have an outlet for their excess brain power? Was that the reason why they wanted to busy themselves with this troublesome task? She wondered how many years of life would taken away from them by doing this arduous job. She creased her brows as she flipped through the accounting book. When she'd finally flipped through half of it, she felt that her forehead had crinkled into a permanent frown. She needed Xiao Shi to support her to even stand up. She paced in a circle around the room and then looked at the shadow of a person who was waiting outside her room.
It was the chief steward of the estate, Xiang. He was one of the innumerable male supporting characters in the novel. Because there really were too many male supporting characters, his popularity was nowhere near the top ranking on the charts. Even the female lead hadn't realized that he'd been secretly in love with her by the end of the story. He wasn't old, only about 25 to 26 years of age. With regular features, he'd originally been a scholar who'd failed the imperial exams. On his way back to his village, he'd almost lost his life to an assassination attempt. However, he was saved by Xiang. Since he was somewhat capable, he remained in the estate to work as a steward. After they moved into the new prince's estate, he was promoted to become the chief steward. Because he was an orphan, he had no parents to help him arrange a marriage. As such, he was still currently a bachelor. Add to the fact that he had a fastidious personality and some arrogance due to his identity as a scholar, most women did not quite match up to his standards. The old madam had tried introducing some of the female servants to him, but he had rejected them all. He was the one that had brought the accounting books to her just now. After looking through the books for a bit, she felt that this chief steward probably looked down on her a little. To be fair, there was a reason she felt that way. Although the accounting books that he had brought to her were indeed the latest, it wasn't the complete set. He had only brought the estate's expenditure accounts to her. That was why Xiang had felt tired looking at them. Some of the withdrawals only stated the date of withdrawal and what the money was used for, but no other specific details. Since the two of them were separated by a screen, Xiang paced for another 2 circles before she said, "Chief Steward, I only have the general accounting books for the estate here with me, but not the specific accounting books for businesses outside the estate. Tell me, how am I supposed to look through them with only this?" The teacup in Xiang's hands trembled. He had indeed looked slightly down on this little concubine from the rear court, a place that seemed to value beauty over brains. Traditionally, most people held the stereotype that concubines were just a plaything for men. He had been born in a respectable household as well. He'd only ended up here because his family's fortunes had declined. If Xiang hadn't saved him, he probably would have died in some foreign land long ago. Although the old madam instructed him to temporarily give his stewardship duties to this concubine, he had always had the impression that she was just a woman who'd merely earned the prince's adoration with her beauty and didn't have much ability to her name. Seeing that she had asked for the other accounting books, he laughed and said, "Fourth madam, the accounting books other than the estates are quite complex. Maybe when the old madam returns. Today is the day for the monthly audits, and I have to settle the outstanding bills afterwards. Only then can I check the books for inconsistencies." Is he implying that he doesn't trust me by saying something like this? "Since the old madam has entrusted the entire matter to me, it seems inappropriate of you to be doing this, Chief Steward." "No, I simply did not want to tire you out with work, madam. I'm just afraid that if I do not finish up the tasks the old madam has entrusted to me, when she returns, she will be the one tired out by work." Xiang put down the teacup. This fourth madam's speech is orderly and logical. She doesn't seem like a girl without any brains. Maybe I can allow her to take a look at things? As long as she didn't mess up the accounts or point fingers, then everything would be fine. After all, these women from the rear residences probably never understood the matters outside of their estates. So, he calmly responded, "Then I will have somebody bring the books." Soon, the accounting books for businesses outside the estate for the current month arrived. There were more than 10 accounting books, with full details of everything within. Xiang really hated looking through the books, but she had no choice. To earn a favorable impression from the old madam, she had to properly finish up the tasks she was entrusted with. So, she began to earnestly look through them. She went to wash her face in the middle of looking through them. The complicated account books had left her almost dizzy. When she was finally done matching the receipts with the accounts, she realized that the estate actually had quite a few businesses in the capital city. However, some of the expenditures were quite odd. She pointed at a page on the balance sheet and said, "This shop isn't making money at all. Why are we wasting so much money to keep it running every month?" Xiang was stunned. He had not thought that she would actually notice that particular shop. He had done some very detailed work to try and hide the accounting, and the old madam was extremely scrupulous about keeping that shop hidden as well. He couldn't believe that she'd noticed it. Since she had asked, he could only answer, "Actually, this shop is not part of the estate's assets. It was a shop from the old estate when the Long family decided to split. However, not many people in the old estate are good at managing the business. So, the old madam secretly sends some money over to the shop every month in the hopes that they will sustain their business and not come to the prince's estate to stir up trouble." "Oh, I see. Supporting them financially yet trying to hide the fact from everyone. The old madam must have put in a lot of effort to maintain this status quo."
The prince doesn't know about this matter then. Right?
A thought suddenly came to Bai Xiangxiu's mind. If the prince knew about this matter, then they wouldn't have had to mess about in the accounts anymore. Not only did Long Shooting now feel that the fourth madam was good at reading the books, he also felt that she was a quick thinker as well. When she first brought it up, he'd thought of asking her to keep it a secret from the prince.
But now, that didn't seem necessary.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Doing a Favor. Chapter 91, Doing a Favor. That is correct. That's why the old madam fixed the accounts a little.
He took a careful look at his surroundings, the meaning of his action very clear. Xiao Shi, don't mention this matter to the prince.
Understood?
Bai Xiangxiu wasn't very clear on the circumstances surrounding the Long family's old estate either. So all she could do was suppress the matter and keep it to herself. Since both the old madam and Long Shooting wanted to keep the truth hidden, it wasn't necessary for her to bring the truth to light. After looking through the books, she learned that the estate has businesses in 2 other prefectures other than the capital. Their accounting books would be delivered to the prince's estate every month for the stewards to inspect, and then returned back to their respective locations. These accounting books had already been inspected once by Long Shooting.
Every issue with the accounts had also been annotated.
Bai Xiangxiu had gone through it as well, and there wasn't anything more to add to it. Long Shooting was exactly as described in the novel, an altogether very capable man.
I will leave everything else to you then. Only, how will you handle the issue of the tavern in the Yu province?
It had been denoted as a profitable venture in the books, but its profit hovered around 100 taels every day without much variation.
Didn't this seem like too much of a coincidence?
Other businesses all pulled in more than 200 taels a day. Logically speaking, the tavern should have been one of the most profitable businesses.
Long Shooting nodded his head and said, I'm afraid the shopkeeper there will not be keeping his job there anymore. I will personally handle the matter. Very good. Then that should be all for bookkeeping. Are there any other matters of the estate to handle? Bai Xiangxiu's back was aching from reading through so many accounting books. She really wished that she could rest for the remainder of the day. However, Long Shooting's unforgiving voice shattered her hopes. There are no other important matters at the moment, but the lady cousin's birthday is coming up soon. May I know what present I should prepare for her? Bai Xiangxiu felt irked as all hell as soon as the female cousin was mentioned.
Although it had only been a few days since she'd come back, her animosity towards the female cousin still hadn't declined. Although she didn't have the best feelings towards her, sending her a gift was still a bit difficult.
For one, she didn't know what the female cousin liked.
For another, even if Bai Xiangxiu did know what the other liked, she feared the other party would still dislike it all the same because it came from her. Bai Xiangxiu looked at Long Shooting, who was sitting casually outside and smiling. The chief steward has made many contributions towards the estate.
Even the prince often mentions this to me. Contribution, what does this have to do with anything?
Long Shooting only treated the words as a compliment, because he didn't realize why it would come up at this moment.
You flatter me. Then the matter of sending a gift to that lass shouldn't be too difficult for the chief steward, Why don't you be in charge of it?
Bai Xiangxiu blinked her eyes shrewdly.
It's not like he could see her mischievous expression anyways. Long Shooting almost spat out his tea. Was she distracting him with candy first and then pushing off all the troublesome stuff to him?
He hadn't expected that a lass over 10 years younger than him would try to use such a scheme on him. His first instinct was to reject her, but then he remembered that the relationship between the two of them was indeed a little complicated.
So he responded, if it is fourth madam's instruction, then it is a responsibility I cannot relinquish.
However, the matter of finding someone to replace the kitchen steward is keeping me busy.
How about?
Bai Xiangxiu ground her teeth.
This slimy old fox. Fine. I will handle that particular matter. Long Shooting smiled and said, it will be as you say. In that case, I will take my leave now.
After speaking, he stood up, bowed to her and left the study room.
When Bai Xiangxiu walked out of the room, all she was able to glimpse was his back.
This man had a gaunt figure, different from Long Heng's muscular and fit build. His body may have been average, but he had a scholastic air to him. Even the way he walked held some of the elegance that only a scholar could have. He would have looked better if he packed on a little more meat on his bones. He must be too tired out from scheming to gain any weight. She pouted gently. She was unexpectedly reluctant to work with a calculating person like him. She felt that she had always been too straight-laced of a person. If she worked with someone like him, she was afraid that she would still be busy counting money for them even after they'd sold her off.
Xiao has always been worried about her mistress. Why was it that there were always so many matters for her to attend to? She couldn't just live an easy life like the other madams who had nothing better to do. Let's go and have a look. Go where? The kitchen, obviously.
Indeed, the kitchen steward needed to be replaced, and choosing a right candidate was really tricky. One had to know that a kitchen steward was a very cushy job, and therefore saw a lot of competition. And so, both master and servant arrived at the kitchen in a small carriage. Although the estate was newly built, it was built on old territory bestowed by the emperor and combined lands that had been later reclaimed.
This made even a trip to the kitchen a journey in its own right. Of course, only the main kitchen would be that far.
There were smaller kitchens in each of the separate residences.
Otherwise, wouldn't the dishes have long gone cold by the time it was served?
The main kitchen was mostly used by the stewards, or when the estate had some large functions happening. Most of the basic ingredients were stored there. As soon as Bai Shangxiu arrived at the kitchen, everyone inside the kitchen came out to greet her. Seeing that both the old madam and the prince had left the estate, they were enjoying a moment of laziness. But the fourth madam was different, because she was here as the keeper of the house. They had just received news that even the matter of replacing the kitchen steward had been left for her to settle. Therefore, all of these people had their own hidden motives. Even those that looked down on this mere concubine would still come out to meet her. Bai Shangxiu had a very amiable exterior attitude, but was very uncomfortable inside as she entered the main room of the kitchen with them. There was a heated brick platform inside and also an old-fashioned square table that fit 8 people. The moment she entered the room, she was invited to take a seat next to the platform. Given a soft pad to sit on, she felt warm and comfortable. Bai Shangxiu wanted to build such a platform in her winter garden as well. Otherwise, even medicine to ward off the cold would just barely let her get through the coming winter. There were quite a few kitchen stewards present as well. Because she was here today with a goal in mind, everyone sat around the table without caring about gender. Firstly, the previous steward handed over her keys to Bai Shangxiu. She had to stop working in the kitchen because she was sick with a skin disease. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit of sadness for losing such a cushy job in the end. Bai Shangxiu saw that her face was slightly red, a layer of skin flaking off. Looking down, gloves covered her hands, and if she wasn't mistaken, there was something growing there as well. No wonder she had to give up her job. It was impossible to hide her illness even if she wanted to. Bai Shangxiu remained as gentle as she usually was and said, "Granny Lu, thank you for all the hard work during these past years." Granny Lu did not expect her to say something like that, and she couldn't help but shed tears. On one hand, she didn't want to give up her job, but on the other, she felt that she had indeed worked very hard for the past few years. Bai Shangxiu then said, "Xiao, take out 20 taels and hand it over to Granny Lu. Treat it as a private gift of gratitude from me." What private gift of gratitude? Doesn't that just sound nice now? The old madam had left Bai Shangxiu with some activity funds before she'd set off, funds that could be used as a reward or anything else. Originally, these things should have come from her own pockets, because she would have the opportunity to skim a little here and there when managing a house. Yet, it so happens that Bai Shangxiu didn't have the word greed in her personality. So, she knew that she didn't have much money in her hands. Therefore, the old madam had left some money behind for that purpose. But what the old madam didn't know was that her son had also given Bai Shangxiu quite a lot of money in private as well. Except, Bai Shangxiu would never spend that money. Bai Shangxiu had her own thoughts. In case she couldn't return back to modern times and could no longer stand living in the estate, she would sneak out in secret. It was a plan that would require quite a lot of money to realize. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Fire. Chapter 92, Fire. However, Bai Shangxiu also understood that sneaking out was a lot more difficult in this world than she could imagine. That's why she'd placed it as a last resort, a path to take when her back was up against a wall. Having witnessed Granny Lu receive her 20 taels, Bai Shangxiu then had the granny escorted out and then took a look at the people sitting in the room. In honest truth, every one of them played above-average roles in the kitchen. They were all more than qualified to become the kitchen steward. However, she wasn't familiar with any of them. So, she smiled and greeted them all with the words, "I'm sure everyone knows that is my first time here. So, I still don't know any of you." One forthright woman amongst the crowd stood up. She was about 30 years of age and seemed rather friendly. In response to fourth madam, this humble servant's married surname is Bai, and everyone calls me as the second daughter-in-law Bai. Since fourth madam isn't familiar with everyone, let me give you an introduction. She smiled and pointed at the people around her to introduce them.
This kitchen had more than a dozen servants assigned to it.
Mrs. Bai didn't show any signs of bias when introducing any of them, nor did she hide any of their past contributions. After the introduction, she even poured some tea for all of them. She also seemed to be the youngest of the group.
Did she often take on tasks like this because of her lack of seniority? However, Bai Xiangxiu still rather liked her. So, she said, Mrs. Bai, even if you told me the tiniest details about everyone here, I still wouldn't truly know any of them. How about I leave the steward position to you?
What? Everyone was shocked, especially Mrs. Bai. Although she had other family members that worked in the estate as well, they were no more than ordinary administrators. She had just completed her 3rd year of working in the kitchen. Everyone else who was present here had a longer tenure than her.
Moreover, was a new kitchen steward candidate supposed to be this easily decided? I know everyone has their own doubts. To allay that, how about we do things this way? Mrs. Bai, you will undergo a month's trial period. If you do not perform up to par, you will then be replaced with another person. Is that fine with you?
Bai Xiangxiu was a person from modern times. She was unknowingly imposing her modern values into this situation.
How would there be such a thing as a trial period in the olden days?
Mrs. Bai was naturally ecstatic. She'd never have dreamed that she'd be able to hold such an esteemed position after so short a period of working. But since such an opportunity was dangling in front of her, she would hold on with all her might. So, she gently gave a respectful bow and said, since 4th Madam places that much trust in this servant, then this is naturally not a problem.
Bai Xiangxiu liked her bold personality.
She smiled and nodded, saying, then this matter is settled.
You can have the key for a month. We shall speak again after your results are clear. However, don't be afraid either if anyone doesn't listen to your orders or tries to pick faults with you. If that happens, I will find that person and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. But, Mrs.
I did not expect that the 4th Madam would know how to crack a joke as well, and began to laugh out loud. But unlike her, the others found it difficult to laugh at this moment.
They didn't dare to voice their objections because they were still unsure of the 4th Madam's temper.
She seemed good-tempered, but yet she didn't seem to be as weak as she appeared to be. Sometimes when her gaze flitted over them, it didn't seem like the gaze of a lady who had never seen the world. Although Bai Xiangxiu was an ignorant homebody by modern standards, she had still been the recipient of an education and culture that had evolved for thousands of years.
Her very essence was different from theirs.
She was fully aware that solving the kitchen issue so readily and quickly would result in people who would refuse to comply behind her back. Except, she didn't expect that someone would complain to the chief steward right after she left. Sentences like, this 4th Madam acts arrogantly and recklessly chooses people and she doesn't care about the thoughts of the people beneath her at all,
were being thrown around.
She said all sorts of eccentric stuff, and even came up with the idea of a trial period or something.
Trial period? What a good idea. How come I've never thought of that?
If the stores outside used this method to hire people as well, then they could evaluate individual work ethic beforehand. It wasn't easy to fire bad workers after they had already been hired. Long Shooting put the book in his hand down and spoke, a frosty look on his face.
Is this how you criticize your mistress' decisions behind her back?
If the prince got wind of this, he didn't elaborate further, leaving the implied threat hanging as he changed the topic of the conversation. Since the old madam has left everything for the 4th Madam to decide, it means that the old madam trusts her. If you have any other opinions you wish to share, you can tell the old madam when she returns. I'm just a chief steward, I have no say in what she does. After he dismissed the kitchen administrators, he felt that he had indeed underestimated the 4th Madam. Actually, he had planned on passing the position to Mrs. Bai as well. A considerate and orderly person, her cooking skills weren't anything to scoff at either. But because she didn't have as much tenure as the others, it was unavoidable that some people wouldn't accept her. He hadn't expected that Bai Xiangxiu would settle the matter so quickly. It seemed that she had pretty sharp eyes for people too. Just when he'd finished evaluating the skills of the 4th Madam, he was informed of a major matter. Worse, the incident involved the madam he was just praising. She'd gone over to the bedding and clothing storage to settle some matters, but had been caught in a fire. Long Shooting was nearly frightened to death when he heard the news of a fire. One had to understand, the 4th Madam may just have been a concubine, but she was the only person who had caught the prince's eye after he'd returned from the battlefield. If something happened to her, then Long Shooting's life was the only recompense that would be deemed acceptable. He dropped everything and took off at a dead run for the bedding and clothing storage. In his haste, he didn't get the full message. Bai Xiangxiu and Xiao Shi were already trapped in a small room, surrounded by the blazing flames. However, there was also another maidservant trapped in there with them, the one who'd brought the two to look at the winter clothing. At this moment, Bai Xiangxiu was feeling incredibly unlucky as well. There had been an issue in the production of the winter clothing. Apparently, the outer layer of the clothing looked fine, but the inner padding was actually made out of willow catkins. How would this be acceptable? She was so angry that she ran all the way here to have a look. She found out that the padding in some of the clothing for the servants had indeed been made out of willow catkins. Cotton and catkins were miles apart. If they had to wear this during winter, wouldn't they freeze to death? Although most people in this time period treated their servants worse than dogs, in her heart they were still fellow humans. But she didn't expect that her nose would catch a whiff of smoke as soon as she entered the room to inspect the goods. Just when she wondered where the smoke was coming from, the flame suddenly exploded out to cover the room. The storage was filled with combustibles. Once a fire got going, there was no way to stop it. When Bai Xiangxiu noticed that even the door was on fire, her eyes grew bloodshot with panic. She still wanted to go home. There was no way she would willingly die in a place like this. However, the flames had already surrounded them. Escaping was going to be a bit more difficult. Turning to the two beside her, Bai Xiangxiu snapped out an order: cover your nose and stoop down. It was common sense that most people died in a fire due to asphyxiation from smoke inhalation rather than burning. So, in such a situation, it was best to stay low and cover their nose and mouth. When she crouched on the floor, she noticed something in a corner of the room. It was a basin of water, meant for washing and wetting clothes. Although the water was dirty, she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Bai Xiangxiu went from panic to elation in a moment. She quickly took a few cotton shirts and submerged them into the water until the robes were thoroughly drenched. Then, she threw one of the robes over Xiao and urged, hold tightly onto the robe and jump out the window. Window, but the window was on fire as well. Xiao's legs were shaking as she turned her head to look at the raging flames that were licking the window. But why would Bai Xiangxiu care for her timidity at that moment? There were more important things at stake. She grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at the window. In that instant, it was like she'd transformed from a goddess of beauty into a goddess of war. Before Xiao could recover from her shock, she was dragged to the window. With a strong push to her back, she was sent flying out the window. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Arson? Chapter 93, Arson? After Bai Xiangxiu pushed Xiao out of the room, she used the wet clothing to cover up her own nose because she was starting to cough a little. The fire had become too strong, and had already begun to hurt her throat. She started to feel a burning sensation whenever she breathed. Looking around, she saw that the fire had already made its way up to the ceiling. Turning, she shouted at the other maidservant. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here quick. Before she could even finish her sentence, a clothing rack above the maidservant collapsed. A pile of flaming clothes suddenly landed on top of the maidservant, knocking her to the ground. Bai Xiangxiu was aghast. For a moment, she hesitated. Should she go save her? If Bai Xiangxiu tried to save her, she might get trapped in here without a way out. However, a wail of pain decided her mind for her. Bai Xiangxiu gritted her teeth and rushed in. She used her feet to kick the pile of burning clothes away, and covered the maidservant with wet clothing, dragging her to the window. Her hand was burned sometime in that entire process, but how could she spare the time to think of those kind of things then? Get out. After hoarsely coughing out those words, she covered her body with the wet clothes. One after the other, they leaped out of the window. Just as her front leg cleared the window, the clothing racks behind her gave one last groan and collapsed completely. She'd gotten out just in the nick of time. Panting, Bai Xiangxiu just lay there on the ground. The fresh air tasted wonderful after all that smoke. Her body was in extreme pain. She didn't know whether it was because the jump she'd just taken from the window or the injuries from the fire. At that moment, she could make out sounds of Xiao calling out to her. She cracked her eyes open, catching sight of Xiao. She sighed in relief. Xiao had made it out unharmed. But it seemed that spurt of relief was the last her body could take, and she fainted right after. After what seemed like an endless days, it was like she'd returned to modern times. While she was busy looking at her phone, she suddenly heard someone call out her name. Yang, don't fall asleep here. The weather is cold today. All right, Captain Li. She casually replied. Her head was felt a little dizzy and she was confused as to her whereabouts. That's weird, there seems to be another person calling out to me. Who could it be? Madame Xiao. Mistress. I beg you, please wake up. Crying sounds. How familiar. Who could it be? Oh, I remember now. It's her. It's Xiao. Her eyes slowly pulled open to find Xiaoshi kneeling by her bed, crying.
Why are you crying? Why was her voice so shockingly hoarse?
Bai Xiangxiu creased her brows. The incident from earlier began to resurface in her mind. She seemed to have done something astonishingly courageous like saving someone, but also managed to injure herself by jumping out of a window. She'd even burned her hands.
It's not a serious wound, right?
She lifted her hands up slowly and noticed that they'd been bandaged into a pyramid-shaped dumplings.
1.
Her imagination immediately turned to the darkest depths of horror.
Tears began to well up in her eyes as she spoke in a voice nearing a sob. Is my hand ruined? And my face? A fine beauty like her, what kind of justice would it be if all of it was ruined?
Xiaoshi was quick to reassure her, not ruined, not ruined. The doctor merely went slightly overboard when he bandaged you up.
Your hands are fine, and so is your face.
However, Xiaoshi felt really pained when she looked at the state her mistress was in. If it wasn't for her mistress, she would have definitely burned to death in that bedding and clothing storage.
Luckily, her mistress was fine.
Otherwise, she would really have to apologize for her wrongdoings with her own death. After Bai Xiangxiu noticed that Xiaoshi had cried herself into a mess, she extended her dumpling-like hands to console her for a bit.
Then, she asked, what about the other maidservant? Is she doing well?
Her injuries were slightly more severe, but the doctor said that she would make a good recovery. The only evidence left would be a scar on her forehead, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. That maidservant was now practically treating her own mistress like a god. As soon as her wounds were bandaged, she had come to kneel and kowtow outside of Madame Xiu's residence. After that, she had come by every day just to give her mistress a kowtow before running off.
Oh, I see. How long was I out for? Why does my body feel so weak?
It's like all my bones have shattered.
You've been out for 2 days. You even ran such a high fever.
You nearly frightened me to death. Xiaoshi was nearly bawling as she explained.
Silly child. I'll be fine.
In Bai Xiangxiu's eyes, Xiaoshi was really just a child. As for Xiaoshi, she had already gotten used to her mistress's grown-up act, so she didn't take it to heart. She only wiped her face and turned to the door. Sister Baoqin, Madame Xiu is already awake.
Shouldn't we feed her some porridge first?
Yes.
Please, madam, wait for a moment. Baoqin answered from outside the room. Sounds of footsteps then rang out. She must have gone to get some porridge.
However, despite the momentary lack of attention, as soon as Bai Xiangxiu tried to get up from bed, Xiaoshi immediately but gently restrained her. Madame Xiu, you should not be getting up recklessly.
But I wanted to use the lavatory.
Bai Xiangxiu took a lot of effort to finally prop herself up on one elbow. But it was all for naught when Xiaoshi carefully lowered her back down again.
She couldn't help but feel speechless at this protectiveness. Ah, but you can move a little, right? Why not just let Xiaoshi bring you a bedpan? There's no need. That would be too embarrassing.
Bai Xiangxiu propped herself up and walked into the neighboring room with help from Xiaoshi. However, she almost tripped when she looked into a mirror that she passed by.
Why is there a mummy in the mirror? What has the doctor done to me?
She didn't remember being injured in that many places.
What the hell had happened that had caused her to end up looking like this? Surely they didn't bandage her up under her skirt as well, right? She felt depressed. Madame Xiu, don't be scared.
Those wounds were bandaged by Xiaoshi. Because the female doctor wasn't around, so Xiaoshi's face turned red. Bai Xiangxiu instantly understood that the reason she looked like this was because she'd been taken care of by a layman. She was no longer worried that she had been burned into a roast pig or some other weird stuff. After obtaining some relief from nature's call, she realized that while her entire body was actually in pain, it was still somewhat manageable. A moment later, the doctor brought a lady doctor back in to check on her wounds. The lady doctor told her that there should be no future consequences if Bai Xiangxiu changed her dressings regularly.
Even her most serious injury should just leave a shallow whitish scar.
There was no need to worry. Bai Xiangxiu had never been worried at all. She hadn't planned on using her face or her body to seduce any man.
It would be fine even if there was some blemishes here and there.
The most pressing issue now was that all the cotton clothing had been burned, which really made her depressed. To make that clothing again would take at least another half a month.
By that time, the weather would probably take a turn for the worse.
Even if she were to let the servants make the clothing themselves, she would at the very least need some raw materials for that to happen.
Go summon the chief steward.
She felt like her voice had been transformed into a broken zither. It was extremely uncomfortable to listen to.
Madame Xiu, you should eat something before. Baoqin carried the porridge into the room.
Although Bai Shangxiu felt weak, she didn't want to eat anything because her throat was in pain.
Madam Xiao, you have to eat at least something. How can your body take it otherwise?
Xiao Shi was perilously close to tears. With no choice in front of those teary eyes, Bai Shangxiu gulped down 2 mouthfuls of porridge. When she swallowed, her throat felt like it was on fire. It hurt so much that her tears almost flowed down her cheeks. Huar felt pained for its master as well. Huar hurts when mistress hurts as well. Bai Shangxiu hadn't expected that there would come a day where she would be comforted by a cactus.
She couldn't help but start to laugh. Chief Steward Long Shooting walked in just as she was laughing.
Although they were separated by a screen, he could see that she was currently having her meal. Contrary to the madam's apparent happiness, panic was quickly rising in his heart. She'd been just fine a while ago, but was now reduced to this state.
When the prince returned, there would be no end to the amount of punishment he'd undergo.
Most importantly, this mistress had been stunning. In such a dire situation, she'd actually managed to save both maidservants. Although, if she'd been burned to death, his punishment would have escalated to inhuman levels. He also hadn't expected that he would be summoned immediately after she'd woken up. If he was guessing correctly, she must have summoned him to discuss the issue regarding the cotton clothing. But what he was even more mindful of was another issue. Because he had already visited the site of the fire, he was 100% sure that this fire was no accidental fire. It was arson. 1. https://www.melmel.com.au/wp-content/upload/2016/11/zongzi.jpg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Servant Loyal Unto Death. Chapter 94, Servant Loyal Unto Death.
Someone who dared to set a fire in the prince's estate, and was so bold as to nearly mortally wound its mistress, wouldn't be let off lightly. But right now, the person inside was so fragile he feared that the news may actually send her life flying away.
It would be better to hide this for now. Steward, what should we do about the cotton clothing?
We can't afford any more delays right now. Cough cough. Bai Shangxiu felt that the other definitely couldn't hear her speak clearly. Even she herself had difficulty discerning her own words. But in reality, her words were as clear as a bell to him. He quickly replied, "It might be a bit difficult. This humble one shall endeavor to do his best, so Madame Xiao needn't worry.
Just set your mind at rest and treat your illness."
Then try to do it as soon as possible. The weather's getting chillier as we speak, so if we delay too long, someone will catch a cold.
Yes.
She is rather kind-hearted.
Long Shooting left as soon as he agreed, and indeed, did things as best he could.
But all of the larger embroidery workshops were all busy, so there was no way they could accept such a huge order to be completed in so short a time.
Bai Shangxiu recuperated for 2 whole days before she reached a semblance of health.
Though she could speak, her voice was still marred by the smoke damage. Still, Yimama recalled something: the prince and old madam should have arrived by now.
Shouldn't they write them a letter from home? Bai
Shangxiu had no idea what to write as she picked up her brush, zoning out.
Xiao Shi stood by the side and hesitantly made a proposal. Before the prince left, you made him angry. Why not?
Bai Shangxiu sucked in a breath as she understood. Since she'd offended her superior, she had to find ways to make amends.
What if he returned and vented his rage on her? Would that be her tragic fate? After enduring for a while, she was forced to concede defeat. Raising the brush, she wrote a line from a certain nameless poem: "One, it was difficult for us to chance and meet, and the time of parting was equally so. The east wind has arisen now and 100 flowers are gone too." These 2 lines expressed her thoughts, which was that she missed him and was very sad and whatnot after he'd left. She didn't write the rest of the lines because they were all too much. She didn't want to convey the message that she couldn't bear to be parted from him. After the poetry, she added a few lines about the situation at the estate. But she didn't mention the fire or how she'd gotten injured. After all, these things weren't worth them worrying over. She should wait until she'd resolved the main point of the cotton clothing before she made a report. After resting for a while, she felt that it would only be proper if she checked the incident site. At the very least, she should see if there was anything salvageable from the fire. Hopefully, things hadn't been completely destroyed, or that would really be a loss. With these thoughts running through her mind, she had Xiao Shi and Bao Qin accompany her outside, only to see a maidservant kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards her rooms. She wasn't some sort of saint, so why was she being worshipped? Bao Qin smiled.
She's certainly punctual, coming over here again.
Who is she?
Bai Shangxiu asked, perplexed.
You saved her before, in the fire. Xiao Shi reminded. So it was her. No wonder she came over to pay respects. Then what's your name?
Bai Xiangxiu asked as she walked over. She didn't want the other to keep kneeling, it felt much too awkward.
That maidservant lifted her head to see Bai Xiangxiu.
Her face had been injured as well, and a red burn scar graced her forehead.
It wasn't very prominent, but it really did affect her beauty.
The maidservant's heart trembled as she pressed her forehead to the ground again.
Madam Xiao, this servant is Xiao Huan and gives many thanks for saving my life.
But this servant has caused you to get hurt and is very sorry.
Xiao Huan, is it? You didn't cause my injuries. Get up, child, don't keep kneeling.
Bai Xiangxiu extended her hand, but the other refused to rise and kept kneeling before her.
Madam Xiao, please allow this servant to stay by your side and serve you. Even if it's coarse work outdoors, it's still fine. This servant has been an orphan since youth, but you were the only one in this world to see me as an actual person.
Bai Xiangxiu felt that the maidservant was being a tad excessive, but it looked like she was unwilling to take a step back. Since that was the case, she might as well stay.
It wasn't as if Bai Xiangxiu wanted for maids.
Moreover, she looked pretty pitiful, and the injury on her face had yet to heal.
All right.
Xiao Shi, arrange for her to work in Winter Garden. When Xiao Huan heard this, she was so moved that she expressed her gratitude again while kneeling. Bai Xiangxiu felt extremely embarrassed as a result and pulled her to her feet.
Don't be so polite.
Get up and heal your injuries first before going to work. My winter garden is small, so I'm afraid you'll have to squeeze in with someone else. She didn't look much older than her teens, around the same age as Xiao Shi.
Hearing these words, Xiao Huan was extremely moved and kept thanking her without pause.
Bai Xiangxiu felt embarrassed by all of this displayed gratitude. Once she'd seen the person off, she brought Xiao Shi and Bao Qin to the bedding and clothing storage. The fire had already reduced the place to ashes, but something seemed a bit off. She stood there looking at the building until she blanked out.
Xiao Shi asked, Mistress, are you all right?
Bai Xiangxiu pointed at the clothing storage.
It's very strange. Xiao Shi observed carefully as well. Where is the strangeness? The conflagration had left an awful aftermath.
If not for her mistress' vigilance, they might have burned to death inside already.
This storage used to be 2 rooms.
Everyone knows that there are cotton clothes inside, so naturally no one would build fires indoors. So the most probable possibility is that the building caught fire from some flames outside. But it's the inner room where we keep the bedding that's been the most thoroughly burnt.
That might be where the fire started.
Bai Xiangxiu analyzed as she observed.
I never expected Madame Xiao to understand such things as well. Nevertheless, your words are completely accurate. Long Shooting walked in from behind just in time to catch her words.
He never expected a woman of the inner chambers to have such insight and correct analysis.
The fire had indeed started from that point. So it's the head steward. Why had the head steward come here? She really was a beauty. Even when injured, she was still as elegant and lovely as ever. More importantly, she had intelligence as well as looks. No wonder the prince liked her. So, these signs indicate that this wasn't an accident after all? That's right.
But this humble one shall investigate clearly.
I ask that Madame Xiao returns to your residence since resting is more important. And the matter of the cotton clothes?
This humble one has already sent someone to ask the various shops.
I await news at this moment.
Then I'll have you investigate the cause of this fire. Bai Xiangxiu knew that there were certain things she couldn't meddle in, even if she felt indignant.
Of course, she was puzzled as well. Why would someone try to burn her to death if she hadn't ever offended anyone? If they couldn't find the culprit, how was she supposed to stay on in this manner?
At the very least, for the sake of her survival, she couldn't allow such a harmful person to keep lurking by her side.
Madame Xiao, what kind of person do you think wants to kill Xiao Huan? Xiao Shi couldn't help but give vent to her curiosity as they walked. Why was it about killing Xiao Huan? Weren't they trying to kill her instead? Who else could it be but her? Could it be they want to kill you? Oh no.
Xiao Shi gave a start. She didn't know who had the guts to want to kill Madame Xiao. Even if she was a concubine, she was a mistress of this estate and the prince's admired, respected woman.
Why would anyone want to kill a little maidservant like her? And use so much effort to accomplish the ends? Moreover, they didn't need to drag me into things just to kill a maidservant, that wouldn't make sense. If anyone wanted to kill a maidservant, they'd usually change their plans once they saw Bai Xiangxiu there. But that person hadn't, which proved they was after her life.
1. Nameless poem. The lines in question come from a titleless poem written by Xiang, c. 813-858, a poet of the later Tang dynasty.
2. From Xiang's untitled poem, to one unnamed. 3.
The original poem went, "Time was long before I met her, but is longer since we parted. And the east wind has arisen and 100 flowers are gone.
And the silkworms of spring will weave until they die. And every night the candles will weep their wicks away."
Mornings in her mirror she sees her hair cloud changing. Yet she dares the chill of moonlight with her evening song. It is not so very far to her enchanted mountain.
Oh bluebirds, be listening. Bring me what she says.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95, Murder Requires Courage, 2. Chapter 95, Murder Requires Courage, 2.
Xiaoshir's eyes widened in fear as her face turned ashen white. "Madame Xiao, we should send someone to tell the prince about someone threatening you." Bai Xiangxiu felt her hands being clutched tightly. Even Bao Qin was very shocked and agreed with Xiaoshir's views. The prince is very busy, so we don't need to tell him about such minor matters.
He'd even been angry when he left. He probably wouldn't pay attention to whether she lived or died.
She wasn't the female lead, so thinking too highly of herself would only cause her to tumble to her death.
Besides, even if they told him, it'd be hard for him to come back. There's no rush. Murder requires courage, too.
They won't be making another move in the next few days.
Madame Xiao, how could you say such things? Xiaoshir was almost ready to cry from anxiousness. How could her own mistress be so casual about the whole affair?
Actually, it wasn't that Bai Xiangxiu was fearless, but more that she felt that she had to rely on herself for everything. Long Shooting wasn't a simple character either, so perhaps he'd get to the bottom of things.
Regardless, the most important thing was still the cotton clothing.
She'd already displeased one boss, so she couldn't afford to displease the other. Long Shooting was investigating the fire, so she'd take charge of the clothes. Though the larger workshops weren't accepting orders, they could still find some of the more smaller ones to compensate.
This just required time and manpower.
She didn't know any competent people to depend on, so she could only leave the estate in a carriage to look for workshops herself. But once Long Shooting found out, he still sent someone familiar with the capital to help her. Within a day of searching, they managed to find a few shops. There were over 100 people in the prince's estate that needed cotton clothing. All of the masters and mistresses had their clothing made by the servants, so at least they didn't need clothes from these workshops. But this was the season for cotton clothing, so all the workshops were very busy. Moreover, the materials on hand weren't of the best quality either. After going through a few shops, Bai Xiangxiu came up with an idea. She could buy the materials herself and have the workshops just make the clothes, as long as she made sure the handiwork was good. Actually, this took both time and energy, but it was indeed a good idea.
Mistakes would also be less likely.
Thus, Bai Xiangxiu spent a few days leaving early and returning late until she finally finished the job. Every night, she would haul her tired body back. Because she would let the carriage go back at night, she ended up walking back to the estate on foot with Xiaoshir and Bao Yu. After sitting in the carriage all day, she felt like her entire body had turned stiff. The three females warmed up their joints as they walked, all looking quite exhausted. Bao Yu felt even more uncomfortable because this was her first day. In the past, it was Bao Qin who'd gone along with the fourth madam and Xiaoshir. But she'd fallen sick, and so Bao Yu had taken her place. At first, she thought it would be fun to leave the estate, but she certainly didn't feel that way anymore after sitting in a carriage all day. They were kneading their waists as they walked when they heard a sudden, discordant cry. All three of them were grown-up girls, and thus very sensitive to such noises. They couldn't help the cold sweat that broke out as they exchanged glances.
Should they hide? But that wasn't right.
They were in charge of the affairs of the household, so they shouldn't leave at a time like this.
That would be doing old madam a disservice. Still, did they have to oversee these kind of affairs as well? Secret liaisons and things of that sort were really depressing to handle.
The voice grew louder as they stood there paralyzed in indecision. The woman in question seemed to be resisting as she said softly, "We can't do it here, Brother Quan."
"Don't be like this. Where else can we do it in the prince's estate? Why do you care about such things? We should live merrily one day after another."
Bai Xiangxiu stared at the moon and rolled her eyes hard. "If you guys hadn't made such a fuss, we would have walked right past and this could have just been a simple love affair between a page boy and a maidservant.
That wasn't a big deal at all.
But you just had to say such words for everyone to hear." To make matters worse, one of the voices was clearly third madam from the autumn garden, while the other was a guard named Quan. She knew both of them, but never thought they'd be together.
What now? Catch the adulterers in the act, or let them off?
If she caught them, then according to the rules of the prince's estate, one would be beaten to death and the other sold off. But that decision rested on whether the woman had served the master before and if she had any meritorious deeds to her name. If she'd never served the master or had meritorious deeds to her name, the punishment would be harsher. Just as Bai Shangxiu was considering her options, Quan sensed their alarm, shouted, "Who's there?"
and ran out.
When he saw who had arrived, he gave a start before sheltering the person behind him.
Leave.
You?
It's fourth madam, you leave.
It seemed like he wanted to protect third madam. Bai Shangxiu had to hold such a man in good esteem for standing forward now to buy time for the female to leave. It was obvious he wanted to leave her a way out.
That woman should have left by now, right? Bai Shangxiu didn't want to pry into the details.
If one of them ran off, she could just go through the motions with the other. It would end up fine as long as he wasn't beaten to death.
Quan, do you know your wrongs?
When she spotted Quan's red-rimmed eyes, she thought he'd try to silence them via murder, but instead, he actually fell to his knees.
Quan knows his wrongs. May fourth madam let her off without looking into the matter anymore?
He admitted his wrongs just like that despite the fact that his accusers were just 3 girls.
He could have just killed them and escaped.
Her thoughts were still revolving around this point when a group of guards walked by. When they saw the situation, they all ran over to Gok and Oh to protect the 3 of them. Bai Shangxiu privately found things ridiculous. People who liked their work really did things meticulously. The same principle applied to clandestine lovers. They'd arranged a time and place and made sure it was somewhere where they wouldn't be overheard. The guards of the prince's estate always changed shifts while doing their rounds, and this spot was far enough away from the guards to avoid being heard. If the 3 of them hadn't returned at nighttime and taken a shortcut to Winter Garden, the guards wouldn't have found them either.
These lovers really were professionals. PFF. Now wasn't the time to think of those things.
Bai Shangxiu looked at the guards and said, "Capture this guard. For now, lock him up in the Repentance Garden." The Repentance Garden was a place for locking up masters, mistresses, or servants who'd done wrong deeds. It was equivalent to detention, and the offenders would usually be shut inside for 2 to 3 days. If their crimes were heavy enough, they would also receive corporal punishment. A few of the guards recognized Quan and noticed his disheveled clothing. It was his break time now, but he was wandering aimlessly in the gardens. Everyone could guess why he'd been captured with just a glance.
They paid it no heed. Typically, those caught fooling around with maidservants usually ended up with the girl as a couple.
So they just casually grabbed him before taking him into custody. Just then, a voice called from within, "Please don't take Brother Quan away.
Everything was my fault." As she spoke, third madam walked out from behind the trees.
She'd already readjusted her clothes until she looked like her usual pretty self, but now her face was streaked with tears. As soon as she walked out, she knelt down by Quan's side.
Bai Shangxiu's eyes widened.
She thought that this was simply a classic case of a lonely woman in the estate having an affair, but reality seemed determined to prove her otherwise. This was actually a show of true love.
Ruining a pair of lovers was a hefty crime. Dare she do such a wicked deed?
But in the past, especially in a patriarchal society like this, she'd probably be snapped in half by Long Hung if she helped him wear a green hat one.
When she thought of Long Hung getting angry, Bai Shangxiu couldn't help but shiver in trepidation.
1. Wear a green hat, an expression used when a woman cheats on her husband, boyfriend because the phrase sounds similar to cuckold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, Destroying the Reputation of the Prince's Manor. Chapter 96, Destroying the Reputation of the Prince's Manor.
Bai Shangxiu knew that the third madam came from a good birth. It was the reason she had the impression that the third madam's love of cheap little tricks came from her upbringing as a true noble daughter. But now, it seemed that she was someone who had found her true love. Even if Long Hung was the most outstanding man out there, someone who had a true love like her probably wouldn't even bat an eye at him. Bring them to Winter Garden. Don't let anyone spread rumors of this matter around. Thinking quickly, Bai Shangxiu brought them with her into Winter Garden.
Luckily, this place was a little more remote so nobody noticed them along the way there.
To ensure that the guards would keep their mouths shut, she spoke sternly for the first time. Don't even think of keeping your tongues if even one hint of today's matter travels. However, she still needed some guards around her since Quan was originally a guard as well.
What if he grew angry and harmed the people in Winter Garden in a fit of rage?
In the end, they would still have to clear up the matters of the day. She took a seat in the center of the study, and Aquan dropped to his knees in front of her. "Fourth madam, I beg of you, please let Suer go. Aquan will be your cow and horse even in the afterlife to repay your kindness." Because Aquan was overly agitated, he suddenly leaped upwards. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know what he was trying to do either, but she suddenly had a bad feeling. She immediately shouted, "Stop him!" Her loud voice had an enormous effect. A guard who was nearest to them lunged to stop Aquan on her command. Miraculously, the guard actually managed to prevent Aquan from cutting himself.
Are you kidding me? Was he trying to trade his life for hers?
There was no need to turn the situation that scary. She really was a timid person who couldn't stand the fright.
Bai Xiangxiu really didn't know what to do with him anymore.
With a faint voice, she said, "Tie him up. If he really wants to kill himself, we can talk about it later."
"Third madam, no, Lady Xiang, what do you have to say for yourself?"
Lady Xiang had been frightened senseless as well. Her state of mind was already in complete disarray. She kneeled on the floor and crawled towards Bai Xiangxiu, as though Bai Xiangxiu was an executioner who was on the verge of sentencing them to death.
"Madam Xiu, please let him go. Actually, it wasn't his fault at all. He was only too much of an idiot.
I followed my father's wishes and became the prince's concubine, but I didn't expect that he would follow me all the way here. It's my fault, it was all my fault."
There seemed to be a story between them.
Naturally, Bai Xiangxiu had to inquire about it. In the end, she ended up listening to a cliché story about a wealthy girl and a servant getting to know each other, eventually falling in love with each other. Although Bai Xiangxiu felt that the story was really trite, she felt that they were truly in love with each other. Even if one half of the couple was too feeble and didn't dare to defy her father, or rather, didn't dare to defy society, she couldn't blame Lady Xiang for that. Even she herself didn't dare to do such a thing when she was a person that transmigrated here, let alone those in front of her. As for the other, he only protected her in secret. But in the end, both of them couldn't take it anymore and did what they should not have done.
If there was love between a man and a woman, that sort of thing was inevitable.
This prince's constantly escaping bride in the original novel was exactly like that. After the male lead realized that he had fallen in love with the female lead, he became infatuated with the idea of having her body. Not a day went by without those thoughts invading his mind. His brain was filled with such thoughts no matter if he'd seen her or not.
Can it be?
She suddenly thought of the way the male lead looked at her. It was certainly a little strange.
Could it be that he likes me? Impossible. No.
She definitely allowed herself to wander too far into a tangent.
She couldn't afford to think about irrelevant stuff.
Handling the matter in front of her was more important. However, after looking at the two soulful lovers kneeling pitifully on the ground, she had trouble trying to harden her heart.
Yes, she was indeed too naive.
She thought that managing an ancient household wouldn't be too difficult. But what she had forgotten was that people from the olden times and modern people had entirely different values.
Those of ancient times didn't treat human lives as a sacred thing.
Even women from the inner quarters wouldn't soften their blows when they punished their servants.
Modern people only gave more importance to lives due to their education. Only perverts and the like would take other people's lives for granted. Bai Xiangxiu was a successful product of that modern style of education. She really didn't want to stain her hands with blood. She always felt that the girls who fought and killed after they transmigrated to the past were pretty incredible, but there was no way she could do those kind of things even if she wanted to. She wasn't the Holy Mother, nor was she Mary Sue. She just simply felt that killing two people just because they were in love, or to demonstrate her power over the household, was just a little too barbaric. One had to understand that the heavens were always watching. Morality and ethics was a choice that every person had to make by themselves.
There was no way she would kill someone just like that. Bai Xiangxiu looked at them indecisively as she stroked her chin. In the end, she said, lock them up in Repentance Garden. After giving it some more thought, she added, lock both of them up together so they can repent on their wrongdoings. Around her, the group was shocked. Locking them up together meant that their illicit love affair was a success.
Why would they still repent on their wrongdoings?
In the end, a young girl was indeed just a young girl. The way she handled this matter was indeed inappropriate. However, she was their mistress. Her orders were absolute. As the couple were taken away, eyes shining with gratefulness, Bai Xiangxiu felt that she hadn't handled it well either.
What if they decided to commit double suicide?
But what did that have to do with her? By leaving them alive now, she had already shown them unlimited benevolence. As soon as they were taken away, the people who disagreed with her decision spoke up. Yimama had been by the side of the old madam for a long time, and so knew her mistress' way of handling things. How could she stand it when she saw the way Bai Shangxiu had let the shameless couple off? Moreover, the culprit had dared to see another man behind the prince's back. Not killing them but instead giving them a room to spend time with each other. How is that appropriate? But because her mistress had handled the matter in front of a crowd just now, she naturally had to give her mistress some face, so she didn't mention anything while everyone was there. When everyone else had withdrawn, she used the time while she was preparing the bed to say, "Madam Xiu, no matter what, our estate is still a well-respected household. Although we're just a household of military officials, our household has always had a strict reputation. If this matter were to spread outside, I'm afraid it would destroy our estate's good name." What Yimama says is true. Good name, my butt. Just wait until the female lead brings back her legion of boyfriends. Then, your estate will become the gathering point of male lover 3, 4, 5, and 6. You wouldn't even be able to find your good name then. Whatever reputation your household had would be in pieces by the front door, alright? Your old madam got so angry then, she almost went to knock at heaven's door, okay? What does a small scandal like this even matter? Yimama continued saying, your punishment is also a little too lenient. You could just sell off the third madam, no, I mean, Lady Xiang, and then beat the man to death. He is but a servant that was originally sold to the estate. PFFF, is that really the way they handle things here? Why am I not surprised? Bai Shangxiu looked at Yimama for some time. She was such a good senior servant, but yet she seemed to lack a certain human kindness? That Lady Jiang Su'er was at most in her teens. In the modern world, she would still be no older than a high schooler. For that matter, the guard wasn't very old either. At the very most he would only be around 18 or 19 years of age. Both of them were still very much youths. If one of them was sold to the brothel to prostitute her body for the rest of her life, while the other was to be executed, wasn't that just too cruel a fate? Mama, has it ever come to your mind that even if you combine their years, it doesn't even exceed 40? It's true, solving the matter your way would be simple and direct. But, you would also end up ruining the lives of two poor souls. She slowly stood up and said, today was an exhausting day, and I'm too tired. All of you, go and rest. Yimama didn't say any else either. In her heart, she only felt that this mistress was still indeed too young, and far too timid. If she stayed like this, she was entirely unsuitable to become the pillar of the household. It seems that only someone like the old madam would be suitable after all. But it wasn't that she blamed Bai Shangxiu for her decisions either. She just felt that she needed to personally let the filthy couple get what they deserved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Male Supporting Character, please help me. Chapter 97, Male Supporting Character, please help me. Yimama kept her own counsel when it came to this matter. In order to not make life difficult for Madame Xiu, she decided to take it upon herself to wake the couple up to the realities of the world. She returned to the house and took out 2 bottles of leftover poison, then made her way quickly to Repentance Garden. Unexpectedly, when she arrived, she saw Baoyu sitting in front of the door. When she noticed Yimama, Baoyu smiled and said, Mama, why have you come here in the middle of the night? Nothing much. I just wanted to teach the couple a lesson. They have really gone too overboard this time. They've shown their masters no face, picking such a time to fool around. What if the prince gets wind of this disgusting matter when he returns and blames your mistress? It seems like this Madame Xiu has made up her mind to protect them. She even sent Baoyu, the most honest and loyal among the maidservants here, to guard them. Baoyu nodded. She actually agreed with Yimama's point of view. But she had been given direct orders, so she could only guard the door diligently. Sorry Yimama, the mistress said that nobody should spread rumors or increase the severity of the issue. This is why no one can see them. Yimama smiled and said, but they still need to eat, right? Why don't I serve some of these dishes I brought to them? Yimama, please don't make things difficult for this servant. My mistress' wishes are very clear and she doesn't want anybody to get close to them. Baoyu wasn't the most intelligent person, but one of her strong points was that she was very honest. Or else, she wouldn't have been handpicked to help Madame Xiu manage household affairs. The old madam was very good at identifying the right talent. Even with clever and alert servants like Bao Qin and Bao Yu, one still needed someone who was loyal and honest. Bao Yu was such a person. Yimama had no choice but to return. But at the same time, she started to see this Madame Xiu in a new light. Although she might seem honest, she certainly isn't stupid. Otherwise, there would be no way she would have sent someone to guard the place. Yimama really didn't know what Bai Shangxiu was planning, but she felt that she definitely needed to write a letter to the old madam to inform her of this matter. Otherwise, if Bai Shangxiu mishandled the issue and tarnished the name of the household, she wouldn't know how to face her old mistress afterwards. Soon after that thought passed through her mind, she asked someone to send a letter to inform the old madam, but Bai Shangxiu managed to learn of this as well. Although Yi Mama had a very long tenure in the estate, Bai Shangxiu had been hard at work capturing the hearts of people in the estate. For example, the maidservant who was always by Yi Mama's side had grown quite close to Bai Shangxiu. Bai Shangxiu learned of Yi Mama's intentions during an idle chat with the maid. Bai Shangxiu tugged on her hair as she thought furiously. She needed to keep this situation under wraps as long as she could. If the old madam caught wind and wrote back, Bai Shangxiu would be forced to kill them no matter what her wishes were. There was no one she could ask for help in this world, nor did she have any other ideas. But wait, that wasn't entirely true. One person did come to mind that could help her, even if she was extremely reluctant to nurture the idea. The kind-hearted male supporting character. She remembered that he was an idealist in the novel, especially when it came to love. The scholars in the past all enjoyed pursuing love. They believed that love and lust were entirely different entities, and could be separated.
Song Jiaoyue was such a person.
He had always separated things very clearly, but had always regarded love as extremely important.
More important than anything else.
Surely such a person would be able to sympathize with the couple who was currently locked away.
Maybe she could ask him for help? Yes. Of course she could ask him for help.
She couldn't think of anyone else other than him who could help her.
But the question remained, who should she ask to send him a letter?
After giving it some thought, she remembered how she'd snuck out of the estate last time.
Maybe she could attempt that again.
After some discussion with Xiao Shi, she sent out word that she had fallen ill once again. Donning a maidservant's attire again, she waited for Traitor Sun Seer at the rear gate. She climbed into his cart again and quietly hid inside. When Sun Seer came back, he discovered that his cart was a little strange again. But since only that beautiful maidservant had used his cart in such a way before, he thought that it was probably her at it again.
He really didn't want to bother with the matters of the estate.
Nevertheless, he still threw a bunch of unwanted cabbage leaves on top of her to cover her up. The only vegetables he could deliver into the estate currently were vegetables such as cabbages and carrots. He had nothing else. But unfortunately for Bai Shangxiu, the cabbage leaves were rotten ones again. Bai Shangxiu was speechless at her luck.
All she wanted to do was to save some people. Did things have to be so difficult? She finally arrived outside after suffering for quite a while under the rotten cabbage leaves. As soon as she realized where she was, she immediately cast off the leaves. Sun Seer hauled back on the reins. "Miss, please get down from the cart."
Bai Shangxiu hastily clambered out of the cart.
She messily put on her veiled hat in an absent-minded manner. "Thank you.
I have very urgent matters this time, so I apologize, but I must take my leave now." She threw a silver tail in his cart with an audible thud and gave him a smile before she started running. She still remembered where the Song estate was located. It wasn't too far from where she was, but it wasn't exactly close by either. But time was of the essence, she had to return by tonight. Once she arrived at the Song estate, the doorkeeper said that Song Jiaoyue had gone to the moon-gazing tavern and wasn't in. She felt depressed when she heard that. She'd just passed by that place earlier, and now she had to run all the way back there. She stamped her feet and began running back to the place. But because she was in too much of a hurry, she actually knocked into somebody just as she turned the corner.
Bam!
She had knocked into somebody at full force. At the moment of impact, the only thing she could think of was how angry the other party was going to be. But she didn't expect the other party to be so sturdy that she'd be the one bouncing away instead.
Do I have to be so unlucky?
She reached up to protect her head, but accidentally knocked her veiled hat away instead.
Ah, this fall is going to hurt.
Unexpectedly, the other person reached out to hug her waist, and her body fell into his warm embrace. A strong and powerful heartbeat, a refreshing smell and a flat chest. Based on the height and the chest, the person that was hugging her must be a man.
Moreover, it was a very young man.
This young man also seemed to be an extremely shy person. Because, just an accidental hug like this was making his heart beat so quickly that even Bai Shangxiu could feel his nervousness.
However, shouldn't he be observing propriety and helping her up by now? Why was his hug lasting an eternity?
He could afford to spend a lifetime hugging her, but she couldn't. She still had people to save.
She quickly regained her balance and stood up to say, "Thank you. And, sorry for that.
I have other things to attend to, so I apologize for taking my leave so hastily." She bent over to pick up her veiled hat, but the mysterious man's hand had already beaten her to it.
He returned the hat to her and said, "Are you really okay?"
This voice.
Can it be him? She lifted her head to check and sure enough, it was him. She grabbed Song Jiaoyue's hand in excitement and said, "It's you. Song Jiaoyue. It's so good to finally see you." Song Jiaoyue had happened to be sitting by the window of the moon-gazing tavern when he saw a girl's figure quickly flash by on the street. Although he'd only caught a glimpse of the figure, he'd had a good guess of who that was. He'd chased after her on a whim, and to his surprise, it really was her. She'd actually come looking for him, a fact which surprised him and made him feel a little at a loss as well. But hearing that she needed to see him so urgently, he couldn't help but go wild with inner joy. He couldn't care less anymore either, so he held her tiny hands and said, "You. Please help me." By Xiang as she blinked her eyes. She didn't know why, but his gaze seemed extremely passionate for some reason. Because of that, it subconsciously made her want to escape. So, she just hastily withdrew her hand and said, "Sorry, I was panicking a little just now." "Don't worry about it. Her small hands feel so warm, just like her." Song Jiaoyue looked at her gently, as though he was looking at a precious treasure. He really wanted to caress her little face that was tilted downwards, but such thoughts shouldn't have existed in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Need a Way Out. Chapter 98, Need a Way Out. No matter what, she had come to ask for his help, and it was likely even an emergency. He could tell that much from her glistening, limpid eyes. Song Jiaoyue could feel his heart melt as he met her gaze. He asked, "For what matter do you require my help?" That sort of thing was a little difficult for a lady like her to say. Her behavior was really too bold by olden time standards. However, she still gritted her teeth and described the incident from beginning to end. Then, she gave Song Jiaoyue an expectant look, hoping that he would agree to help. Song Jiaoyue didn't expect that she would tell him about the secret affairs of the prince's estate, and then even look at him with such an expression. She was clearly not playing fair. He immediately began to panic and nodded before he even asked what help she needed. But he immediately regretted his actions. This was quite the difficult issue to resolve. But after seeing the joyous expression on her small face, he couldn't bear to reject her. He only asked, "So, what sort of assistance do you require from me?" She ducked her head and blinked. She wasn't too familiar with this world, so she really didn't have a good way of solving this problem. She had hoped that the supporting male character would have an idea, but in the end, it seemed that he didn't have the slightest clue either. Well, it wasn't entirely unexpected either. Cheating in the modern times would at most land in a courtroom of some kind, and everyone would eventually return home to look for their mothers. Society's condemnations wouldn't be too severe either. But the same scenario in the olden times couldn't be handled so casually. This was a place where propriety and honesty were followed to the letter at every corner. But of course, the rich would only be called flirtatious when they did such things, but when the servants did it, they were called base and low. This was simply inconceivable. Song Jiaoyue knew that she didn't actually have any ideas when he noticed her conflicted expression. How about this? If they truly want to be together, arranging that isn't that difficult. Really? Bai Xiangxiu was almost crying from worry. Hearing him say that it wasn't totally impossible almost sent her to almost plaster herself against him to listen closely. Song Jiaoyue's heart pounded crazily. His feelings towards her had become almost irrepressible after he'd learned of her kind nature. He sighed lightly as he spoke. "You only have to say tomorrow that you intend to sell of the third madam, and then let a trusted maidservant out to find a slaver. I will send someone to wait for your maidservant in the back alley. After sending your maidservant out, you can then announce that you are handing over the man to the court officials. They will no doubt send him to be arrested. I'll notify the proper people before that happens and have sentenced him to banishment. Then, we can arrange for both of them to be sent to some other place for them to live together." Great idea. It truly is such a great idea. Thank you so much. Bai Xiangxiu had finally found a reason to smile. Although the plan was simple, the only person capable of enacting such a plan was probably him. His plan required connections with all sorts of faction within the capital. It would be impossible to achieve without a proper network and wealth. Song Jiaoyue couldn't help but smile after seeing a smile dawn on her face. He suddenly noticed something stuck in her hair. He nonchalantly plucked it from her hair, but was quick to realize that it was actually a piece of cabbage leaf. Even worse, the cabbage leaf was actually rotten. He stood stunned for a second, then asked, "How did you get out of the estate?" Bai Xiangxiu was flustered by his tender action. If he hadn't rejected her previously, she probably would have wanted to seduce him again and borrow his influence to slip out from the estate. She let out an awkward cough and said in a small voice, "I snuck out from the estate using the vegetable trader's cart." the leaf was already in his hands. What other explanation could she conjure up? Song Jiayue couldn't help but furrow his brow. He quickly said, "You're truly too bold. Hurry on back to the estate. We will deal with this matter using my plan. You can leave everything after that to me. If anyone finds out what you've done, you will surely." Even his heart was trembling at the thought. He was well aware of what Long Hong was capable of. If Long Hong were to investigate, he would surely find out that she had snuck out of the estate. Even if he didn't, Long Hang would still come to know that he was the one who had helped her. If Long Hang ever got wind that they had met in private, the girl who was currently in front of him probably wouldn't have much longer to live. When you return, write a letter and have Xiao Shi deliver it to the Song residence. No one must know that you snuck out of the estate. He paused and then continued, "Oh right. The vegetable trader has helped you a great deal. As a lady of the inner residence, you're not at liberty to thank him. I'll send a man over to give him some silver as a token of gratitude." What he said doesn't seem right? No. In fact, what he said seems a little familiar. She tugged on her hair for a bit and suddenly remembered a subplot from the novel. No, rather, calling it a familiar line would be more accurate. In that subplot, the novel had gone to describe how the female lead had told someone that she'd often used Sun Seer to conveniently sneak in and out of the estate. After that, Sun Seer seemed to have been secretly removed by someone. Yes, that one line was enough to destroy him, and all because someone was afraid that Sun Seer would betray the female lead's secret rendezvous. As for that somebody, it had been none other than the person in front of her, Song Jiayue. No way, right? She remembered that in the novel he had asked the female lead the same exact question, and then Sun Seer was soon no more. The female lead had been clueless about these things. Long Hung had still found out that she had been sneaking out of the estate afterwards, so no one ever looked for Sun Seer again. Feudalism is to be blamed for this. Although he is obviously a gentleman, he still shows no mercy when he needs to kill a person. And why are you asking for Sun Seer's name with such a tender voice? Do you think I'm just as dumb as the female lead? Or rather, if she hadn't read the novel, she might have seriously believed that he had wanted to thank Sun Seer in her stead. Nobody would ever suspect that a man like him could ever be cruel enough to kill without remorse. There's no need for that. I've already rewarded him. Besides, he doesn't know my identity. Luckily, she hadn't disclosed her identity to him, unlike the female lead who had told him everything. Song Jiayue inwardly snapped to attention when he noticed her eyes darting left and right. Had she guessed my intentions? After he noticed that her expression did indeed indicate so, he couldn't help but sigh. This lady is both kind and smart. What a rarity. Smart people would normally understand that to achieve greatness, they mustn't meddle with trifling details. So, they would never trouble themselves with matters that they could afford to ignore. Yet this lady was different. She was intelligent, but would never harm another life. She was intelligent, yet she never used her smarts for her own gain. Instead, she used it to help others and help them obtain their happiness. But had she ever considered her own happiness? No. She had indeed considered it before. That had been why she'd attempted to reach out to him with her own hands last time. But he had brushed her off and single-handedly nipped her attempt in the bud. I will escort you back, and I will cause him no harm. You can trust my words. Oh, how he wished that she would believe his words. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shangxiu did in fact believe him, since the novel had portrayed him as a highly principled person with conviction. Although he had done some bad things for the female lead later on, he had never gone back on his word. Otherwise, there was no way Bai Shangxiu would have chosen him as her target in the first place. He hadn't been the only male supporting character that the fleeing female lead could pick from, and at the very least, he wasn't the only one who had authority to his name. With such an incredible male lead, such an attractive female lead, and such a high word count, how could the story proceed if the supporting male characters had been instantly killed and didn't hold their own weight? She lightly nodded. I believe you, but there's no need for you to escort me back. They have a schedule for deliveries, so his cart wouldn't be there anyways if I went back too early. I would have to wait for him to come back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Never Fool Around with a Friend's Wife. Chapter 99, Never Fool Around with a Friend's Wife. Does this mean that we could be together for a little while longer? Song Jiayue was elated the moment he heard her words. If that's the case, why don't we find a place where there's nobody around? We might be discovered if we stay here. Song Jiayue felt a little guilty after he'd voiced his suggestion.
Yet, Bai Xiangxiu suddenly patted her own head as though she had just been enlightened by his words.
Why didn't I think of that? Right. Where should we go? I'm not too familiar with the outside world.
Most women from the rear court were never expected to leave their home, living a life that was as sheltered as possible. So, it wasn't strange that she was unfamiliar with the outside world. Naturally, Song Jiaoyue took on the role of a tour guide and thought of showing her a nice and elegant place.
Since Bai Xiangxiu is an educated person as well, how about that place?
Elated at the thought of going there with her, he said, "You should put on your hat and veil before we depart."
Ah. Sure.
Bai Xiangxiu wasn't even the least bit suspicious of him. If she knew that he had said that with the motive of spending more time with her, the current her probably would have yanked on his sleeve to say, "Get me out of the prince's manor.
Please." Unfortunately, she was completely oblivious to his feelings.
She thought that the male supporting character was just only trying to look out for a weak girl like her. So, she followed him with clear eyes and a head held high. It was not long before she saw him walk into a shop to hire a sedan chair for her.
I can walk on my own feet.
Although she just run all the way here, her current body wasn't too tired out yet.
Is it really fine for me to be in the sedan chair while he has to walk all the way there? How about hiring a horse carriage instead? Bai Xiangxiu asked, a bit shy. Ha ha. There's no need for that.
Song Jiaoyue laughed as he covered his mouth with a fan.
Why would I need a carriage when it's only a few streets away? This lady is being so cute right now.
Actually, I don't need a sedan chair either.
Walking has benefits in its own way. It's quite crowded here. I don't want anyone to knock into you.
Song Jiaoyue's page boys had caught up to him as they were chatting. He turned to them, his voice stern, "I have no need for any of you to wait upon me now.
Go do whatever you should be doing instead."
The page boys couldn't help but let their dismay show on their faces at these words.
How could they not wait upon their master?
It was them who had to bear responsibility and face punishment if anything were to happen to him.
Eldest young master. The capital city is fraught with danger. How about? Go away. Song Jiaoyue growled.
However, realizing that Bai Xiangxiu could still hear him from within the sedan chair, he coughed quietly.
What danger could I possibly face? Hurry on back. Both of you.
Although his manner of speech was still very gentle, his glare was actually diametrically opposite.
The page boys were shocked at this disconnect between his words and face.
However, after they saw the sedan chair sitting by the roadside, they seemed to finally understand why their master was acting that way.
He was having a date with a beauty.
No wonder they'd offended him when they'd offered to serve him. A quick glance at each other solidified their decision: they would leave. They couldn't afford to offend the eldest young master of the house. And so, Song Jiaoyue warmly welcomed his precious alone time with Bai Xiangxiu. Better yet, Bai Xiangxiu wouldn't even suspect his motives for chasing the page boys away because she was here in secret. He naturally had to make sure to limit witnesses. As a matter of fact, that was exactly what Bai Xiangxiu had thought as the reason for sending off the page boys. She even felt touched by his gesture.
Unbeknownst to her, Song Jiaoyue was actually treating this rendezvous as a bona fide date.
Completely oblivious, she followed him in happy spirits all the way from his backyard to a place called Beima Pavilion.
1.
The pavilion had been built within a beautifully arranged, elegant environment, a late autumn style that held its own unique appeal. Row after row of red maples dotted the courtyard as a field of chrysanthemums blended together to create a sight to behold.
Unlike the norm, rooms in this pavilion weren't cramped together, and instead left ample distance between them.
The room they had been assigned to was very spacious.
The scholar's 4 treasures too had been neatly left for use atop a writing desk. Off to the side sat the zither, chessboard, calligraphy pieces, and paintings. Guests could admire the paintings, or create poems and other works of art as they enjoyed their meal.
The entire place had been designed with an eye for the customers. The service also reflected that, as the waiters never interrupted their guests, only asking what dishes one abstained from. The head manager would then create their menu at his discretion using the wide variety of dishes he had available. The meal would then be quietly served in the outer hall without notifying the customer to avoid disturbances. Bai Xiangxiu didn't expect that the capital would actually have such a place like this. The owner of this place was truly business savvy. Or rather, it seemed as if he was equipped with modern thinking and management skills. That might have been why he had been able to turn a normal tavern business into something as unique as this.
However, this place was most likely expensive. This is such a nice place. It must be very expensive, right?
Song Jiaoyue hadn't expected that she would care about such a thing. After taking a sip of his tea, he nonchalantly said, "It's not all that expensive. Only 100 taels of silver.
Bang!
Bai Xiangxiu smacked the table agitatedly.
What? 100 taels? Such an exorbitant price.
All I get is 10 taels of silver every month.
The boss here must be laughing all the way to the bank, no?
After she finished speaking, she muttered to herself.
My entire fortune could only pay for 2 meals in this place. What a frightening place.
I thought that 200 taels of silver was already quite a fortune, but to think it was actually just peanuts in the outside world.
Luckily the male lead gives me some money and gifts every now and then. Otherwise, with the pitiful amount of money I have, wouldn't I die of hunger out on the streets if anything were to happen? Song Jiaoyue was stunned.
He could clearly hear what she had muttered, and he couldn't help but feel both amused and sorry for her. He didn't expect that someone who had been put in charge of all the affairs of the estate would only have such a paltry amount of silver on hand. But how could he know that Bai Xiangxiu was only talking about the little stash of money she had inherited from the original owner of the body? If she were to add in the amount of money that the male lead have given her, she was actually quite wealthy. However, despite her wealth, she still didn't really dare to use any of the money she'd received from the male lead. She only accepted the money and put it aside without ever touching any of it.
Song Jiaoyue wanted to take out some of his money to give to her.
However, just as he reached into his sleeves, he couldn't help but feel that he was being too brash if he tried to do such a thing. After all, he didn't really have any excuses to give money to her. Without much of a choice, he sighed inwardly and took his hands out from his sleeves.
The dishes here are actually quite tasty. Don't be shy and have a taste.
After all, we have until late afternoon.
Bai Xiangxiu nodded her head and said, an opportunity like this doesn't come by very often. I mustn't leave even a single scrap of food behind. The food here is too expensive. I must eat a lot to get his money's worth.
Song Jiaoyue couldn't stop himself from cracking up at her serious attitude towards the whole thing.
However, when a good-looking man like him laughed so openly, he became alarmingly attractive.
So much so that Bai Xiangxiu was caught in a daze when she turned to see him laugh. However, with a sudden realization that she might have been staring at him for too long, she awkwardly tilted her head downwards to look at the ground.
But how would Song Jiaoyue not see through her shyness?
He couldn't stop the passion in his heart from igniting into a blaze.
Does she still have feelings for me? Then would it possible for me to? No. So what if she has feelings for me? She is still my friend's concubine. Since Long Hong treats her differently, wouldn't it be like fooling around with his wife if I were to actually ask him to give Bai Xiangxiu to me?
He clenched his fists and changed the topic of conversation.
I have a question. What opinion do you have of this painting? Song Jiaoyue stood up and brought her to a painting.
It was one of tall mountains and flowing rivers, and even had some traces of a majestic feel to it. This painting, Bai Xiangxiu was depressed.
She was positively clueless about paintings.
Her knowledge was only limited to drawing flowers, grass, and people. The only reason she'd learned how to draw in the first place was because she wanted to paint bonsai trees. She'd also only learned how to sketch people when she went to art school for a month and happened to take a sketching class.
Therefore, how would she be knowledgeable about paintings that depicted scenery?
She only nodded her head and said, "The painting is really very well done. I'm afraid that a scenery such as this could only exist in a painting." Unexpectedly, her words reflected the same exact opinion that Song Jiaoyue had just thought.
He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became a little agitated. Is she, truly his soulmate?
1. The team had a quick chat about translating Beima, as it's part of a longer name that's translated as A Portrait of Jianghu, Morning Toast.
Hence, Morning Toast Pavilion.
However, we felt that the Bush Army might die laughing. The editor couldn't resist the following suggestions for a tagline: Morning Toast Pavilion, bread to literally die for, Morning Toast Pavilion, come to grieve, leave with a croissant, Morning Toast Pavilion, our bread is salted with real tears, Morning Toast Pavilion, morning pick-me UPS aren't the same without croissants with a free coffin on the side.
Okay, he's done. That was fun. 2. Writing brush, ink stick, ink slab, and paper.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100, Becoming the Supporting Male Lead Soulmate? Chapter 100, Becoming the Supporting Male Lead Soulmate? How could Bai Xiangxiu know that the supporting male lead would actually now view her as his soulmate?
She only thought that she was spewing nonsense. In all fairness, she really was just running her mouth off.
However, the supporting male lead didn't see it that way.
He'd always regarded her as a talented woman who was not only attractive, but full of substance as well. He couldn't help but infuse his voice with admiration and underlying infatuation. I wonder,
would it be possible for you to leave a piece of calligraphy behind? It was going to be a while before the food was to be served. There really was nothing that they could do during this awkward period of time. However, Bai Xiangxiu was now in a tight spot. She really wasn't skilled at drawing things. She did know how to draw, but she had learned using charcoal. A charcoal-type thing existed in this world, but it often seemed to be in the form of a pigment brush that women used to draw on their eyebrows. This sort of thing shouldn't be here, right? Most people wouldn't use it. Bai Xiangxiu was sadly mistaken, for there it was, a pigment brush. She accidentally saw it lying there on the writing desk out of the corner of her eye. This boss really did thoroughly think things through. No one would normally use this pigment brush for drawing, rather only for the occasional outlining of the edges of a painting. She never would have thought that there really would be a pigment brush arranged right there before her eyes. She thought that it'd be fascinating, and so turned to ask, "Why don't I draw you?" "Draw? Are you saying that you want to draw me?" He wouldn't have thought that she would propose such an idea. A smile unconsciously formed on his lips as he nodded. If she wanted to draw a portrait of him, then he would take this drawing of hers as part of his personal collection as soon as she was done with it. He sat there silently at the edge of the windowsill, letting her use her own style of drawing. From what he could see, it looked like she wasn't used to using a pigment brush. He was also curious as to why she wasn't using a calligraphy brush. However, he was most curious as to how she was drawing him. The glances that she took at him seemed to flutter into his heart, a truly heartwarming feeling. If he could pass time like this for all eternity, it would certainly be a blessed existence. He had originally thought that she would take her at least an hour to complete the painting if she used a calligraphy brush. If one were to be particularly meticulous, even 2 or 3 days wouldn't be enough to complete the painting. Contrary to his expectations, she finished the drawing before all the dishes had even been brought to the table. She inspected the finished product whilst pinching her chin and said, "I'm done. I don't know whether you want to take a look or not. I don't think I did that good of a job." Of course it wouldn't be good. She didn't have an eraser to correct the areas where she'd made mistakes. The only thing she could do was make a rough sketch using stiff lines, but thankfully there weren't that many places to make mistakes in such a quick sketch like this. "Could I take a look?" Song Jiaoyue found the current situation to be rather strange. He never would have thought that the two of them would be able to get along with each other so harmoniously, just like they were doing so now. He originally thought that he would do something weird stemming from his excitement, but the other party's open and forthright manner of getting along with him had easily quelled those particular thoughts of his, leaving him in a long-lasting silence. He'd never thought that men and women could actually associate with one another in private in this manner. When this thought crossed his mind, he yearned for the days where he could be together for even longer. He could pass the days with her just like this, so natural and peaceful like a loving married couple of many years. Yet, when he held that drawing up, a wave of surprise washed over him. At first glance, the drawing looked relatively simple, but it seemed to finally capture the elements of his soul. If this drawing was to be framed on a wall, everyone who knew him would definitely be able to identify that the individual in the drawing was none other than him. He stared at the painting in surprise for quite a while. This drawing technique was rather strange, he had certainly never seen anything like. "I never knew that your family possessed so much learning. This drawing technique really is superior. It actually looks like a real person. I never would have thought that the pigment brush could be used like this." Song Jiaoyue was so excited that he wouldn't let go of the drawing. "I'm glad that you like it." Bai Xiangxiu felt a bit embarrassed being praised like this. She tugged at her hair and asked, "Can we eat now?" "Yes, of course." "Can you give this painting to me as a gift?" Even though he had asked her for a drawing at the start, it was only polite of him to ask again. "Sure, you can have it." She couldn't take a picture of another man back to the prince's estate either. If someone found out, they might use it to stir some trouble. "Then, many thanks. Let's eat." Song Jiaoyue quickly said his thanks and put the drawing away so carefully it could have been mistaken as a precious treasure. He would mount it on his wall later. The food and drinks were placed on the table. Bai Xiangxiu only ate, not touching the alcohol. Song Jiaoyue, on the other hand, only drank alcohol with his head bowed, not saying a thing. The mood between the two became strange for a time, but thankfully this meal ended quickly. Bai Xiangxiu also took this opportunity to go over the details of the plan for a while with Song Jiaoyue. When she felt that it was about time, she stood and took her leave. Song Jiaoyue naturally wanted to escort her back, but Bai Xiangxiu didn't agree to his request. "If I could come out myself, then I can return myself too. I really don't need anyone to send me back." She's afraid that I'll do something to that man who helped her get out of the manor, isn't she? She's being quite cautious. In that case, Song Jiaoyue was too embarrassed to say anything more.
Nevertheless, he followed quietly behind her. He would be reassured only when she safely made it back inside. He would have never guessed that the young lady would take a circuitous path back. She walked in circles for a very long time. In the end, it could possibly be that she too was tired from taking the roundabout route that she only walked in front of a carriage parked by the side of the road.
Song Jiaoyue smiled helplessly. Why did she have to behave this way? He would definitely keep his promise with her.
The next scene before his eyes dispelled all his thoughts of being able to keep his promise with her. That was because that man had actually placed a proper young lady like her amongst his vegetables and had even piled more vegetables on her. So that was why she had vegetables stuck to her hair just now.
It really wasn't easy for her to come out of the estate even once.
He hoped that she could safely return to the prince's manor. With a slightly worrisome heart, he returned and started to arrange the remaining matters. Bai Xiangxiu was already familiar with the prince's manor and so wasn't as excessively nervous as she previously was. She safely returned to her room with no unexpected surprises. After having Xiaoshi dress and fix her hair, she said, "Bring that couple to me."
Xiaoshi naturally understood and had someone bring them over.
Bai Xiangxiu saw that they seemed to be aware of what lay ahead and asked, "Do you know what you've done wrong?" But
Third Madam, Jiang Suer bowed her head and said, "I do. Many thanks to Madame Xiu for helping us yesterday.
We are already willing to wholeheartedly accept our punishment." After all, it was only due to Bai Xiangxiu's tolerance that they'd been able to spend the previous night privately with each other.
Bai Xiangxiu responded, "Since that is the case, will you accept your fate if I sell the both of you out of the Lord's mansion tomorrow?"
"Yes."
"Suer. Ah Quan. Isn't this such a wonderful lovey-dovey scene that slaps all the singles out there?"
Bai Xiangxiu was thoroughly slapped silly for a good moment. She exhaled and said, "Quan will be handed over to the authorities for the crime of deceiving his masters while being a slave."
"Do you agree to that?"
"Yes." The both of them were now treasuring the last moments of their lives together as they held each other's hand.
Bai Xiangxiu didn't want to be blinded too much by their loving tenderness.
The reason she was trying to resolve the matter quickly was to shut Yimama's mouth. When someone delivered the news to Yimama later that day, she truly did say, the punishment was too light, and she gave them a way to survive.
"Madame Xiu, you really are too kind."
She was a young lady all right, but it was enough for her to be able to carry out a punishment to such an extent.
Somewhat satisfied, Yimama didn't indicate that she wanted to prod into that matter anymore. However, Bai Xiangxiu didn't feel at ease.
She leaned in front of the cactus and spoke to it in a soft voice.
"Huar, what do you say? What is their fate from now on? Will they be together in the end?" Their story hadn't been written in the original novel.
Or perhaps, if she hadn't transmigrated, no one would have found out that Third Madam was having an affair with that Quan at all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.